Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect?
Welcome to the east side. We don't wait for doors of opportunity, we just wait on when we gotta kick them in. Decatur, Georgia, or Den of Thieves. Hidden leads just to feed the village. Hidden leads make them feel like ninjas. Niggas always keep the metal tucked till you run up, get your face cut. Got your Brookins on the back end. Know too many niggas trapped. They be stuck in genjutsu. They see the world from a different view. Shadow clones cause they silhouettes. Hard to point out when they robbing you. You never know what be inside of you. You never know who you be talking to. Till it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Blacker shadows in the nighttime. They don't wait on nothing but the right time. He ain't come around the corner. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but this is normal around this town. I've been crying for my niggas found. I've been praying for my niggas down. Always looking for some progress. Try a nigga, he gon' regress. Locked and loaded, that nigga ready. Turn your brains into a red spaghetti. I be looking for God here. Hopefully see that I'm trying here. Save my niggas cause they really lost. Tell that my niggas before you write them off.
They say, Vic, don't you move on that side, boy. Both the crime rate and junkies stay high, boy. Scary niggas, they ain't see my vision and they see it, they want in the convoy. Stop by the corner store, know that it's kissing and let them watch windows pump gas for a bag of chip shot with the water. But no, they got size, I don't need no patchouli, I just want water. Start bitch with my brothers like Pops and Earl. We gon' turn Keller Road right into a Melrose. I might turn Wesley Cap to a motherfucking church. And they got my people and teach them their worth. I don't need no appraiser, I'm knowing the worth of my property. They just don't stop the cap, always a lot in the world and I'm winning it all. Like construction on this side, I'm taking my time. Now it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Up as fuck, no I'm writing rhymes. Late night, not an early morning like an alchemist. I'm turning into something. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but it's normal around this town. Cause I'm calling, say you beat the charge. He can't wait to come back around. Other cousin calling, y'all must out. Say he heard prices, we back up. Confirm they gassed up. Told him chill, though, cause we next up. People be looking for God here. My job is to teach them look in themselves. Say my niggas cause they really lost. Spitting for the ones they breaking off.
Who did you expect?
Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the Super Bowl.
Niggas so thirsty, don't put me in beef. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can't trust everything that you saw on IG. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K-Dot, is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started a league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they shit ain't connecting no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. Hey, how the gang got away from the bars, man, this shit like a prison escape. Everybody stepping from fucking and everybody breakfast and I'm about to clear up my plate. When I show up, it's motion picture, blockbuster. The goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole shit up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Codes automatic when aiming with the boy in the status of stadium.
Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Niggas usually send their verses back to me and they be terrible, just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women. When they start debating about who the GOAT, I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that had been from January to November, nigga, it's just you and Cole. Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the Super Bowl. that girl on her phone, G. Never paid attention to the room or the homie. She just missed another opportunity, And I know that she lonely with no company, She's so busy reading text, she ain't even read the room, yeah. Always sending texts like I just want myself a little boo, yeah. I think I just went stupid, hit by Cupid. The arrow hit my heart, I hope she noticed, gotta read the room, yeah.
Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I could tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room. Trying to talk to you is honestly so fucking strange. Trying to find a way to drove my brain to be deranged. I would've never thought I'd have this kind of issue. I couldn't connect with you inside of the same room. I know you feel me, at least I think you do. It's hard to tell, I cannot read the room. Seem to be unfazed, that's what you supposed to do. You seem so confused, baby, why won't you learn to read the room? I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I could tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room.
I show you how to read the room, baby. Say you faded off that drink, I hit the road in Zoom, baby. Project nigga section 8, I never had a spoon, baby. She says it's rated, this movie coming soon, baby. No, I ain't worried about your boyfriend, he ain't like that. See me, it's on sight about that pussy, he gon' fight back. He gon' risk his life, I beat him up like go down my path. But your bitch won't be, so it ain't my fault that you tried that. Oh yeah.
Learn to read the room, I really wish that you can read the room. I really wish that you can look inside of me, and I could tell you how I feel, little baby. Just learn to read the room, Read the room. Just read the room, Just read the room. Learn to feel that presence and that feeling in that mood. Just learn to go ahead and feel that moment too, Learn to read the room.
Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Yeah, everybody think it's a game. Boy, I ain't playing no games. No, boy, I ain't playing no games. Yeah, don't nobody know about the late night, early mornings with no sleep. Don't nobody know about the low time we ain't really had nothing to eat. Don't nobody know about the time we had to ride around without tank on E. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know about the grind that it took. Don't nobody know how many times we put ourselves out there and got overlooked. Don't nobody know our pockets was low. Don't nobody know they think what they know. Don't nobody got love for a man, especially when a man hitting it low. Everybody got words of wisdom. Who putting in the work though? Everybody wanna get a trophy, but you ain't make it to the ship though. Better stick to your sailboat. I know you love to ride the wave. I see you really love to follow. Trendsetters over here though. Whoa, everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played. 2K, pat me the pressure, I handle the rock. Stay on the ground till I shoot to the top. Harder than lava, I fire the op. Stay back and shoot, my heart is your heart. I don't miss nothing, my shot can't get blocked. Bust in my face like I'm Curry on God. My mentality, win at all costs. Snakes in that grass, had to cut a few off. Keep my head low, my focus is people. The confidence is key, don't let haters get to you. Critics always wanna say something negative. I can't mind them, I know that I'm better than them. I just know I gotta grind for my team. Take the title home and be MVP. Once I do, I'ma show I'm the king. Finger to the left, so quiet my demons. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah.
Let's go with the red today. How's everybody today? Welcome to another Saturday edition of the Aaron O Show. I appreciate you guys for being here. I hope you guys got some sleep because I know a lot of you guys was up late into the night because Fridays are jam-packed shows. And, you know, we try to make sure everybody gets the entertainment, the experience they're looking for Monday through Sunday, all right? Some of us work every day. Some of us decide to take a few days off, but we do what's best for the people. So let me give a big shout out to my brother Spencer. He was a sponsor of the last show, which aired, last night, this morning. We made sure people that's been missing out on things got to catch up. So I don't know how many of you actually caught the stream that was up late last night. It was titled Your Mama Black. Your Mama Black. And it was a stream that actually is extremely interesting compared to the state that we're in now, the time frame, etc. So once again, big shout out to my brother Spence. I appreciate you for being the sponsor of the last show. Always showing love. I definitely appreciate you. And I appreciate everybody that's drinking water and decided to stay healthy and not drink, I don't know, sugar water, any additive of waters to all the things that y'all have. Just spring water is good enough. Spring water was good enough, but I really hope you guys enjoyed that stream. I have a bunch of streams that was done, and periodically I will find times to introduce them because we have new people in the space. We got new subscribers all the time, and a lot of them have not experienced the growth, the conversations, the calm before the storm, before this space was so into it with everybody every other week. There was a time period where everybody was good with everybody. Not necessarily everybody was buddy. Not necessarily everybody was best friends, but it was a space where we had not got to where it has evolved into now. So people just don't know. I got a lot of streams. Y'all see, a lot of people forget about all the work that I put in. They did, but that's okay. I don't mind at all. So I got a lot of streams. You guys don't see a bunch of people pop up that you guys had no idea. And heck, even me, I'll be going back and be like, dang, you was on the show? You was on the show? So that's going to pop up periodically. You're never going to know when it pop up. I like to do those randomly out the blue. And we're going to continue to possibly do that in the future. We'll see. But today's show is going to be jam-packed. Okay, I was racking my brain on figure out what we're going to discuss today. And I said we're going to jam-pack the show. So it's filled with a whole lot of topics that will bring a level of engagement for us. But at the same time, I'm going to have to cut some things out. All right. I had some things that I thought I was going to tie in to the conversation today, but I'm not going to, because I don't think I'm going to have enough time to do it, honestly. So I'm just not going to even try to do that. And I'm going to balance everything out point by point. So we're going to get into a whole bunch of stuff. But I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll be honest with you. It got a lot of views. It got a lot of views for basically a show that, and it got like crazy engagement, man. So shout out to y'all. We got a few more of those jam-packed shows in the tuck just in case, because people don't know. A lot of y'all done forgot, but we going to remind y'all. And today will be no different. It's going to be another one of them ones. But it's good to actually, and people don't know, during those streams, like I get to be in the chat more, right? So it's so much fun because while the show is performing, I get to be engaged with the chat. Cree was there. A bunch of people creeped in late, had no idea what was going on. My brother Spence was in the building. It was just a dope show. And the reason why I like those shows is, one, it was a calm before the storm. So a lot of you get to see people that were not necessarily the best of friends, but were cordial, could be on the panels together. You guys also got to see that I've been constructing these conversations a long time, and I've been giving breakdowns a long time, and I've been presenting things in a way which other people don't tend to present, and it's evolved so much, and we got so many different channels, so many different content creators, that the panels become a little convoluted from time to time, and we don't get to engage heavily with the conversation. That's really what breeds my soul, is the conversation, right? And we have gotten away from that. Let's just be honest. We have gotten far away. If you guys was back with us 2.5 years ago, whatever the time frame was, you guys remember how the conversation used to really, really gel. There was really no beef, no issues with nobody like that. It was just, you probably didn't like somebody a little bit, but it was never to that degree, right? Now we're never getting back to those stages. I'm gonna just tell y'all that now. So many lines have been crossed. So many people have done things uncharacteristically, done things that they can't come back from, and people have done things that they're going to regret for a good amount of their lifetime. They're going to regret that they did certain things to certain people. They're going to regret that they tried to expose certain people and do things and basically lie for no gain. For no gain. A lot of lies and deceit, all this type of stuff went around. But we got to experience a show before all that went down, and I got more of them. And we'll find ways to throw those in there because, like I said, that show is getting still, like, people still responding to that show. So that's dope. But it actually allows me to go back and watch how I really used to curate conversations and how I used to direct them, and just how much less bickering exists on the panels, less what is the word, vitriol amongst each other to let even people finish their sentences. It was just a different time, and so I know we're not going to get back there, but I am going to do a strong adjustment to try to get back to keeping conversations really, really on point. A lot of the times we come into space, people want to vent, they want to get their thoughts out, their emotions out, all those things, and we let it veer off too much. I am going to make it part of my long-standing mission to make sure that the conversation goes back and flows like those times that y'all remember a long time ago, before we even got to this space that we're in now, and try to make sure we get the conversation consistent throughout the streams, which is hard to do. We got a lot of personalities. We got a lot of people that's trying to get microphone time and things like that. But I think we're going to do a much better job of that. And I'm going to be extremely vigilant of it here. Just because going back, watching that stream with y'all, I got to see just how much more I really took control of certain shows. Was like, nah, we're not doing that. So I'm going to make sure I try to reincorporate that, because those shows brought out like the best. We didn't venture all the way off the Highway 101 and going down East 93rd, like all that. We're not going to be doing that too much. So we're going to definitely try to get all that back on track. But today, okay? Love Doula, what up? Time, what's going on? Jay Villa, what's the word? Man, who is it? Listen, you know what? There's Joshua Jones, man. Himself is talking about you came for the coffee. Well, here's the good news, JJ. I'm going to let that slide today because we're going to be covering a little bit of the coffee today. So I'm going to let that slide because today it has a little bit of a coffee conversation. So we're going to tie that in. I want to get into a breakdown. I want to get into a little bit of a conversation when it comes to, leadership, emotional intelligence, all those things. And if it's even worth it, right? Then we're going to get into this pretty versus average. And what is it? And throughout the show, I want to make sure that we've been listening to each other. Remember, I titled the stream where we're hearing past each other or something of that nature. I want to make sure that we're listening to each other so that the conversations are very much productive and people can't hide behind saying the conversations are not genuine and things like that, because when we're actually listening to each other, we kind of can prove that. And we're going to go over that today. We're going to go over all that today. I cut some of the things out that I wanted to touch on. I said maybe we'll push that another stream. So that's what we're going to do. And shout out to the Water Gang. I know the Water Gang is in here. I know a couple people in here drink coffee. Some people will stroll in here later drinking their Kool-Aid. But no, this is the Water Gang, okay, official. And we in here. And I'm feeling good. Spirits are really, really high. I'm actually amazed that I've been able to maintain a certain level of temperament throughout these months, because a lot of stuff going on. Now, we ain't gonna wait too long. Too Savvy, what up? We're not gonna wait too long. I'm gonna get straight into the show. We're gonna have a good time. We're not gonna be here forever though, because last time I didn't stream for 6 days, so I did a 7-hour stream. I'm not that far behind, so we ain't doing no 7 hours today. Nobody don't even ask for it yet. Nope, it ain't gonna happen. But we're gonna have fun while we're here. Now, the first thing I want to get to is I like to start the show off chill, calm, and nothing crazy, right? Keep it simple, right? And that's what we're going to do today. Make sure everybody take a sip of that water. Whew, I don't know how many of those people had to work so hard to make sure this water came from the spring, but we appreciate y'all, all right? Now, what we going to do here first, pull this one up. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Let me make sure I got everything in order. I don't have an order. Oh, that's what we're going to do. Okay, we're going to get straight to that. Yes, okay, that's what we're going to do. All right, my friends, this is what we're going to do. Ooh, I'm not even sure, because there's a lot of gaslighting that's been going on, and I'm trying to avoid it. I'm trying to avoid touching on that, because I don't want y'all to be gaslit right now. So let's do this. Let's just start it off with a little bit of math. All right. Let's start the show off with a little bit of math. Okay. That's what we're going to have to do. Lou said the water that comes down from the mountains. Yes. You know me. Preferably, I like the little Africans that they get the water from the spring and put it in a bucket. And they trot all the way in to make sure I get that good spring water. That's where I like my water to come from. That's what I prefer. Now, it keeps people employed. I don't know how much they paying out there, but it keeps people employed, okay? Now, let us get into the show. We're going to start it off with a little bit of math. We're going to get into the real man versus a ninja. And we're going to get into it. Is it worth leading? And then pretty versus average. We're going to touch on all of that. I had another thing that I wanted to get into, but I don't think we'll have the time for it. And so we'll have to push that off to another show or something. All right. Now, let's get into this math. All right. We're going to start with the math. How many of you know how to do 2 + 2? 5. See how easy that math was? Is that guy math, girl math, no math? Let's get into the math. All right. T.O., what up? Let's get into the math.
If he won't, find someone who will. Like, if he won't open your door for you, find someone who will. Simple, right? My brother just asked me, does that work for guys too? I was like, of course. So he's like, so if she doesn't cook for me, find someone who will. If she won't do my laundry for me, then find a girl that will. Why does it sound so bad when men say it?
It sounds bad because our society and culture are in a fallen state, and our media has everybody brainwashed into believing that life is about what I want, who owes it to me, and how I get it from them, but not about what I should be providing to others. This is my depiction of a transactional relationship. This is one thing she wants from him, one thing he wants from her, and if you stop there, it's just a negotiation. How much do I have to give to get? More mature relationships are focused on what I can provide. What is it that makes me a quality partner? That's why these conversations about the table are so stupid. Women will say, I am the table, as if he has no needs at all. That's what these princess treatment relationships are. It's just simping with no reciprocation, and it ends when you can't keep it up anymore. So when you say,
why does it sound so bad when men say it?
It is because you are experiencing a demand instead of an offer of support. And that is how the internet pulls consciousness downwards. You might be a unique individual who recognizes multiple valid perspectives, but when you're flipping,
If he won't, find someone who will. Like, if he won't open your door for you, find someone who will.
Yeah, I'm not opening your door. Especially if it's cold, I'm not opening the door. If it's cold, I wouldn't do it. If it's hot outside, then I'll probably do it. But if it's cold, just open your own door. Well, ain't no need for us both to be cold. It's very selfish, okay? It's giving selfish vibes. That's what I'm thinking. And I don't really like selfish vibes. That's the part that I'm getting into, okay? Now, I think it's very, very important that we listen to one another to understand people's thoughts, feelings, emotions, etc. Now, I want to talk about coffee dates because it seems like they've been getting a lot of bad reps lately, right? It seems like they've been getting a lot of like a very much a bad. It's kind of like a negative stigma to these coffee dates, right? And I don't like it. I don't like it. So let's get into it. Let's get into these coffee dates because I'm about sick of these people and their issues with coffee dates, okay? Coffee dates are very, very important, okay? I think you should have a coffee date. And part of the reason why, this part that's frustrating, right? And also, this is why I think if you gonna deny where we going on the date at, then you need to come up with the date. Ain't no need to say where we going on that. I'm like, okay, we're going to get coffee. And you say, I don't want to do that. Then you pick. If I say coffee, then we go to coffee, or you make the decision. Because then you the leader then. Because I'm sick of you saying you want a leader, and then I pick somewhere and you say no. That's that default leadership that we be talking about. So you got to explain to me what's so bad about coffee. Now, I also want you guys to realize two things. I've been having conversations, and one thing that I've been hearing overwhelmingly is that the men are manipulating. The men are manipulating. And I'm not going to say that they're not. I'm not going to say that, all that, but I just hear it a lot. Men are manipulating. And it's bringing a lot of conflicting thoughts to my head. Mula, what up? It's giving a lot of conflicting thoughts. So maybe the non-manipulative women can give me the insight that we're looking for. So let's talk to some of the non-manipulative women, all right? That's what we're going to do here, okay? Let's talk about the coffee, okay? If we go on a coffee, ladies, if a guy asks you to coffee, how would you respond to the coffee? That's what we want to know. How would you respond to the coffee?
If you want to decline a coffee date, say this. Coffee dates are for friends or business meetings. I'm open for drinks. And then see what his response is. He needs to make it happen. Or
did you hear that?
You can say, coffee dates are too platonic for me. I'm looking for something real. You're kind of testing his masculinity.
Did you hear that? I want you to listen to what she said. If someone offers you coffee, and especially if you want to decline, present a statement and then wait for his response. So say some manipulating things and see if that you can get him to do what you want him to do. Not overtly, not direct, talk around it. Manipulate the conversation to try to get what you want. We like honest people. We like straightforward people. That's only if you want to decline the coffee, though. What if you say, I ain't dealing with no coffee no more? I'm truly interested. What if you say I'm not dealing with no coffee no more? What if you say that? Tell us about why not.
Here's why I will never again go on another coffee date. Someone recently asked me out on a coffee date, and I thought about it, and my immediate response that popped into my head was no. And here's why. As a girl, to get ready, it's very, very expensive to actually get ready and look presentable for a date. If you take into consideration the hair products, the makeup products, the skincare products, the outfit, if you're Ubering, if you're driving, the gas to get there. So you're spending all this money on yourself to walk out the door, to show up to a date that's literally worth at maximum $15 to $20. My full face of makeup, because I go to Sephora, quite literally costs more than it is for this person, whoever it would be, to take me on a date. And also what that says to me is that this person does not want to put actual effort into taking me out on a real date. And I'm not saying that this needs to be an extravagant dinner or an extravagant date. I'm not saying it has to be super expensive, but what I do expect is effort and a plan in place. And if I don't even have that, then I'm not going. And if I really want Starbucks, I'll just Uber Eats it to my house. Here's why I will.
Guys don't look like y'all worth going on a date because she has to put on makeup. This is why I like to disagree about who are better communicators, who are more effective communicators. They don't even study guys. You don't even spend no energy understanding what does a guy got to do, what does a guy have to do to get prepared to come on a date. Seeing as for you, you have to put on not deceiving makeup. I'm sorry. You have to put on makeup that brings you joy for yourself, but charge us for it because you was doing it for yourself. Y'all don't use that for us from what y'all told us. And it's expensive makeup because you like expensive makeup. I'm not going to say guys like cheap makeup because that'll be a lie. That is a lie. We actually, I don't know. I can't say we like cheap makeup or not. We don't like necessarily cheap wigs. If you're going to put on a wig or your lace front, make sure that they can't see the little line and whatever the case is and the little baby hairs and all that. And make sure it's, as the ladies say, make sure it's put together well. I don't know. But I don't know why we have to get charged because you have a desire to put foundation and makeup all over your face. Most guys, this is just my honest opinion. If you told a guy, hey, I want to go on this date, I don't want to put on makeup though. Are you okay with that? I really don't know a guy that's going to argue with you about putting on makeup or not. You don't have to put on no makeup. It's not a requirement. Unless you're trying to bring your sales rep. See, the struggle comes from the men being told, look, just be real, be straightforward, be upfront. Don't bring your salesman. Don't do that. Just be yourself. If that's the case, you're going to be yourself, take off the makeup. Just come there, bare bones, and then we don't just come as we are. As they saith in the churches, come as you are. Okay, just come as you are. We accept everybody here. Okay, because most guys are not shutting no dates down. Most guys not turning you down because your nails ain't done. That's your own insecurities. That's your own insecurity. Do men have insecurities? Yes. They have a lot of them. So the amount of effort that it takes for a guy to have charm, to be able to keep you entertained, unfortunately, on the date, to keep you interested, it takes work. You ever met a guy that's bland and you like, oh, he's really boring. The date was boring. So don't we get paid for being able to give and enjoying time to be able to keep you engaged, having a level of intelligence, brilliance, whatever you want to call? Isn't there a charge for that? You're going to charge us for makeup. Can we charge you for, I don't know, our what they call it, Riz or motion? Can we charge for something like that? I'm just curious. We getting charged because you deciding to put on makeup. The men want to start charging y'all as well. Okay, we come there, you laugh, we got you giggling and laughing. Charge is 50 cents. I don't know, $1 per laugh. I don't know what we're going to charge, but we're charging something. This is a capitalist country, and you have every right to charge men. We accept, we understand, but we haven't been charging y'all for years. Just like y'all haven't been able to work for a bunch of years, we haven't been charging y'all for a bunch of years. Y'all used to just default the statement to, well, you a man. And we used to default the statement as, y'all women shouldn't work, y'all women. Now, y'all should work. We were wrong. The men will take acceptance of it. We were wrong. We should have never told y'all women shouldn't work. We was wrong. Y'all should absolutely work. We also want to acknowledge we was wrong for not charging y'all when we go on dates like y'all charge us. So now we are going to correct the action. That's something adults do, just to let you guys know. Something leaders do. When someone is doing an action that is wrong, it's your job as a leader to correct the action. Do not persist. Let me give you an example. Have you guys ever worked somewhere and you have a team there and the team says this, and I know because I've been in these positions, okay? Why do you do it like that? Well, we've always done it that way. That's how we always do it. Y'all ever heard that phrase? That's how we always do it. That's how it's always been done. That's their response to why they're doing those actions, even if they're wrong. Well, let me tell you, when it comes time to correct the action, the conversation goes a little something like, well, I understand that's how you've done it in the past. And even though it's done wrong, it's important that we correct that action and we do the right thing. So in the future, that action will be modeled for the rest of the team going into the future. So that's what we're going to do now. So going forward, because we understand that's what we used to do in the past, going forward, we're going to adjust those actions and we're going to do the right thing. And the right thing is, if y'all going to charge us, we going to charge y'all. It ain't easy it ain't easy being a woman. We accept that. It ain't easy being a woman. Your hair done, makeup done, everything done, cool. It ain't easy being a man that you're interested in. It ain't easy having no charm. It ain't easy creating conversations, getting you going. Most guys, we're gonna just tell y'all the truth. They go on a date, and y'all not that interesting. Y'all not that interesting. The guy we be making the show rock. We be making the show interesting. Y'all be like, oh, he's so funny, and oh yeah, he's so charming. That's right. It's time to charge him, T.O. It's time to charge him. Okay? T.O. in the building says they put on makeup to stay home and take pictures. T.O., I don't believe that. I don't think I've been around a woman that put on makeup, took a picture, and like wiped it off or went to sleep. Women, T.O., women do that? Nah, I'm not. I ain't gonna go that far. I don't know if women put on makeup in the home and not go out. That's wild. I don't think women do that, T.O. I don't know about that one. I can't go that far. If I find out they doing that, they really shouldn't charge us at that point. T.O. says, you know how many other dates I had to go through to become who I am? That's a fact. You know, you mean rejection? You mean that girl telling you no? You got women telling you can't go on coffee, so now we got to hustle up and be able to, yeah, it costs for all this. So, yeah, that's coffee prices. These is 4-star restaurant prices. We charge different. Yeah, I agree to that. We charge different. You have every right not to want to go on the coffee dates. I disagree because I think it's an opportunity for people to not hide behind their lies. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know what their issue is about this coffee. But today we're going to get to the bottom of it. Okay, now this lovely lady here, she wants to get into her perspective on coffee dates, and this is just for the men to listen to women, right? All different types of women, short, tall. I don't even want to say the other stuff because I might get canceled, but for us to listen to women, give our thoughts and hear their thoughts. They're telling us why they don't want to go to coffee. So the first one said, this is how you manipulate your way of this is how you tactfully say things to a man so that he don't take you on a coffee date. Say things like, oh, this is a friend date. I thought we were more. Or, just just smart statements like those to get what they want. The other lady said she's not going on no more coffee dates based upon her cost for engagement. So it cost her too much to put on makeup, and she don't want to go somewhere where if it ain't enough money. If you spending $15 and my makeup costs $60, that ain't gonna work. So that's her excuse. Now we're gonna get into this lovely sister. We're gonna get into this lovely sisters, and she is the breakdown of the show, by the way. She is the breakdown of the coffee. And yes, fellas, that color that she's wearing is blue. In case you're wondering, that color that she's wearing is blue. Harrison, what up? The color is blue. Okay. Now I have one question. Is she wearing makeup in this picture? I can't tell. Is that makeup? I can't really tell. Because then I might have to go back and eat my words. Because if she putting on makeup in the home, and technically this is a video, not a picture, I don't know. I don't know, T.O. We're going to have to argue about this one. I don't think the ladies are just taking on makeup, putting on the makeup and then going to bed for the TikTok. I don't know. But fellas, behave yourselves and be receptive and listen to the women, okay? Be respectful, man. Listen to what the women are telling us so that we understand them of what is wrong with the coffee dates, all right?
So one of my rules is I don't do coffee or drink dates. Now, I
Drinks too?
understand that some women like this or prefer this because it's a quick turnaround, 30 to 45 minutes. If you don't like him, you can get out of there. It works for some people. If you like it, I love it. This video is not for you. Keep scrolling. However, for me, as for me and my household, we're going to have higher standards. I'm talking to this guy, and I'm going to read it to you because we've been talking for a couple days, and he started talking about meeting up. So he said, we should get together over some pear and lychee cocktails soon. And I said, that's really sweet, but I prefer dinner. I like to get dressed up. Now, I always try to say it nicely because I don't want to be like, I don't accept drink dates. Like, you don't have to be mean. You don't have to be, you can be nice about it. But I was
Okay. Let me make sure I understand. You can't dress up to get no. It's people that dress up to walk down the street. So you can't dress up to go. She said she don't do coffee or she don't do drinks. Now I don't drink, so that's even better for me. But no coffee, no drinks. She prefers dinner. And guys, remember what I told you. If you present an idea and they reject your idea, well, they the leader now. You lead on where we going. Don't ask us no questions. Don't ask us where we going because we present the idea. We present where we want to go. We speak. We step up and speak. You reject it. And you say, I'm the real leader. I'm pulling the strings. Either I'm going to manipulate you by saying, oh, that's so sweet. But I was thinking that, because I usually go on dates like coffee with friends because I know that's not like what I'm interested in. I'm looking for something more. How about we go on a dinner date? So when y'all do stuff like that, then y'all pick the place. Now, here's the problem. If y'all pick the place, do y'all got to pay? I'm just wondering. But fair enough. Ladies, I'm going to make sure I'm listening and to understand. I'm listening with a male brain. As they like to say, us male brains may not be as far along as the others. So I'm listening, okay? I'm going to do my very best.
Let's just say I prefer dinner because I like to get dressed up.
And
he said, I see. What type of places do you have in mind? So I sent him a list of places that I've been wanting to try, all sorts of different budgets, okay? It ranges from medium to a little bit higher, all different locations around the city. So
did you notice what she said? So he said, okay, since you don't want my coffee, you don't want my drinks, what you want to do? She said, I'm going to send you the list. She sent the brother the list, and she said it ranges. The range, right? I don't know if that's a range, in my opinion, y'all. If it's medium or high, I don't consider that a range. I consider that options, like two options, medium or high. That's two options. A range would have to low, midpoint, high point, extremely high. I don't consider that a range. but I don't know. I could be wrong. But she said that's the range she decided to give. Anything medium to the high. Acceptable. Okay? Because this partly part of this is female math. So she said it ranged and it was all over the city. So this girl had an idea about places she wanted to try, which means she don't go there by herself. You know how sometimes a lady says, I'm not doing nothing I wouldn't do for myself, or I'm not doing nothing I can't do for myself. So, meaning that you normally do these stuff, but according to you, you presented a bunch of ideas in which you have an experience with a bunch of ranges. But I digress as I'm learning to listen to this sister.
He can choose like what works for him, you know, timing and budget wise. So I sent the list of places. He says, these places sound really nice. I think it'll be fun to get to know each other over some nicer dining options. Here it comes though. But I wanted to let you know of.
Now, I want to ask you guys this. Do you think the man responses are reasonable? The first presentation that she presented to him, he accepted her statement. He was respectful, like, oh, you okay? I'm not mad at that. What was you thinking? He was building. He was communicating. And look, you got to give a woman respect for her being upfront and honest, right? She told you what she not going to do. When a woman tell you what she not going to do, you got to respect it, okay? So let's acknowledge that. She was upfront and kept it real.
These places sound really nice. I think it'll be fun to get to know each other over some nicer dining options. Here it comes though. But I wanted to let you know up front that if we were to meet at one of those places, I'm comfortable splitting the check. I usually will do drinks or something on the simpler end for the first meetup to see if there's a connection first. So my thing is...
Oh Lord. So, fellas, it seems the brother, he comes from an educated backup. He says, look, from the list of places in which you gave me, in which I could choose from, which are places that you have a desire to go, I respect that. And I just want to be upfront with you and let you know I have no problem splitting the bill. It's not a problem for me at all. What I typically, because you told me what you wanted to do, you said in your home, you raised the standards. You all about lifting the standards. So you raised the standards. You kept it real. Now, what he did was he met you where you were at and he said, you're keeping it real. You're keeping it up front. Let me tell you what I usually do. Because you said you like to get all dressed up and that's what you usually do. But now the man is going to tell you what he usually does. I usually go and get something like coffees or drinks to see if there's a connection. Because remember, according to Pop the Balloon, once a guy walks out and the girl go, pop, and then the lady, okay, tell me why you popped your balloon. Well, I just didn't feel the connections. Like, I didn't think we vibe well. Like, I didn't feel that. And the attraction wasn't there. So she immediately can figure that out. So for the gentleman, what he is saying for him is he takes you somewhere like coffee, a drink to find out if we have a connection, because we know ladies can determine something very quickly. We watched that Pop the Balloon show, pop, 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 before the man spoke. So we know that y'all make connections quickly. So we need to go and do the man thing and figure out if this is something that, we want to invest even more into, right? So that is what the brother is saying. I think the brother is fair to state that. And I am pretty sure that she will be more than respectful of this. As you know, gentlemen, it's usually the men that are less likely to want to negotiate and be understanding. So I'm pretty sure this woman will be very understanding, and she'll want to try to figure out if they have some level of chemistry to determine if they should go to more expensive dates and whatnot. Let's get back to it.
So my thing is, I don't like the coffee or drink date because they're trying to audition you to see if you are worth an actual dinner. This is the thing for me. Like, I know men, the number one thing men are judging you off of is your looks, right? When they see you, they meet you, they're going to be like, okay, how beautiful is she? Is she put together? Do I find her attractive, right? That's the number one thing. Your personality may come second, sure, but the first thing is how you look, right?
Can I ask y'all something? I'm sorry. Let me just get to the big screen for just a second. As a man, right? We've been having conversations, and growing up, I would always hear women say, like, I care about personality first. I care about personality first. And I'm just going to be honest with y'all. I'm starting to think these women are just a higher level of intelligent liars. I ain't going to even say manipulators. Higher level intelligent liars. The thing about women making their own money is it not only gave them freedom from men, according to them, it also gave them the ability to reveal themselves and for who they truly are. When they were restricted to dependent on a man, they had to acquiesce. Now that they have the option to deal with a man or not in modern times, because everybody's modern, I don't care what none of these people say, unless you driving around in a Cadillac with some church shoes on, I don't want to hear nothing from you. So when you look at it like that, what I've learned is this: watching these dating shows, watching the Pineapple Show, a whole bunch of other shows like that, Pop the Balloon, you'll find that women are extremely tied to looks. They very much judge men on their looks first. They very much judge men on their looks first, just like men judge women on their looks first. We're visual people. That's just the truth. So let's acknowledge that. Let's not make it a man thing. You judging looks too. How many times have we heard, girl, so tell me about him. Is he cute? Yeah, girl. So y'all got to stop this. All right. Let's just be honest. That's what's happening now. The money that y'all make for yourself have revealed y'all truest desires in your truer and more authentic self. Right. And we found that y'all pop those balloons when somebody ain't attractive. Y'all not feeling the vibes. Now, also what we found is that men are with women that might not be the most attractive woman in the world, but she might be nicer to him. She might be kind. She may connect better. So men are making decisions way more than just your looks. They are. So to just highlight that and limit it, the other aspects, fine, but whatever. That's totally fine. I just wanted you to know y'all do the same thing. You know how I know y'all do the same thing? Because y'all lack honor, principles, unless it's instilled to you by a man. So, for example, your answer to everything is, well, men do it too. Your answer to everything is, well, men do it too. So, therefore, you do because somebody else do. So, if men go off of looks, so y'all going to go off of looks too. It is what it is. Now, that's her argument for what he said, guys. That's the argument.
They meet you, they're going to be like, okay, how beautiful is she? Is she put together? Do I find her attractive, right? That's the number one thing. Your personality may come second, sure.
I also want to say this, and then we'll get right back to it. Women also say they can come outside bummy with, what's that thing that they put on their hair to cover their hair? What is it called? They was talking about it at the airports. They come out with the sweatpants, bummy, wearing the hair wrap. What is that hair wrap called? What is it? Dang it, what is it called? There it is. Jay Villa got it. A bonnet, right? And y'all say this: I could be coming out bummy, hair all messy, sweatpants on, and these men will still be falling all over me and still be following me to the grocery store. So y'all be telling us too much information, and we starting to think y'all lie too much, or we call it high quality lying at this point. Let's just be honest. So now it's, oh, does she look good? Y'all say we want y'all regardless. Y'all words, not ours. Whether you're bummy, ain't got your hair done, nails done, everything done, we still want y'all. So y'all got to stop trying to mislead people about what men actually do, because according to y'all, we do all of that. Whether you look good, whether you look bummy, whether your hair done, your hair not done, nails not done, whether you're wearing a purse, not wearing a purse, whether you're wearing jeans, wearing dresses, the men are after y'all according to y'all. Y'all hiding from them. So part of what you're saying is a little misleading. I just want to say that.
But the first thing is how you look, right? So with that in mind, my NARS Radiant Creamy Concealer costs $32. Okay?
It's the same thing the other girl said.
On a full face of expensive makeup, do my hair, make sure my nails are done, make sure there's no hair on my body, and then come and spend 2 hours of my time talking to you for an $8 coffee or a $16 cocktail.
Now, I'm going to be honest now. Now, making sure there's no hair on her body, the plumber dude did say he don't mess with chicks with hair on their arms. So I give you that one, because y'all like the six-figure guys. He was a plumber. He makes six figures. He got his own spot downtown and all that before y'all got his job fired. But outside of the hair, removing all the hair, which I don't know how much it costs to get a hair removal or whatever the case is. I don't know. I give you that one. Get rid of all that hair, though. Those high-value plumbers, they don't like hair on your arms. But all that other stuff, you just said the same thing the other girl said. Y'all charging us for things that we don't request of y'all. Y'all charging us for your makeup? But if we tell you, hey, look, it's all good, we charging y'all for this charm. You know how I would argue this. Oh, fellas, y'all tell me if y'all agree with this. Y'all tell me if y'all agree with this. I would argue 99% of women have access to makeup, meaning all of them have access to makeup, which they're charging us for, right? So I would argue that makeup is a dime a dozen, right? Everybody can get makeup. But listening to women, and you tell me if this is a fair thing to think, I don't know, you guys hold me accountable. It's much less intelligent and charming men, much less, according to women themselves, way less than the amount of makeup there is for them to access. All the women can get makeup, all of them, but I would say women are saying the large majority of men are not charming and they're not good looking. So if you find a guy attractive and he's charming, don't you think the cost for an attractive, charming guy should cost more than a woman wearing makeup? Is that a fair thing? Guys, do you think that's a fair compare? Like, is that fair? I'm just wondering. I mean, because I think I don't know. Because we haven't heard women say, I don't want a charming guy. I don't want a good looking guy. We have heard men say, I don't require makeup. I don't require nails done and all these things. So men have reduced the price of all the things y'all paying for and say, I don't need it. Y'all have factually agreed with the men and said, we go outside bummy. We go outside without our hair done, nails done, and they still want us. They still want us. So we have validated that we are removing charges for y'all. So even the things y'all's charging us for, we saying we don't even need that. Y'all not telling us we don't have to be charming no more. Y'all not telling us we don't have to be good looking. So I think it costs more and it's less of us. The way that supply and demand works is the less is more. So we charging y'all more. And I think is that male logic? I don't know, but I think it's more reasonable. That's just my honest opinion. It's more reasonable. Are you going to charge us for what you're wearing now? I don't know. She might charge us for that.
Be oh so for real. Let's take it even deeper.
Go deeper.
When women go out with a man that they do not know, they take a huge risk.
Go ahead.
Men are crazy. Okay, do you watch the news? Like 1 in 5 men are violent. He could unalive you. He could RAPE you. He could stalk you. He could harass you if he feels like it. Like, it is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. When you go out with a man, you have to share your location with your mom and your friend. You have to send a screen recording of his Hinge profile and the conversation that you guys had so that if you go missing, they have context.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so you just gonna throw all that out there? You just gonna throw all that out there. Now, I'm gonna just ask you one question, and I want to see who'll be honest. Ladies, because I see Sugar Bum is here. If yesterday you were outside and you left your home to go to work, did you pass at least 10 or 20 men? Did you pass at least 10 or 20 men? If you did so and nothing happened to you, is it fair to take that small sample size of 10 or 20 men, even though I think it's more, and they did nothing to you, to extrapolate that to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we chill on? Is it fair to say 2,000 men have walked past you in a close enough proximity while you solo dolo? No law enforcement angel on your shoulder. You wearing your purse by yourself. Is it fair to say you have walked past 2,000 men and they have done absolutely nothing to you, and they have physical access to you? Is it fair to extrapolate that even more and say, let's say nothing happened to you for 6 months? Is it fair to say you walked past 17,000 guys and nothing has happened to you? Is it fair if you leave your home to go to work? Is it fair to say that that has occurred? Extrapolate that to 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. You telling me you've walked or at least 150,000 opportunities for the man to have done something and they have not done that. Is it possible? This is male math. I don't know. Is it possible to go? You probably exaggerating or overreacting because you're speaking about possibilities. Well, as far as we know is this, it only takes one. It only takes one. And I have to let you know, one woman could do some damage to a guy. She could do a damage to a guy. So it's just one woman. So all that, the possibilities, one woman could hurt the guy too. Can do something to a guy too. So I'm sorry, it goes both ways. Just because you feel that it does not mean that you are correct, my friend. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to call BS on that statement because you take a huge risk going on a date. So to be fair, is your argument that if I pay you $150 for hold on, I want you guys to listen to that one more time. I'm sorry. I want you guys to listen to that one more time. Here you go. I want you guys to listen to that one more time.
Women go out with a man that they do not know. They take a huge risk.
Mm-hmm.
Men are crazy. Okay, do you watch the news? Like 1 in 5 men are violent. He could unalive you. He could RAPE you. He could stalk you. He could harass you if he feels like it. Like it is.
Real quick, can somebody get me the stat of 1 in 5 men are violent? I've never in my life heard 1 in 5 men are violent. I don't know where you got that from. I don't know who told you 1 in 5 men are violent. I don't know where you got that from. But I would like to know. I would like to know. Because I have not heard. But the argument is, and see Sugar Bum in here acting up. But Sugar, that's my girl, so I'm going to let it slide. But the argument is this. They are taking a huge risk. Listen to the risk that they're taking because we're crazy, guys. Just listen.
Huge risk. Men are crazy. Okay, do you watch the news? Like 1 in 5 men are violent. He could unalive you. He could RAPE you. He could stalk you. He could harass you if he feels like it. Like it is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. When you go out with a man, you have to share your location with your mom and your friend. You have to send a screen recording of his Hinge profile and the conversation that you guys had so that if you go missing, they have context.
Mm-hmm.
You have to text your friend every half an hour while you're with him to let her know that you haven't been beheaded. You have to take an Uber so that he doesn't know what kind of car you have, and just in case he's crazy. And then when you get home, you have to text somebody to tell them that you made it home alive.
Got you. So guys, part of me listening to women, listening to understand, is I hear what she's saying, and I would argue that that's fair, that some people have to do that. I'd argue that most people are not doing that. But if that's the extent in which you want to go to protect yourself, I have no problem with that. Here is, after listening to what you said, right? Let me tell you how my mind computes that, okay? Shout out to Calm Down Jack. He's crusty, broke, and definitely gets no cheeks. Says, Degeneracy 2024, let's go. Sugar Bum, don't start. Don't you start, Sugar. I have somebody time you out. You better stop acting up. Now, I have to say this. This is what make women look so bad, right? If that's what you have to deal with, leave men alone. And listen, I have no problem with you ending up like Vivica Fox or anything like that. Just leave the men alone. I have no problem with that. But if the argument is you should take me to dinner because I'm willing to take the risk for some food that I can buy on my own. For some food I can buy on my own, boo-boo. You got to take me to a nice restaurant for me to be able to take the 1 in 5 unalive and possibly RIPE me, all that kind of stuff. Cool. How much money you want for you to take that risk? Because let me just tell you this. If someone told me this the risk you're going to have to take, and this could happen to you, this could happen to you, and I believed that there was a high probability of that occurring, I would not go on no dates. I would not let nobody offer me no food to take that risk. I would not let nobody offer me no food to take that risk. Hey, yo, so what's up? Hey, look, I just want to let you know, hey, look, I got this place. I want you to meet up. It's some good food there, but on your way, it's a possibility that they may do this to you. 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 But you got your own money, your own bag. Are you willing to come out and take that risk? Because I paid the $75, $100 for you to eat this food. You want to do it? No, I'm cool. I'm cool. I just buy the food myself. I'm not willing to take that risk, but that is the male math. If you're telling me the female math is, I might as well go ahead and risk it. At least he buying me dinner. Y'all got it. Look, y'all got it. Y'all just as smart as y'all say y'all are. Y'all just as smart as y'all say y'all are. Because if y'all got your own money, y'all can buy the food yourself. The risk that y'all just said is there. Oh my God, call my mama and my other family members. You should not be calling your mom anyways, because if you scared, it's because you saying you a woman. Why are you calling? Why are you giving your mom your location? Well, what's she gonna do? You probably should give it to your brother, your dad, or your uncle or something. But that's just the male math for it, right? Now, y'all and the ladies, y'all willing to take that risk? All the little BS stuff that she said, this could happen and this could happen, because men are crazy. When we factually know that women are crazier than men and they have to overcompensate because they don't have certain access to physical advantages, so they have to overcompensate, I'd say they're crazier than men. And women think they're crazier and more manipulative than men are, okay? We're going to get to that. Oh, Lord, we're going to get to that, okay? Shout out to HG, says, masterful connection, sir. I'm just doing the male math, my friend. That's all I'm doing here, because I'm trying to respect her and listen and understand her, and then giving her my thoughts. And if she ever want to come on the show, she can share her ideas why she thinks her daughter should take the risk as well to go get some food. Because I'm going to just tell you like this. I got all this money myself. I'm not taking no risk to go get no food. You out your mind. And you over here advocating for your daughter to take that risk for you to get some food. And you got my girl DB in the chat. Everybody knows I love me some DB. You got my girl Sugar Bum acting up in the chat talking about, yeah, she might as well take the risk for some food. Okay. And this is what's sad, because the argument is I'm not taking no risks for no coffee or no drink. But if you take me to a restaurant that I like, all those risky things that exist, it's cool. It's not that bad. But we the ones with the math that's off. Okay. We the ones with the math that's off. Okay. Keep going.
And then when you get home, you have to text somebody to tell them that you made it home alive. Men aren't doing that. They don't have to worry when they meet a woman that they do not know that their lives will be in danger.
No.
Quite the contrary, men benefit from just being seen with you in public, okay?
Whoa. This girl is a special type of something. Let me just tell you something. Legend has it out in the Bay Area, right? And y'all can tell me what city y'all from and whatnot, but I'm from the Bay. And see, where I grew up at, there was always like some pretty little chick. We call her an SUA. And that is short and abbreviated for set up artists. If you think men don't have to worry about possibly getting set up in a predict after y'all already proven that y'all willing to lie, manipulate, so y'all don't have to go on no coffee date. Y'all already proved it. Y'all already got y'all manipulation tactics set in stone. I'm telling you, a good amount of men will tell you. A lot of people that they know gone because he was lured into a situation. Okay? So we just fundamentally disagree. And because you're a masterful communicator, because you are masterfully explaining how the ladies, because that's probably your audience, and I know you're trying to speak to men to get us to learn. I want you to understand this. Because we don't experience the same thing you experience does not mean that we don't experience danger. We don't experience danger in which the way that you experience danger, but we absolutely experience danger. And it ultimately, a lot more of the times, although the women are not the main culprit of the physical so-called danger, they are typically part of the dangers that comes from dealing with them, whether they set us up, whether they send us to jail, whether they put us in compromising positions, etc., whether they say, I want a crash dummy. So will you protect me? Will you protect me? I know I got a mouth on me. I know I talk reckless. That's why I need a soldier. I need somebody that's going to ride. I need a real man. Whether we are put into these circumstances just because y'all want us to accommodate what y'all go through, there are things that we go through as men too. And we know that y'all don't care or tend to listen to us because y'all very rarely go, these are the dangers that I have found that men go through. This is what it is. And look, you got Sugar in there lying, talking about I'm making stuff up. Sugar, what am I making up? And look, the fellas in the chat will tell you right now, look, it's some women, I don't even let them know where I live. I don't even let people know where I live. Guy or girl, I protected myself. So y'all acting like y'all the only ones that don't want to let people know where y'all live. Y'all ain't the only ones. And y'all keep acting like y'all princesses and y'all don't do nothing. This is wild. But because I have to listen to this lovely young lady, I want to hear her side.
Okay, if you are beautiful, poised, well-dressed, it reflects well on him. People look at him and they think, oh, wow, he must be the man. Ooh.
You can't be serious. Have you ever seen a woman with Oh my gosh. Do you not realize you just said how attractive she is, what she's wearing? Do you not realize women will tell you, oh my God, he looks so good in that suit. I love a man in uniform, etc., etc. What are you talking about? You can get tons of compliments. You got a real good one. You got a real winner right there. You get compliments just for being with a man. What are you talking about? You will pay $1,000 to be next to Chris Brown. I digress. But the point of it is that's y'all math. And this is why we're not adding up to 100. This is why we're not adding up to 100, because y'all math is different from our math. And I'm trying my best to make sure our math is on par. But I'm struggling right now. I ain't gonna lie. I'm struggling right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am struggling because I'm trying to listen to you, but the things you're saying is you making it seem like, man, you ain't never heard of him. Oh, he's so charming. He's so sharp. Oh, girl, he's so smart. You don't think you benefit from that? Man, I tell you, y'all will do anything to undermine the greatness of men. You will do anything to undermine the greatness of men. Anything. And I ain't mad at you for trying, because if I wanted a man to spend his money on me for a date, after telling him, oh, by the way, T.O., I want you to take me on this date, but I know you crazy, you could be, and you could do this to me, this, that, but if you spend $150, I go still. I still go. I know what I said is wild type crazy. I know I said it's dangerous situation you could put me in, but for $120, $150, I'll let you go ahead and take me to the restaurant. It's worth it. It's worth taking the risk. Okay. Whew, we. And listen, and she don't want you to dress bummy, by the way. This is why it's crazy, because she's sitting there talking about you look good, this, that. Women are always talking about your shoes not hitting. You don't dress well. So if a man's shoes is hitting and he dressed well, how they don't benefit you if that's things that women notice? Never mind. We get back to the video, because I'm talking too much. What is it called? Male math. I'm talking too much male math.
Well dressed, it reflects well on him. People look at him and they think, oh wow, he must be the man. Ooh, he probably has money. You know what? He's probably a good guy if he can pull her. And this is especially so if you are more attractive than him. If he's fugly or he's overweight or he's short, they're like, oh yeah, he must have money in order to be able to pull a baddie like that. So my thing is, like, what's in it for women? We've already spent more money than you by just putting our makeup on. We're in danger. Like, what's in it for us? So then all of that, plus this man is a pharmacist. Okay, you mean to tell me you make upwards of $150,000 per year, but you can't take me to $120 to maybe $200 dinner, 2 drinks, an appetizer, 2 entrees, and a dessert? Like, and that kind of thing. Look.
Does it sound like she's trying to spend his money for him? My curiosity exists. Does it sound like because she knew what his job was, right? Sound like that's part of what got you there. So it sounds like getting you to that job, you think he should pay $120, $150. It sounds like you count people's pockets to me. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate you counting the man's pockets. It's not right. Let me see here.
Okay, you mean to tell me you make upwards of $150,000 per year, but you can't take me to $120 to maybe $200 dinner, 2 drinks, an appetizer, 2 entrees, and a dessert? Like, and that kind of thing. Look, men are supposed to be on their like best behavior when they're doing a first interaction with a woman. Like, that is when they are at their absolute best. So if he's being cheap now for a first interaction, he's going to be cheap on your birthday.
Fellas, do you feel like women really hear you sometimes? Do you believe that women actually know men? Is that what you believe? Let me tell you why it's hard having these conversations, right? Because this is what the ladies will tell you. They not gonna act like they gonna tell you that we're not manipulative. They gonna tell you it's the men, right? But isn't it crazy, right? A woman will say this, right? This is what we call double talk, triple talk, right? Girl, you got to be careful. These men, they be taking you on dates, buying stuff, spending their mama's credit card just to impress you. Yeah, they be spending money they ain't even got like that just to impress you. Don't fall for it, girl. Don't do it. Same girl. Look, if a man don't go out and be on his best behavior on the first date, trying to trick you and manipulate you, because that on the first date they have to be on their best behavior. Well, if he don't do that, then he ain't a real man. Oh, and then a woman will say, well, if a man decides to take us on a date where he can't hide behind his money because we had coffee, he can't hide behind anything because it's just me and you here, and we got to talk and figure out how we can build a conversation. Do we have conversational skills? Then you say he's cheap. So one, you don't want to be manipulated by somebody that's going to fake like they getting money, fake like they have access to all these things. You don't want that. Then you don't want a man that tells you, look, I ain't gonna even try to front and use money to impress you. I ain't trying to use nothing. We just gonna go and see if we can actually build. Because the guy told her, I want to see if there's chemistry there. I want to see if there's a bond, before we can get into that other stuff. Because to me, it just makes sense. So y'all tell us two different things and want two different outcomes, and both ones we wrong. If we spend too much money and go crazy, well, look, you spent a lot of money. You didn't even have it like that. You shouldn't be trying to impress me or be on your best behavior. Just be yourself. I want somebody that's real and honest and upfront. Guy, real honest upfront. Look, if you want to go to those fancy restaurants, we can go 50-50 with the bill on that. Because I think that it's best that we go somewhere where we can't hide behind your looks. You can't get makeup and dolled up and all dressed up like you want to. Right? It's wild type crazy to me, okay? It's wild type crazy. And I'm just saying, you told us that you want to put on makeup, dress all fancy to manipulate us on a date. We then told you, we don't want you wearing no makeup. We don't want you dressing all fancy. Just be your authentic self. Are you afraid that that's not enough for us? Oh, I'm sorry. We've already told y'all. Well, y'all already told us. Bonnets, sweatpants, y'all, we still chasing y'all down at the Target store. So if the problem doesn't sound like it's with us, it sounds like it's with y'all, because y'all telling us not to stunt, not to show off and try to lead with our money and act like we this and that and all big and bad and on our best. Just be us. So if we go to remove the money and say, here's $10 drink, whatever, let's talk. See if we really connect. Because y'all said y'all want a man of substance, right? Y'all want a man that actually has a mind, right? Not hide behind you looking at the menu for about 30 minutes because you can't even pronounce some of the language. So I'm just saying it's that devil talk that the men are getting. And y'all think y'all slick at doing this to us until y'all run into a man that don't allow y'all to devil talk him. That's the frustrating part about it. Y'all think a man can be sassy because he has the ability to not let you devil talk him, hold you accountable for trying to manipulate him, and don't allow it. And y'all get mad at him. That's what I noticed. Y'all might disagree, but that's what I noticed. Okay, T.O. says, dinners are for my girl, not random broads. Sounds like a fair statement to me, because y'all say, I do that for my man. I don't know you like this. Fair. Men have their rights. Y'all have y'all rights. So at the end of the day, who is going to win this battle if y'all want to keep trying to manipulate us?
He's going to be cheap on Christmas, like that kind of thing. That only gets worse. It never gets better. That is the type of man that's going to want you to work full time, pay half the rent when you guys move in together, do the majority of the housework because he doesn't want to hire a housekeeper, raise the kids, plan most of the things. And then after you do your 16-hour shift of labor, he's going to want you to be happy and sexy for him, for his pleasure that night. Like, that's the kind of life you're looking at. So you know what? Good for this man for asserting his boundary. He did it very nicely. And
thank you.
It showed me what his attitude or approach is when it comes to dating new women. And ultimately it gave me the opportunities to choose. And I have my boundaries too. So I chose to not accept it. And so I didn't respond or anything. I didn't bargain with him or try to justify anything. I just quietly unmatched him because I wasn't gonna let him play in my face. But obviously if you're on TikTok, this is not irregular discourse. This is very popular. The Red Pill podcast men are always talking about all of these things. So like, it's not uncommon. Like, men are trying to get away with this days. They're trying to see what they can do. They're trying to get at you for less than $20. Okay, so the pharmacist tried to give me a coffee date on a Friday. Saturday, a surgeon took me to a beautiful dinner with a view. The next day after that, this other man took me to this food event where the tickets were $250 because he wanted us to have VIP. So don't feel scarce about it, because there are plenty of men, there are a plethora of men that would be more than happy to show you a good time. So never settle. Date until you find the best man for the job, and you got this. That's my TED Talk.
Do you feel accomplished, ladies? Do you feel like she led y'all down the right path? Do you feel like it? Do you feel like she led y'all down the right path? Because what I heard her say is she went on a date with a surgeon and he took her to a nice fancy restaurant. She went on another date with another guy and the tickets were $250. They were VIP. This is what she's saying. I have no problem with it. She should absolutely go for what is best for her. But the problem is, because they say that we are, I think DB said this. DB knows she shouldn't say this, but she said it anyway. I am excluding her experience. I'm not excluding her experience at all. I've actually acknowledged it multiple times. Her experience is it's dangerous. So if you buy me expensive food, I'll take the danger. That's her experience. And if you didn't hear that, we heard two different things. Now, she's actually bypassing the male experience. And she said we heard it on a podcast. This is how I know these things are going on, because I heard it on a podcast. The same women will say men don't ask for your body count in real life. So you're choosing to accept some things on the podcast as real life and then say other things are not in real life that are on podcasts. Yes, the math is not mathing. And then the other part is it's more than fair to say, she said, these are the type of guys that are cheap on gifts because they are, what is the exact thing? They are very particular in how in which they go about spending their money. So they're going to be cheap on Christmas because they took you to a coffee place or drinks. Yeah, I heard what you said. It's okay. We just disagree. Now, this comes down to the coffee. Days. I wanted y'all to understand from my perspective, some of the guys in here chatting it up, their perspective on how when y'all decline coffee dates or short, simple dates, how y'all complain about both. If we take you on an expensive date and we front and we pretend like we got it like that, y'all basically like we front like we got it, leading with our wallet. If we take you somewhere cheaper or a place where we can't hide behind our wallet, we then cheat or this or that. So it's kind of like a lose-lose situation. The math just does not math. And that's just how we're going to take it from there, okay? The math just does not math, okay? Now, let me see where we're going to get to next. No, we don't want to get into the real man versus the ninja just yet. What we're going to get into is pretty versus average. That's what we can get into. We can get into pretty versus average right here. Let me pull it up. All right. Pretty versus average, okay? DB says men and women complain about each other. What is the issue? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely. It makes the world go round and round like a merry-go-round, okay? Shouts out to Calm Down Jack, crusty, broke, and definitely gets no cheeks. Says credit for AO if he opens the panel later and the ninjas hop on the buffoonery train. Support beef for life. That's a pause moment right there, Jack. Pause. You're gonna have to pause yourself right there, Jack. Okay, pause. You got to take that beef thing out of your lingo right now. Okay, take it out. We're not doing that right now. It's a bad idea. So this we're gonna get into, fellas. Pretty versus average. Let's get into it. Where's it at? It is. Nope, that's not it. Here we go. Here we go. Let's take a listen.
Particularly attractive women are almost a different species than your average woman.
They go through life with a completely different experience, and it's not all negative. I'm not saying it in a negative way. A lot of it, there's a lot of perks to it, but the main kind of ramification of being beautiful is you're a commodity or you're a threat. One or the other. You polarize people. People are never neutral to a beautiful woman. You can never just see a beautiful woman and she just walks past you and you're neutral. You can do that with average women, neutral. And then she has to earn your either respect or disrespect. She has to do something to cause that reaction in you. As a beautiful woman, you can do absolutely nothing and you can incite intense hatred in either men and women, mainly women, but even men. They might see a really beautiful woman and intensely start to criticize her so that they almost kind of skip the rejection part. Unconsciously, they're rejecting her before she can reject them. So they might say things like, oh, she wears so much makeup. This is or, oh, I bet she's had so much. It's their way of unconsciously kind of diminishing her before she has the chance to do that to them. Or they'll be hyper positive about her. So there might be men who really put her on a pedestal. There might be women who want to be just like her. And either or is just not a fair place to be in. So the beautiful women either over-identify with being beautiful, make that their entire personality and go down that career, or they get really, if they're trying not to make that their career, not make that identity, they suffer in the form of
particularly attractive women.
All right, so you guys kind of heard how she breaks down pretty versus average, right? There is kind of a short issue with the pretty versus average, right? And we're gonna get into that in just a moment. We gonna get into that in just a moment. Pretty versus average, right? Shout out to Tio. He says dates for Sugar Bum is a bottle of a Henny Pack, Black and Miles, and Night of Tubi. Dang, that's cold. That's cold. See, look. One day Sugar Bum gonna cam up and y'all gonna take back all these things y'all said about it. I'm telling y'all now. One day Sugar Bum is gonna cam up and she gonna be like, what you gotta say to me now? She gonna say, talk to me nice. Cause I'm gonna just tell y'all now. Some of these trolls, they might shock you. I'm gonna just tell you that now. Some of these trolls, y'all be thinking that they not what they are. But y'all gonna learn. Sugar Bum, I'm laughing because it's funny. And you, out of all people, have a sense of humor. I don't want to hear nothing from you. I don't want to hear nothing from you. We get to laugh at you too, okay? Shout out to Nightish. Appreciate the super sticker in the building. But we just working here. Now, this is why this is very important. Pretty versus average. Extremely, extremely important. And I'm about to tell y'all why. But first, I got to find the actual video. Okay, here it is. I actually have the video. Let me pull it up right here. Here we go. Here it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Okay, so let's get into the pretty versus average in the complicated part about it, right? The complicated part about pretty versus average is, what will they tell you about pretty? It's subjective, right? Have you guys had that conversation? Oh, how do you know I don't look good to this person or look good to that person? They get into the somebody says, is that your mom? Yeah, they're very loud in the background. That's normal. Okay. They can't help that. We'll get into that later, okay? But part of the problem is when you look at pretty versus average, how do you decipher what pretty is? If it's subjective, how do you determine what pretty is? Is it really subjective? And the main ones telling us that you can't say I'm ugly, I might be pretty to this person, is subjective, are the ladies. Most of the guys, we don't argue subjective. We go, yeah, pretty, yes, it's default. We know pretty, but y'all tell us it's subjective. So I want to hear how y'all determine if somebody pretty or average. This is that double talk that these ladies be doing, y'all. This is that double talk, okay? Now, this woman here says Being ugly is easier than being attractive. Here's why.
Man, I don't care what anybody say. Ugly people have it easier. And I wanted to make that statement first, right? And just give a little disclaimer. I use the word ugly because it's catchy, right? If you see the title, oh my gosh, she's calling someone ugly, right? Me personally, I don't think anybody is ugly. Are there lesser attractive people? Yes, everyone is less attractive than someone. You get what?
Oh, this is y'all leader. I love this math. So she says she put it in the title to be catchy. No problem. We understand it's YouTube or TikTok, wherever you at. That's normal. Okay. Now, she is saying it's no one is actually ugly. This is her. This is what she literally just said. All right, this look here. This is y'all leader, Sugar Bum. This y'all leader right now, okay? They leading y'all calls. I'm holding it down for the fellas right now. She said nobody's actually ugly, but there are lesser attractive people. And she really mean women because she's talking about women. I don't think a woman's going to argue her looks versus a guy looks too much. But that's what the argument is. Lesser attractive people, okay? That's what she said. And we going to get into that, okay? HD says women can be fine and still get roasted for being disrespectful. Oh, we seen it. Pop that balloon show. It don't matter. Whether you look good, don't look good, it don't matter. Don't matter. You can get this work, all right? Because women looking good is everywhere in Los Angeles. Just walk outside. Just walk outside Los Angeles, and there they go. Ta-da! There's attractive women everywhere. Okay, I'm trying to get my St. Louis accent on. Everywhere, okay? You have to understand that. But this is what she said. Less attractive women.
What I'm saying? So let me just make that disclaimer there. But for the purpose of this video, I'm going to be giving my reasons why I think ugly people have it easier than attractive people.
Okay, go ahead.
And we're just going to be chilling right now. I just got finished running the beach. That's why I look a little crazy. I'm tired. I'm just chilling. I wanted to make this video and see what you guys think. As an attractive person, from my experience, I feel like people...
So she's going to tell you from her experience as an attractive woman, okay? So, mind you, her nails are done. So don't y'all come at her with none of that nonsense. Nails done. She got a sky roof. So she doing what she do, okay? So just be respectful, fellas. She basically is going to give the men the insight. This is for the insight of what a woman goes through when they are attractive like herself, okay? So fellas, be respectful.
As an attractive thing. As an attractive person, from my experience, I feel like people, well, I have experience. People will go out their way to criticize you. Like, they don't even have to know you or whatever. And especially in like friend groups, people will go the extra mile. And when I mean extra, like the extra jump, leap, run, skip, airplane to criticize you, to try to make you feel some type of way. You get what I'm saying? As to like a less attractive person, I feel like people just don't even recognize them. Like amongst their like group of friends, they're not recognized outside of that. So they could be walking, they don't get dirty looks or anything like that. And that's another thing with less attractive people. I feel like they always have a good group of friends. Like,
okay, we gotta speed. You kind of talk kind of slow. Very attractive woman. I'm gonna speed you up a little bit. So she said they have less attractive women always have attractive friends. Is that what she said? Hold on, guys. I want to make sure I heard that right. Let me see. Hold on.
Attractive person. I feel like people just don't even recognize them. Like amongst their like group of friends, they're not recognized outside of that. So they could be.
Okay, got you. So she basically said, if you're not attractive, you get to sneak away. You get to sneak around in the world. You get to disappear. Nobody gets to notice you, right? You get to blend in with society, right? But when you're an attractive woman, people automatically take a diametric approach to you, meaning you're really, really hot and they're going to be mean to you, or they're going to be nice to you. Like they're going to pick one side of the spectrum. They're not going to just let you exist. That's basically what she's stating. And she's giving us this perspective as an attractive woman. Okay. This is her perspective as an attractive woman. Respect, believe all women. Believe all women. Okay. That's what we're doing here. She's giving the perspective, and that is definitely what we're going to do right now. All right. Fair is fair.
You walk in, they don't get dirty looks or anything like that. And that's another thing with less attractive people. I feel like they always have a good group of friends. Like attractive people, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna hear we're struggling to make friends. We don't have any friends, or we have that one friend, 1 or 2 friends. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, like in that aspect, you guys have it easy, man. Like easy as an attractive person. If you're not in a relationship, bro, you're going to be lonely. You're going to be.
So look here, attractive women, ladies, this is y'all leader right now. If you're attractive, for all the women in the chat that say, I look good, if you are an attractive woman and you ain't got no man, we know you lonely. We know you you're down bad. We know you down bad, right? She just said it. She said it, and we believe all women. She said that they down bad. They down bad right now. So ladies, if y'all in the chat talking about, I ain't got no man, I don't need no man, and you say, you claim that you good looking, we know you lonely. Why? Because the leader, she's the leader of y'all right now, says that you're lonely. You're lonely. And now we know why y'all always stressed out. That's why y'all always stressed out. Now, fellas, stop stressing. Fellas, we ain't got to stress no more. We ain't got to stress no more. Now we know why these attractive women always got that resting, is it called RBF? Right? Now we know why they got that face, fellas, because they lonely. It's lonely at the top of the attractive hierarchy position. And they that's why women be, secretly walking outside, wearing sweatpants and stuff, because they trying to get the happiness that the lesser attractive woman gets according to the new leader, right? So that's why when they be like, I don't want to get my hair done, I don't even want to get my nails done, I just want to walk outside in these Timbs or these Uggs, especially from New York, and these sweatpants, and I just want to blend in like the lesser attractive women. Leave me alone. That's basically what they saying. But they also saying that it's lonely at the top. They also saying it's lonely at the top because if they ain't got no man, now we know. Y'all need to be more respectful of us men, because now we realize that you attractive women, it's like the other lady said, it just benefit us when we go out. No, we helping you in your lonely self. According to y'all leader in the gray on gray, because she matching hair, y'all lonely. And if we decide to help y'all, if we decide to take you out of, we pull you from the depths of sadness and take that lonely out your heart, we deserve to be compensated. Oh, fellas, I've been doing all this research. I could have just went and talked to this attractive lady and got all the information that we needed.
Lonely. Like, you're going to be lonely. You're not going to have friends. And the people who you think are your friends, 9 times out of 10, they're going to do something like spiteful and like shady and stuff like that.
Whoa. Whoa. Hold your breath. You think women are going to do something shady and spiteful? Like, you think women would do that? After we just discussed, it's the men, they're so scary, and I'm only willing to take a risk if they pay $150 for dinner because they scare us. Now you telling us those same women that said that they was just saying that to take the attention off of them because how they treat y'all. To attractive women, y'all got it bad, huh? Life is tough for y'all because these lesser attractive women are mean. Oh, they spiteful, are they? Oh, they conniving, are they? Oh, they catty, are they? Whoa. We men must not experience that from the ladies, huh? They just treat the women like that. They don't take them everywhere they go, huh? They transformers more than me. They treat the women that's attractive like crap. And then they see men and they go, we don't manipulate men. We're not mean to them. They just become a brand new person. And I spent all these years and all this understanding and studying and learning about women when I could have just came to the queen herself and she could have broke this down to us, okay? All hail the queen, okay? Thank you so much for breaking this game down to us. It means a lot, okay? It means a lot. Shout out to Calm Down. Jackie says, credit for AO just in case ninjas or birds hop on the derail train and they fly the buffoonery airlines. Credit can be used at creditors' discretion. Support starting beef since 1900s. Better. Oh, Jack, you got to calm down. You be acting up, all right? Timeout says, I'm just here to see AO trigger the chat. I ain't going to, come on, Timeout. That ain't even what I don't even do all that. Did you watch the show from the other night? Did you watch Yo Mama Black Timeout? I don't think you did. I don't think you watched the show Timeout. Now I'm disappointed in you. You didn't watch the show. So if you saw the show, you'd realize I was the one trying to calm the mayhem down. I said, no, don't take another drink. Go back and watch the show. All right. Now that this lovely lady is giving us all this game of how stressful it is to be an attractive woman, because I had no idea it was this bad. Give us more insight.
People go out their way to criticize attractive people. I feel like they also go out their way to humiliate them as well. Like either finding something out about them and like just trying to make them seem like they're not a good person, you know? Like
listen to what she just said. Women will find something out about them to humiliate them and make it seem like they're not a good person. I'm just listening to what the lady got to say. Go ahead.
They'll find any and everything to humiliate you because they can't humiliate you on your appearance. So they're going to try to dig deeper. Okay, back to what I was saying. Yeah, I just feel like less attractive people, like they're floaters in a sense. Like you see them every day. They're outside. Nobody's bothering them. They're just going about their business. You don't see people intentionally like going out their way for a less attractive person to like criticize, critique them as you do with like attractive people. That's just my experience.
Now I'm curious because I do spend some time with. Is this what y'all call nice nasty? Meaning she call you less attractive because she don't believe you ugly, but she call you less attractive. Is it fair to say if someone walks up to you and go, "Oh, you less attractive," does that mean that they think you ugly? Ladies, help me! Don't make me get on my Kevin Hart. Help me, ladies, please. If just use the female logic and turn it around to help the fellas out. If a female friend tell me and she go, yeah, that girl right there, she less attractive. What does that mean? Can I get somebody to translate for me? I've never really heard no one really characterize a group as they less attractive than the attractive. I understand that it's probably grammatically correct. I'm just saying it don't mean, because you know how we say cheese, so like, yeah, I need that cheese, right? It can mean money, or it can literally mean cheese. You know, we say, yo, that's cold. It could mean it's actually cold like weather, or it just means you did something foul to somebody. You see what I'm saying? So can you translate that for us? What does less attractive mean? And here's the reason why we can't be trusting these ladies, okay? We got to be very, very careful with some of these ladies and why we can't trust them. Fellas, pay attention and y'all tell me if I'm right or wrong. In the beginning of the video, this honest woman who's breaking it down, she y'all leader, she said, I titled the video ugly. And this is why I like waiting until we start the show to go through these videos. I titled the video ugly, but I don't believe there are no ugly people. I don't believe there are no ugly people, right? And then she goes on to say, I just think you're less attractive. I just think they're less attractive. So let me ask y'all a question. If someone says, like, you not interesting, you just less interesting, or you don't freak me out, you just don't, you freak me out like too much, like less than too, like I just don't comprehend. So I'm trying, and this is what I come up with. If you title something as ugly in your title and you correlated to less attractive. You said, I don't believe people are ugly, but I believe there are less attractive people. And in the title, you use the word ugly to identify less attractive people. Is it male math to say less attractive people mean ugly? Can somebody help me out? Is it just male math to say less attractive people means ugly? Because she titled it ugly and then identified as there is no such thing as ugly. It's just less attractive. Y'all help me help myself. And I'm just, because you know how women speak in code. They got this covert language and they speak womanese. And I'm just truly wondering, is it fair to say that that's what she meant to tell us, but she didn't want to hurt no feelings? Is it fair? I think so. Little Plastic Spoon says, Aaron buys used water from Temu. Now that is highly, highly offensive. And if somebody was in my chat was to time you out, I wouldn't say nothing about it. Everybody knows I don't drink no Temu water. It come from the spring. What's wrong with you? Listen, all I'm saying is, well, Sugar, wait, I got to go with Sugar say. Sugar said, okay, that don't mean she ugly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm going to go back and listen to y'all leader. All hail the leader.
I mean, let me know yours. If you're attractive, what is your experience with that? If you're unattractive, what's your experience in that? But I'm just speaking from my experience. Like I said, yeah, no one's like going out their way to like criticize and humiliate you due to your looks. You get what I'm saying? Like, whereas when you're attractive, you're personally attacked because physically they cannot attack you. And oh my God, Karen's coming. Hold on.
Ooh, wait, did you hear what she said? Mind you, when we was talking about the girl with the coffee, she said, well, guys don't have to experience certain levels of, like feeling attacked or at risk, and men don't have to go through that, right? And now what I said in that same situation, I said, women, because they're not physical in that sense, they use other tactics, other methods to get their point across, i.e. manipulation. Right? That's what I said, okay? And what does this leader of the attractive women say? What does the leader of the attractive women say? They just go at you because they can't attack your looks. So they use a different method. They talk bad about you. They talk bad about you because they can't talk about your looks. That's what she said. So maybe, hey, we speaking the same math right now.
Yeah, let me just add, right? I feel like as adults, less attractive people are bothered less, because don't get me wrong, I totally understand like in adolescence you being unattractive was pretty much similar to the experience attractive people experience when they get older, honestly. But anyways, let me know what you guys think about this topic, like how you feel about being unattractive, being attractive, which one's easier. I guess easier in a sense. And keep it cute, please. Like, keep it respectful. This is just a discussion, in no way am I trying to be like a mean girl or anything. And like I gave the disclaimer, I personally don't think anyone is ugly. But you guys have a blessed day.
Nice nasty is what they call it? Is it nice nasty is what they call it? I think it's called nice nasty. That's my humble opinion. That's my humble opinion. Now, I don't get very jealous very often, right? Almost never, except I get sometimes jealous of homeless people because they have built. Look, y'all heard about them houses they building homeless people down in LA, right? To get rid of the Skid Row. All right, I get a little jealous about that, but we'll save that for another conversation. That's what they say is nice nasty. I don't know. She said, I don't believe nobody ugly. That's talk. Men call that devil talk. We see, this is why there's a level of respect for men, because we don't sit there and play in your face. If we don't like you, we tell you. If me and somebody else got a problem, we don't hang together. I don't let nobody just like linger around me that I don't like or I think got something against me. Ladies, on the other hand, you know what y'all say? Yeah, these girls are pretending like they're your friend all in your face and stab you in your back. So she said in this video that this is the type of stuff that attractive women have to go through. Okay, well, let's see what they say. Let's see what they say. And then if we get, I don't know, $17,000, we'll open the panel up. So if somebody send me $17,000 cash app, then we'll open the panel. All right, so this is what I want to get into. This lady right here, because they got to keep it real. We're going to talk about this jealousy just a tad bit, okay? Let's talk about this jealousy and see if this stuff can correlate to the information that y'all leader in the gray on gray was just given to us, okay? See if your leader can continue to build off the information that was given. Let's get to it.
Let me explain to you how jealousy works, how jealous people operate, how jealous women operate. When someone is jealous or envious of you, the first thing that they are going to try and attack when it comes to you is going to be your reputation and people's perception of you.
What?
That is the first thing that the jealous person is going to try and damage. Women do this a lot, which is why I always say, I don't really keep women around me. You have to be a certain type of woman. I don't keep women around me. That's just a boundary that I have, because they will work overtime to plant small seeds in people's heads about you to start transforming and morphing people's perception of you. That's how jealous women operate. Women, and yes, I'm going to keep saying women. I'm not saying men aren't jealous, but women live, breathe, and eat jealousy. That's just something that that's how I feel about women. Not all women, but 98.9% of them have a jealousy problem. And I'm very aware of that. What women like to do is change people's perception towards someone that they're jealous of. So you can be a nice, beautiful, vibrant, confident woman, and a woman will not like you. You can find this in the workplace. You can find this at church. You can find this amongst family. The chick don't like you, right? She don't know you like that, but she don't like you. Or something about you triggers her. What she's going to do is she's going to go around and start planting seeds in people's minds to change their perception of you.
Oh. Interesting. And that is, I don't know if it's true. It could just be coming out of nowhere. I just can't be trusting anything that people say. I just can't. I just can't be trusting anything that people say. I just can't trust anything. We're gonna play this video one more time, just make sure we heard it correctly.
Particularly attractive women are almost a different species than your average woman.
They go through life with a completely different experience, and it's not all negative. I'm not saying it in a negative way. A lot of it, there's a lot of perks to it, but the main kind of ramification of being beautiful is you're a commodity or you're a threat. One or the other. You polarize people. People are never neutral to a beautiful woman. You can never just see a beautiful woman and she just walks past you and you're neutral. You can do that with average women, neutral. And then she has to earn your either respect or disrespect. She has to do something to cause that reaction in you. As a beautiful woman, you can do absolutely nothing, and you can incite intense hatred in either men and women, mainly women, but even men. They might see a really beautiful woman and intensely start to criticize her, so that they almost kind of skip the rejection part. Unconsciously, they're rejecting her before she can reject them. So they might say things like, oh, she wears so much makeup. Or, oh, I bet the tooth had so much. It's their way of unconsciously kind of diminishing her before she has the chance to do that to them. Or they'll be hyper positive about her. So there might be men who are really put her on a pedestal. There might be women who want to be just like her. And either or is just not a fair place to be in. So the beautiful women either over-identify with being beautiful, make that their entire personality and go down that career, or they get really, if they're trying not to make that their career, not make that identity, they suffer in the form of
particular.
Now, multiple times ladies said it's mainly ladies doing the reputation destruction, the smear campaign, planting seeds in people's minds. And the women are doing this to women. And women, look, this is why this is important. Because I'm a man and I wasn't supposed to talk to y'all. They told us women handle women and men handle men. So these are the women telling y'all the experiences with women, not the men. We didn't say it. It's her. It's y'all leader. Talk about how y'all treat each other when y'all not as attractive and how easy y'all life is. Y'all ain't got to blame the men no more. Y'all ain't got to blame the men no more. I just want y'all to listen to the ladies, okay? Forget me. Listen to the ladies. And we're going to briefly discuss. Let me close these tablets out, these tabs out. We don't need those right now. We're going to get into we're going to touch up a little bit on the emotional intelligence and leadership, and then we're going to get straight to everything else, right? Because we ain't got time for the gaslighting. We ain't got time for the gaslighting. We're going to get to the breakdown. Actually, I'll let y'all decide. Should we get into the breakdown of the real man versus a ninja, or should we touch on it? Is it actually worth leading? I don't know. How should I navigate this? They say the best. I don't know. This is what we'll do. We'll do, because I don't know what could happen with the show. Let's just get into some of this. All right. A little bit of gaslighting happens here. Ladies, forget us. Let's just listen. Let's just listen. What do y'all think this is? Would y'all consider this straightforward and honest?
Hold on. So the ring that's on your finger right now.
Yes.
We've seen on your social media.
Yes.
Is that an engagement ring?
It's a promise ring. It's a forever ring. I'm not engaged. I just have a forever friend.
A forever.
Have I ever met this?
I'm curious. What is a forever friend? I've never heard this in my life. I have never in my life heard of a forever friend. So please explain to me what a forever friend is. Please explain to me what a forever friend is. I never heard of it. I don't know anything about a forever friend. I don't even know how that exists, where that comes from. What is a forever friend? Okay, my girl Angela says a forever friend means I'll be your friend forever, but I won't marry you. Okay, fair enough. I just had to get some understanding about that because it threw me all the way off. It threw me all the way off, and I don't easily get confused. Sometimes I do.
Hold on. So the ring that's on your finger right now.
Yes.
We've seen on your social media.
Yes.
Is that an engagement ring?
It's a promise ring. It's a forever ring. I'm not engaged. I just have a forever friend.
A forever.
Have I ever met this friend?
No. They're out of state. They're out of town. They don't live here.
What the like?
Can I ask a question? What do you and this forever friend do when you are visiting this person out of state?
Can I ask y'all a question? Do you think that men sometimes are just jealous? Do you think that she could, like she says she got a forever friend? Do you think men's insecurity come up when a woman just tell you, look, I build social relationships. I have friends. I have forever friends. I have best friends for life. That's just important to me. I'm just curious, like, do you think it's a man's jealousy to just assume that, oh, you know, forever friend, that's a weird term? Or do you think, like, I don't know, forever friend?
We be great friends. We're together. We're together when that's my man when I'm with him, when we're out of state.
Like, are you intimate?
Yes.
Oh man. So you are cheating on me?
No. I'm not cheating. That's another world. That's another state. That's another friend. That's not even.
All right. So clearly I've been lied to. Clearly, I don't understand things. She said that she's not cheating because when girls go on girls trip, that's another state. That don't count. So I'm not cheating. All right, cool. I thought I was off, but now I get the insight because believe all women. She said it that don't count. If I go on a girls trip, it's out of state. You can't see me. It don't count. I wouldn't consider that no gaslighting or nothing like that. I wouldn't consider that no gaslighting or nothing like that. Now, ladies, Hey, Kyla, how you doing? I'm just curious. I'm curious. Don't listen to the men. We're wrong. The men are wrong. We've been off. It's not, we don't know. Listen to the women. Let the women tell y'all the truth. We can't decide what women should do. That's a woman's job. So y'all let women tell y'all what should be going on. This is why I have these women explaining this stuff to y'all, because sometimes y'all have to understand it's a woman's job to hold other women accountable. It's a woman's job to create a level of, what's it called? Reality for them. They decide that. I do have a question for y'all though. Let's just say I got my boy Fred G in the building. Let's just say me and Fred, we chilling or whatever, right? And I tell Fred, I'm like, bro, you kind of wilding out there, and you really kind of cheating on your wife and all that, and you really not you really not doing what you need to do, bro. Like, you need to stop. You need to get on your game. Is it fair for me to tell him, like, hey, get on your game, stop doing this nonsense, try to hold him accountable, give him a level of reality? He tell me, like, nah, man, this is just what men do. We gonna do whatever we want. It's my life. Should I hold him? Should I be like, nah, bro, that ain't the right way? Because as a man, I should be able to tell him that's crazy. You can't be thinking that that's gonna work in life long term. Or should I just mind my business and be like, look, y'all do whatever y'all want in life? Which one do y'all think makes sense? Which one y'all think makes sense? Which one do y'all think makes sense? Travel one. You still have said not one nice thing about black men. You have said not one nice thing about black men, Travel one. I've requested that 2 shows ago. I just need one statement. One statement. I don't even care if it's your dad, your uncle, your brother. Say one nice thing. That's all we ask. Just once. I just asked for once. Now, I think it's fair, but I could be wrong. This is why it's important for ladies to listen to ladies. Don't listen to the men. What do the ladies say? What do the ladies say?
You can at any point decide that you don't want to have sex with nobody. You can decide if I want to go years, because I could have been at a point in my life. Hold on. I could have been at a point in my life. Let them have it. I was out here doing whoever, whenever, because maybe I ain't had no guidance. Maybe I ain't had no direction. Maybe I ain't had.
Did you hear what she said? She said, I could be doing whatever I want with whoever I want for as long as I want, and wake up one day and say, I ain't doing it no more. I ain't gonna not do this no more. I quit. That's what she said. And I could be with whoever I want, whenever I want, how many I want, whenever I want. And I make the rules. That's what she said, y'all. Oh, Lord.
You're a virgin and you go into the dating world and say, I'm not giving my cookie up until I find my husband. That's one thing.
Now, remember, go back on the show. We was talking about the 3-date rule, right? And I said to y'all, and I got a lot of pushback. Remember, I said, look, if you're a virgin, you make the rules. If you say you got to wait 90 days, 120 days, 1 year, respect. That's what I said. Y'all remember that? I said, look, if you're a virgin, you make the rules. I can't, because we talk about Steve Harvey and all that stuff. And I said, look, if you're a virgin, you got to respect the rules. Because if they say it's a 10-date rule, a 3-month rule, you got to respect it. That's what I said, right? This woman come up here and say the same thing. This woman came up here and said the same thing. So look, ladies, I might not be so off all the time what I say, because she said the same exact thing. She said it. Y'all said y'all gonna listen to the ladies and not the men. So listen to the ladies.
You can at any point decide that you don't want to have sex with nobody. You can decide if I want to go years, because I could have been at a point in my life. Hold on. I could have been at a point in my life. Let them have it. I was out here doing whoever, whenever, because maybe I ain't had no guidance. Maybe I ain't had no guidance. Maybe I ain't had. If you're a virgin and you go into the dating world and say, I'm not giving my cookie up until I find my husband, that's one thing. But you cannot have offsprings and go into the dating world and tell a man taking you on dates. You want him to get your nails done. You want him to give you money. Church. You want him to pay your rent.
We're going to church
say,
here today.
I am celibate. Church. That does not make sense.
Right.
You were supposed to tell that to your baby daddy. It does not work like that. You were supposed to tell your baby daddy, I want you to pay my bills, take care of me for the rest of my life, and in return, I will give you a child. I fucked that up too. I got a baby dad. But when I came back into the dating world, I was realistic. I was very realistic. I'm not telling no man get my nails and hair done, but I'm not giving you no coochie.
Now, yeah, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. She said be realistic. She said you got a whole, I don't even talk like this, but it's heavily entertaining. You got a whole baby. As if they're like they give babies in halves and stuff. Like you got a whole baby out there talking about I don't do that no more. I used to do it with no guidance, but now I know better, so I do better. But can you get my nails done, hair done, everything? But yeah, none of that. What? I told y'all women knew. They knew that they know that ain't gonna work. They know that's not gonna work. They knew it all this time. And y'all was sitting there believing them. Y'all was sitting here believe. I knew they knew it. I knew they knew it. And I feel vindicated, y'all. I do. I feel 100% vindicated. I absolutely do. All right. 100% vindicated. 100% because this lady absolutely just said the same thing that I've been saying for a long time. And the same thing a lot of other men been saying, but we not allowed to talk to the women because we only can talk to the men. That's what they say. That's what they say. No, Sugar, don't be mad at me. No, Sugar, don't be mad at me. She said it, Sugar. See, that's the problem that y'all have. The ladies tell y'all, y'all still mad at the men. She told y'all. She said it. Not me. She 100% said that and wasn't me. So I want to be left alone. Now, this is what we're going to do. Before we get into this, I don't even want to get too deep into that part. How I'm going to go about this. Okay, I got it. We'll go about some of this emotional intelligence. We'll get to that first. That makes sense. That makes sense. This is what we're going to do. That makes sense. Hold on. This is what we're going to do. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. There we go. Okay. I got what I'm looking for. All right, this is what we're going to do. Freezer, what up? This is what we're going to do. Let's get into a little bit of the emotional intelligence. This is what we're going to do. Just a little bit. Yep. Let me just find it. Oh, I forgot even play that video for y'all, man. I can't believe I forgot that video for y'all. I missed it. I probably should play that one, but I don't. That's gonna get me in trouble. I'll hold off on that one. I'm gonna hold off on that one. This is what we're gonna do here. I want to explain this to the ladies. I be listening. I be listening to y'all because I be trying to understand, right? And a lot of times women be saying, when guys don't have no money, they insecure. When guys don't have no money, they treat me a certain way. They're angry, this, and that, right? Because a lot of guys will tell you, don't judge me on money, etc., etc. I be listening, right? And so because I listen, I don't just, say that's BS. I listen. Look, I want you to hear what this man had to say, okay?
I always tell people, like my male clients who will come to me about certain things, they'll come to me and they're like, yeah, I just had a blow up and and I always ask them, what's your finances looking like? Man, yeah, I'm not in the best. I know it, because when a man loses control, most of the time he's not in the best financial situation. Because when a man is up and in a great financial situation, things don't really bother him. And this is always the tell too.
So basically what he said is that when men lose control in situations and things like that, he checks their financial situation. That's what he does. And he says when most men are up, when they got a bag, they got a little change, enough so you can't call them a brokey. So obviously we ain't talking about me. You have to realize that there may be some layers behind that situation. That's basically what he's saying. If you ain't, when men got their money right, they tend to not have certain issues and problems. And women are not off when they say these men that are broke or, you know, they could be a little dangerous or something like that. That's basically what he's saying so far. So when me, Either Man was talking the other day, and I said, look, money ain't the only way to win. I still believe that, but he was like, nah, get this money. All right, cool. So that's part of like when I say I don't just brush things off. I really try to understand. I come to these conversations very genuine and very much in the position of trying to understand. Okay, so he's breaking down the lack of money.
It blows my client's mind when I give them this comparison. I'm like, think of the time in which you had the most money in your life. They'd be like, okay, I'm there. Okay. Now think about this moment that just triggered you. If you had the most money in your life right now in this moment, with that situation, would that triggered you? Hell no, I wouldn't even thought about it at all. I'm like, so your financial situations determine your emotional state, and your emotional state determines how you process information and how you react to certain information. So when you are good financially, you're in a good mood. So therefore, you're not quick to be offended. You're not quick to anger in certain situations. But when you're in a bad financial situations, you're in a negative mood, and therefore you find yourself quick to anger. You find yourself irritable. You find yourself not necessarily being patient, quick to voice your frustration, quick to snap on people, all stemming from the simple fact that your finances aren't where you want them to be. But if we're not aware of, okay, I have financial insecurity as an emotional trigger, I always tell people.
So with that being said, to a degree, I agree with him a lot. But part of the problem is, one sec. So with that being said, I have to say I understand, because when you get around guys that got money and you're around guys that don't got money, there is, in a lot of situations, an adjustment of atmosphere. When a guy ain't worried about nothing, he usually got his money up. I'm just telling y'all, when he ain't worried about nothing, he usually got his money up. Like, don't even trip off of that. All her yelling and screaming, he get on his Nino Brown. Look, cancel her, get another one. Yeah, the danger, man. So I understand the perspective. I've seen it. A lot of women are saying they've seen it too. They see the difference of man with money and man without money. I don't think you should judge somebody solely on that, but I do see the difference from somebody that's comfortable in the space that they in, the money that they have, and how they let stuff slide. Like, I don't even worry about it. Don't even stress it out. But when your money ain't right, when your money funny, sometimes it can affect your emotions a lot. And we need your emotions to be, I don't want to say filtered, but they need to be controlled to a degree. So I have seen that more often than not. Guys with money tend to be in a little bit more in control of their emotions than not. And so I understand what's going on here. So that part is hard to argue against. So you got some money, you tend to be like less stressed out about certain things, certain drama you like, don't even sweat it. And for example, guys getting money don't want no problems. I'm telling you that you talk to a guy that's getting money, like, bro, it ain't like you step on his shoe. He like, bro, don't even trip off these shoes. It ain't even that big of a deal. It ain't even that big of a deal. Don't even trip off that. Because he focused on getting more money. He don't want no problems. He don't want nothing that's going to stop up his cash flow, stop his back. None of that. Guys with no money, in a lot of situations, you step on their shoes, It don't go well. He want all kind of problems. He ain't worried about going to jail. Don't you know if you go to jail, your cash flow gonna show up? You gonna have some issues. So I've seen a lot of these things play out, right? These are some of the ways that I think that I see, because I'm being fair to the conversation when I'm discussing with women and their experiences with guys with no money and guys with money. So I don't just listen to one thing. That part I want to point out, right? So guys, if women are saying they had a bad experience because guys without no money did this, this, and that, there's some truth to that. But at the same time, they also tell you guys with money done this stuff too. So we have proven that they do double talk. They'll tell you that you ain't ugly, you just not fine, and stuff like that. Now, let's get into a little bit of this leadership, okay? Let me pull it up. No, that's not the one. Is this it? There we go. All right, I want you guys to pay close attention to this. Let me make sure I didn't miss nothing. I just want to say, Little Plastic Spoon, I am offended by this statement. I just want to let you know I'm offended. When it comes to the characteristics of a man that leads, I want y'all to listen to the characteristics. Ladies, DB, I want y'all to tell me if y'all agree. And I want y'all to tell me if it's actually worth it. And then also tell me if you think that, do these characteristics, are they tied to a man or a woman, or is it just characteristics of a leader? Okay, here we go.
Is a man with high emotional intelligence. Right. Okay. Now, when I talk about emotional intelligence, I'm going to break this down into 5 parts. Okay, let me hear. Right. The very first thing is going to be self-awareness. This is this man's ability to be aware of his actions, his feelings, his emotions, and what's going on in him. Right. That's going to be the biggest thing. The next part is self-regulation. So when he notices things that are going on in him, if he's angry, if he's upset, if he's super excited and he's, or overwhelmed, he knows how to regulate himself and self-soothe himself. Right. The third part is going to be empathy. Right now, empathy is your ability to put yourself in your partner's shoes and see things from their perspective. Yeah. If a man can't do that, then he cannot be an effective leader. Right. The fourth part is motivation. Now we have 2 parts of motivation. We have internal motivation, which is I'm doing this because I want to reach a certain goal, or I'm doing this because God put it in my heart. Then you have external motivation, which means I'm doing this because I want to receive an award that my partner is giving me, that my boss is giving me. Right. So you want to see how that man is able to be motivated. And then the very lastly, it's social skills. This is being able to read the room. Yeah. This is being able to be around your partner's friends, around your family, around the corporate settings, and manage yourself, manage your emotions, manage your reactions in the right, proper way. So the very first thing that a man needs is a high emotional intelligence. So, okay.
You muted.
I hate that you did that so slow. Like, you're muted. I don't like that at all. Fantastic. What up, bro?
You got it, fam. What's going on?
Man, I'm just touching on a few things. I don't know. You probably just got here, so that means I ain't getting in trouble. So cool. But yeah, because if you was here earlier, you probably was like, yeah, I was wilding. But characteristic of a man who leads, it sounds like a lot of that stuff might be interchangeable. But when he talks about emotional intelligence, right? Do you think that's important for you to lead?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be able to control your emotions, especially, what I'm saying, man or woman, because like you said, people are emotional creatures. And I think a lot of it's just that men have to hold theirs back a whole lot more than women do. So I guess the misnomer or the misconception is that men don't have emotions at all. No, it's not okay for men to show them. So a man has to be able to compartmentalize a whole lot more than women do. And what I'm saying, never, ever, ever show weakness for the most part. Except like, what I'm saying, it's a couple of, like your mom dying or a kid dying. What I'm saying? Death is probably the only thing where you're allowed to cry as a man or show like, what I'm saying, emotional vulnerability.
It's an interesting way of looking at it, because when they talk about leadership and things like that, a lot of times women say, men are not leading well. Like they have to take control. We have to be out in the workforce and we have to do things that we don't want to do because men refuse to do it. Have you heard that been said?
Yeah. Oh my God. That's for women that just want to be lazy. They want to, like, the whole housewife thing or whatever. Like, some man, pretty much a sponsor or a bum. So yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot too. It's unfortunate, but I don't expect it to stop. But I want your thoughts on this, right? One of my favorite shows is anything to do with judges, whether it's paternity court, other courts, right? This happened in the courtroom. I want you to listen to this, and this is one of my favorite judges ever, one of my favorite people ever, right? I want you to listen to this exchange.
I have to take control of situations. He's taking his time to explain the situation to you when he can just tell you what you want to know.
See, now, Ms. Bray, there's your problem right there. He was trying to explain something to me, and you jumped in because he wasn't explaining it.
I'm trying to help you.
No. Now I'm trying to explain something to you, and you are interrupting me. You don't know what I'm going to say. You act like you do, but you don't, because you're not up in here. And what I'm trying to tell you is, I see the source of your problem right here. I see it. To the extent that you do not let me speak, you won't see it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
He can't be a leader, which is what you're looking for, a man. He can't be upfront alpha dude if you don't let him do his thing. He wasn't explaining to me fast enough for you.
You're on
So
a romantic picture
see,
of
and
me
then
and my
you're
child.
interrupting me again. You got an attitude problem over there, Ms. Ray. You got an attitude problem. I'm telling you that. I sit here all day long and talk to people. I usually don't have to yell at all, but you got a attitude problem. Is that not right, Mr. Ingram?
Yes, ma'am. That is right. Very bad attitude problem.
I have to take control.
Do you think it's possible that a lot of women who say that they have to do something and they blame it on the man is particularly happening because they just rather be in charge? Not that a man can't do something. It's because they're not doing it the way that they want it done, when they want it done, and how they want it done. And they also prefer to be in charge.
Exactly. Yeah. Without a doubt. Women are the biggest micromanagers and control freaks, man. This is why, you know what I'm saying? Relationships are so hard is because they want you to do the things the way they want you to do it. They don't care about it getting done. And men are very, very problem solving oriented, right? Not only problem solving, but quickest point from A to Z. So they feel like all the detail and all the extra stuff has to be done, or is it done correctly? You know what I'm saying? So but men just look at it like, hey, I have a problem. This is how I'm gonna fix it. But women feel like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you're trying to put something together, she's like, you're not looking at the directions. I don't need to look at the damn directions. I you know what I'm saying? I really did it before, or it's so simple to where I can see where everything goes, and then everything turns out fine. And it's like, well, you still should have looked at the directions. You know what I'm saying?
Whew. This is the part, because I've been dealing with devil talk, women saying multiple different things, and I'll be struggling trying to give them the benefit of the doubt in the conversation because they do too much devil talking. Now, you've been in these YouTube streets for a minute. T.O. wants to know, are most women like Sugar Bum?
As far as what they say, she looked like Forrest Whitaker. Looking at what I was in her earlier, and you were saying she might look good, but that's I heard otherwise.
I did not say nothing. I said y'all gonna be shocked one of these days. That's all I said.
I'll just say this: I ain't never seen a fine female hide herself. That's all I'm gonna say. I've never seen a fine ass female hide herself. That's all I'm saying. But anyway, most it's like being trolls and stuff or whatever. I mean, Sugar Bum's not a serious person. I mean, she's, as far as I know, she's a troll. She haven't ever really gave a serious comment on anything or been on a panel. So she's a troll. So our most
Sugar got a job and Sugar get money. So leave her alone.
How? What? Where she work at?
Come on,
churches or Popeyes?
This is messed up.
Churches, Popeyes, or the strip club? Where?
Right. No, you ain't right. You ain't right. Man, y'all ain't no good. That's how y'all be doing shit. I'm not gonna let you do. Let me get back to this leadership thing, though, right? So when it comes to like emotional intelligence, I think that it's important to filter your emotions and have a level of control over them, right? We both know it has to exist. Like we might feel excited, but we have to make sure we manage that excitement. You know what I mean? Like we can't be alone all day and we just want, like, we have to go, yeah, man, that feels good. We might get a little bit of euphoria. We have to rein that back in. Like all emotions must be filtered to a degree. Right? I think it's important because it ain't just about you. It's about everybody that you impact. And that's when it becomes leadership, all the things you have to control. So this is my experience, and I want to know your experience. When women ask you to do something, like for example, do you want to go to the movies with me? They want you to be excited about it, right? They don't want you to just say, yeah. They want you to be ecstatic. Yeah, I would love to go to the movies. Is that kind of your experience with ladies?
Bro, that's my biggest problem because I don't show emotion at all. I'm always like pretty even keel purposely because it's just like if it's something for me to get excited about, I'll get excited. But you know what I'm saying, being overly eager and just all this other, like it's just not necessary for the most part. It's like, okay, like you said, and then like you said, oh, you're acting like you don't care. You acting like, no, I'm answering your question. You just don't like the way I'm giving you the answer. I'm not no motherfucking I'm not no cheerleader. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no damn you know what I'm saying? I'm not no party promoter or nothing like that. Like, hey, yes or no. So you ask me if you want to do something, it's simple yes or no situation. Women need assurance, bro, that you're happy for some reason. That's kind of weird that I've seen. Women just want to know that your emotional involvement has to match theirs or outdo it.
I've kind of struggled with that a bit as well, right? Because I think for men, I think we're willing to do a whole bunch of things we don't want to do because we know we might need to do them. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't want to go to the movies, but you want to go to the movies. It might need to be done. You understand what I'm saying? So I think we embrace that a lot. But when it comes to understanding, this is very important. Understanding that women want to feel that. Okay, so what's the best example? Okay, so when me and you tell a story, we go A to B, right? We like, hey, and if we talking too long, like, bro, get to the point, right? When women tell a story, they want to fill out the story. You get what I'm saying? Like they tell it A to C to E to F, and then they get to Y. You know what I mean? They talk all around things, right? And so we understand that it's a feeling for them, right? I want to hear what Fantastic say. I'm listening to your words. The ladies want you to feel what they saying, right? Feel me, understand me. I want you. So it's unique. Is that level of emotional intelligence displayed when you understand that she needs you to be excited to say, yes, I want to go to the movies, even though you're not excited?
Well, I mean, the understanding of it, yeah, but the capitulating to it is two different things. So just understanding that what she expects, that's one thing, but just, you know what I'm saying, putting the show on, if it's really not, you know what I'm saying, who you really are, that's something different. But yeah, that's a part of it.
Okay, so I want you to listen to how this man handled this conversation and tell me if you would consider this an appropriate way.
Do you want to eat dinner out here with me?
I do not know.
Okay.
But I will.
But you say you didn't want to.
Yeah, but when you ask me what I want, I'm going to give you an honest answer. It doesn't mean I'm not willing to prioritize you over my own wants and desires. But if you ask me a question, I'm going to give you my honest answer. So no, it's cold. My toesies are cold. I don't want to eat supper out here. But you do. So I will go put on a warm pair of socks. I will warm up some soup for us. And we will sit here and we will watch the sunset. And we will be in love.
Do you?
I want you to exclude the part that he's a white guy, because I know that's what you're thinking right now. The question is, he's not excited about this, by the way, right? So we kind of just broke. But we also know women to be like, I don't want to do it no more if you're not excited about it. You experience that, I'm guessing, a lot as well, right? If you don't have this certain level of excitement about it, you're like, fine, I don't want to do it no more, right?
Yep.
Is this the honesty that women want? I want an honest man, or they don't want the honesty, or is this just a supreme way of being an effective communicator? Even if you don't like my answer, I'm communicating to you why my answer exists, etc. Like, is this? Because to me, I think this is an exceptional display of a form of leadership. right? In this moment, we both know she wants him to be excited about something. He's not. But he also wants to be honest and not lie and pretend. So do you think we should go about it more these ways, or do you think we should just be like, yeah, and pretend like we're excited when we know that's what they want?
No, I do agree. Even though like I think he was over explanatory, definitely tell the truth. No, I don't want to eat out here. No, that's not what I want to do. And I would rather, what I'm saying, so on and so forth. I would much rather, what I'm saying, us go inside because it's cold. And I think that's a big part of leadership too, because as the leader, it's going to be time as to where if the person is following you, they're gonna have to do some shit they don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? And maybe we can compromise later. But I feel like, what I'm saying, it's the same way if it's like, 100 some degrees outside, right? Too cold or too hot. It's like, yeah, nah. I wanna enjoy my meal fully. So, what I'm saying, trying to suffer through some shit I really don't want to do for the sake of you. Some of the times, cool. But what I'm saying, most of the times it's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? And then I know you've been hit with this one before. Oh, well, you did it before. It was okay before. You know what I'm saying? So no, that's why you always keep that. You keep it 1,000, bro. If something you don't like doing, let it be known you don't like doing it. And sometimes you may be willing to compromise. You know what I mean? If it's not something just just too far out or whatever. But yeah, definitely, he did a great job of I just don't feel like he should have then bent the knee right after the explanation.
Who we talked about the other night. I've done a show before called Yo Mama Black. It's a very, very explosive show, I want to say. It's available for you to watch at this point. And the context behind stuff like that is just that you got to acquiesce because I'm your mama, stuff like that, right? And it's really interesting to me. The level of emotional control when we talk about emotional intelligence and things like that, it's hard to maintain throughout, right? So I want to show an example of when Keisha said, I can't go to a stream without mentioning Black mothers. I go through a lot of streams without mentioning Black mothers. The show was literally last night. There's a reason why I'm acknowledging it, but that's okay. Because I don't know why you so mad. But in that show, we kind of talked about how women have the ability to not let you sign the birth certificate, to drop a baby off at a fire station or a drop box, no questions asked, right? And I talked about how we don't say the phrase "Your father Black," right? And I really break it down a lot, so people have to go back and watch it if they're interested in it. But I kind of want you to kind of see, because I told them, I told all women, watch Paternity Court and tell me the way you view men and how you view women. Tell me that it does not change. Just watch. They got 150 episodes. Go back and watch it. The impact of your father it impacts women in way more than we give acknowledgement to. We usually just talk about how it affects boys. I want you to watch this clip about the impact of paternity for daughters.
He even took care of a child that wasn't his. I'm a possibility, so why didn't you at least try to find out if I'm your child? But you over here taking care of another chick's baby that ain't yours, but you want to keep telling me, oh, your mama this, your mama that. You didn't even try. Why didn't you try if you knew it was a possibility? Stand up and be a man for your kids.
I knew your mom's history.
What about your history?
I won't stop there so you can hear how the emotion in her voice where she says, you didn't even try and you knew it was a possibility. You didn't even try and you knew it was a possibility. And he retorted, well, I know your mom's history. And she said, well, what about your history? Right? And you can kind of hear her voice cracking a little bit. I don't know if you kind of caught that because she's obviously emotionally distraught in this situation. And the guy, for the most part, he is relatively calm for what I'm seeing displayed so far, Roger.
You're worse than her.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not. It's fact,
I'm
man.
worse than your mom.
Yes, you are. You are today.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not.
I know that she's hurting.
No, you don't.
Until the truth has been told her to us
can't just say stuff. That's just like her mama just said. Her mama said, he's your dad.
No, she didn't.
She ain't 100% sure.
My mama told me that.
She's
She was
not.
real with me. My mama was real with me.
She said her mama was real with her. And the man told her, look, your mom can't just tell you anything. She said, my mama was real with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, this is heavily emotional. We're going to all acknowledge it. We ain't going to just gloss over. We get it. But if you watch how she holds so strong to what her mama said, because she's upset that he was in the streets too, and he shouldn't be calling her mom out for being in the streets. I want you to watch how it play out.
Did your mother, when you say your mother really kept it real with you, I want to be honest. If she did sleep with other people as well, did she give you their names too? She did. Yeah. Did you try to contact those men as well?
No, it's only one other person.
No way.
This is what I need to ask you. Are you here hoping he's your father?
I believe that he is. So I wouldn't be here because I feel like I'm carrying the shame.
Mr. Burnett, you are not her father. Miss Fuel, are you all right?
No, but I will be. But it does bring closure, and I really apologize. I'm sorry to both of y'all.
Apology accepted.
Apologize. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Now, that's the end of that clip, by the way. You see how that turned out, right? I watch a ton of those episodes. I have been convinced at times that that man was the father. I'm watching everything she's saying, and you know me, I'm extremely critical, right? And I'm like, man, that's your kid. Stop. You doing way too much, bro. Like, I'm saying it in my head. I'm not blurting it out, Prince. But I'm like, But I've seen this so much where I'm like, wow. And the point that I don't want to be glossed over was this. She believed what her mom was telling her. The man told her, look, your mom was out in these streets. You need to chill, right? And she was so protective of her mother, which is totally fine. My mom kept it real with me. She don't need to lie to you. You know, we've heard those statements before, right? And the thing that I'm trying to get women to understand is that women will lie to protect their shame. Shame hurts women so much, they are willing to lie than to sit in shame. They are willing to lie than to sit in shame. And men over time will go, nah, we don't fall for that stuff no more. We know you're afraid to deal with that shame, so what you willing to do? But the hurtful part about it is we discount the impact of fathers. We've been doing it a lot lately where we've been supportive of Ebony K. Williams. Like, I'm hearing women say, oh, these children need their fathers. They need their fathers. No kid should be growing up without a father. And if the man ain't there, don't be mad at the parent that stays. And I'm like, okay, y'all critical thinkers. Y'all challenge things, right? We've had these conversations before. Are we going to build, right? And what happens is I don't believe they challenge things enough. They don't see the hurt on these women's. These women are destroyed searching for their father. They've been to that woman's show 5 times, test 5 different men. Bro, I'm out. This show is it's really amazing if you really want to really get the psyche of things from a perspective where you can just sit back and watch, right? And it to me, it's just like we're so quick to discount fathers and support women to say, we have kids on our own. We can take care of kids on our own. And then support Ebony K. Williams while telling men, y'all need to be there for y'all kids. It's not an option. Y'all are required to be there. It's all these messages. You see what I'm saying? Back and forth. And it's a little frustrating for me. So watching these things, you hope that women eventually wake up and go, and yes, DB, they are discounting fathers because the phrase "yo mama black" is excluding of the phrase "yo daddy black." As a matter of fact, it's non-existing to the point where it's similar to "be a man of your word, be a woman of your word" does not exist. I'm just giving you examples that should be able to fit around your head. That is the exclusion. And I'm telling y'all, the impact of fathers, we're in playing the dangerous games. What's your thoughts, Fantastic? What you think?
Well, yeah, you know, and that's one of the things that they criticize a lot of the brothers for now when they come to realize, man, your mom was your first op. Your mother purposely did not tell you things about the ways of women and, you know, how manipulative and things women would do, you know what I'm saying, in order to either come out, you know, in the best situation for themselves. Because now she exposed herself, just like you said. Women have did this for, you know, eons and years. This is why you come to find out, you know, one of the biggest things in like a lot of these, you know, these old timey shows and stuff is like, that child really isn't the father of, I mean, really isn't the son of such and such. Like, you know, got Jamie and had, you know, the damn twins had the fucking baby, right? You know what I'm saying? But they was trying to put it off as if like he was the son of the king. So yeah, man, mama's baby, daddy's maybe. And like you said, in the black community, a black woman can't be challenged. You know, a black mother especially. That's godhood. So whatever your mama tells you, you know, you go with that. And then she said, like you said, kept it real with me, kept it real. No, they never keep it real. And what's so crazy is like they don't even keep it real with their daughters. Their sons, I could halfway understand because, you know what I'm saying, you give the light, you shine a light on yourself, the son can see it. But the daughter, you know what I'm saying, she's gonna be, you know what I'm saying, that anyway or whatever. So like I said, and she's gonna probably conform to it so she can just keep the ways and take the manipulative shit for you know, a positive, so she can learn to use it herself.
I think Ron Mack, what you think? I know you be excluding the father, so what's your thought?
Huh? What you say? I'm a who? Nah, what up, Mr. Fantastic? What it do, man?
You got it, fam. What's up?
Man, ain't nothing major. Aaron, what up, bro?
What up?
All right, so it's so sad, bro, because I almost cried just now at the end of this too, because she really believed I was her father, bro, and she really punished this man without having no clue of what was going on. She really believed that was her daddy. You know what I mean? And just like she said out of her own mouth, the judge asked her, "Are you going hard at the other dudes that your mom claimed could be a possibility that they might be your father too?" No. The fuck? What? And see, this is the problem. We'll go in our own brain and make up all kind of shit that don't make sense. We're just going there and make up some stuff that don't even because that's how we feel. I feel it in my bones. I'm right. He like, bro, listen, you don't understand. I'm trying to tell you, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, baby. You know, I'm an older male now. You know, I did some stuff in my past, but I'm telling you, bro, your mama was out there. He know your mama was out there. He was one of the dudes that was out there with your mama. Let's start there. He telling you what's going on. He know that ain't his baby. He might know who the father is too. At least he know 5 of the dudes that could be the father. But you know, it's sad though, and I hope she do find some type of you know, she found some closure in this situation. You know what I mean? And I hope that he actually do help her in a father figure way after this. Even, you know what I mean? Knowing the dynamic, knowing that they're not related by blood, but still just kind of be there for her and look out for her in some type of way, man, because she needs it for sure.
Yeah, if you ain't watched that show, man, oh my gosh. Woo. Woo-wee. Oh my gosh. And this is the problem, right? You can't acknowledge, like, if men do bad, acknowledge they're bad. If we acknowledge women doing bad, oh my God, it is the end of the earth. You are absolutely right, Fantastic. There is no acknowledging none of that stuff. You should hear how the conversation should only be, I can't believe this mother is doing this to this girl. Right? You understand? Their conversation is, why y'all talking about single moms? We didn't discuss no single mom. We talked about the lack of respect for fathers. That's it. I don't know why that frustrates women so much. To acknowledge the lack of respect for fathers, and then they go out here and pretend, well, if dads do as we say, then we'll respect you. This stuff is wild to me, man. It really is. And the only reason I say that is I would have liked to see more female content creators go off on Ebony K. Williams. I would have liked to see more female content creators say, nah, you can't do that. You're messing up a child's life. Because we sitting here telling men, y'all need to take care of y'all kids. These kids need fathers, right? And when y'all have the opportunity, and this is why we could consider y'all enemies. Why we could consider y'all enemies of the people who don't speak out, right? Y'all will sit there and tell men, y'all need to take care of y'all kids. There's no excuses. Y'all will sit there and say, we cannot replace fathers. We cannot raise these children by ourselves. We cannot raise boys. And not sit there and take y'all creator, your YouTube channels, your TikTok and all that, and to utilize the position and go, we going to destroy you, Ebony K. We can absolutely not have you promoting this to the women. They didn't take that opportunity to do that. You see what I'm saying? It's like that devil talk us and then expect us to be stupid. And it's a little disrespectful. And that's why I say, y'all can say that we dislike it and all this, but when we watch y'all actions, it's good to have an eye to go, we got to watch y'all. That's all I'm saying, because it's misleading. You cannot support that. You should be saying, absolutely, we will never support this. We do not want this in our community. We do not want this promoted ever. That is not what has happened.
I got a question for you, Aaron and Mr. Fantastic. Let's say if you was in a relationship, right, with someone, y'all have a child, and then for whatever reason the relationship doesn't last. That's cute. I like that, baby. Hold on 1 second though. The relationship doesn't last, right? For whatever reason. So, the guy leaves all of the materialistic situation because to the ex, to the woman, and he leaves, separate himself from her in that relationship. Is he considered a deadbeat father if the woman doesn't allow him to see the child?
No. Again, and that's one of the misconceptions they put out there, though. Women will purposely run a man off and make it so difficult for a man to where he either stops altogether, or you know what I'm saying, he doesn't try as hard, or so on and so forth, because and it's a what is it? I think it's a deadbeat moms thing on deadbeat moms page on IG that shows this. It shows women doing everything from making children exchanges difficult, lying and stuff, property, all kinds of crazy stuff, man. So no, any man that where the mother is purposely keeping him away from his child or children, no, he can't be a deadbeat, and she's guilty of parental alienation.
So how does a person fight for I'm looking at the comments, how does a person go by fighting for what do they say? Because this is just a scenario.
Yeah, fighting for your kids. That only exists from women to men. If any man was, even when mothers have substance abuse issues or criminal histories and stuff like that, no one feels like a man should be able to keep a father away from the mother away from her kids, right? Yeah, it's just old rhetoric, man. That's extremely counterproductive, and a lot of times unhealthy, because these women feel like a man should have to fight in the first place because a grown adult wants to play around with his relationship with his children.
It's a good question. I think there are a lot of valid reasons why women try to keep men away from their children. In most cases, it's unfounded, though. It's just their own personal feelings. It's not usually concrete, and there are situations when it is. I don't consider no man that does one of the two: spends time with his kids or pays child support. If you do either of the two, you cannot be a deadbeat. So that just takes it off of the books for me, right? So if you refuse to pay child support, refuse to see your kids, you're probably going to be a deadbeat. But if you do either of the two, you cannot be a deadbeat to me. I've already kind of defined that, right? Now, you should have, now here's the crazy part. You should have a right to be a deadbeat, though. That I believe. You should have a right to say, I don't want to do this no more because of what the options that exist currently in society, right? Now, my question then becomes this, right? Because none of these content creators Fantastic, let me ask you, because you're a little bit more active in these YouTube streets than me. Did you see a lot of female content creators destroying Ebony K. Williams?
No, none whatsoever. No, I think it's one woman went viral, and it wasn't on here. It was either on, I want to say, TikTok or like Instagram or something. One black woman addressed it and was like, "This is wild." So you're too good for a black man that's a blue collar worker, quote unquote, bus driver, but you're good enough for his sperm is good enough, like just stand alone. So working it out with a man that has a certain, lifestyle financially and career wise, right, is an issue and a problem. But for you to go purposely, from what she said, search out black semen and impregnate yourself and go it alone, never having the father in, the biological father in the picture whatsoever. I think she said she picked the option to where, as to once the child is grown, they may know something about him and can reach out. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. No, they were silent because, again, a lot of black women agree with this. She set out the dog whistle about literally. She said the relationships with black men aren't serving us. You know what I'm saying? That she made black men a negative common denominator. So the relationships are horrible. Don't work it out with them. Don't, build a family, but just get their sperm and get yourself pregnant and then do it on your own.
Yeah. So the sad thing is that she made it specific, and this is the sad part, right? I don't care about race. That's not a thing to me. It's not a big thing to me. I know some people are blackity blacks and they have every right to be. But she's dated non-black men, and it didn't work with them. But she will specifically highlight only black men and be like, black men relationship don't serve us. Well, you tried the other ones. Did they serve you? So that be the part that's misleading. And here's the thing. Women don't actually believe other women are leading them to failure. They really believe women have been doing them justice because they see women as victims. That's cool. They've been the one that's really leading y'all down the wrongest path, but y'all gonna learn that when it's too late, right? Now, someone asked a question, okay? Let me just read these two super chats that came in. Marriage, Politics, and Sports says, good day, an interesting show, I appreciate you. Appreciate. Carlo Tom says, women are the ultimate survivors, Aaron. You do what you got to do. Yeah, I would agree with that. They can be the ultimate survivors. Now, to my statement about why you should not support Ebony K. Williams, you can do whatever you want. I gave the reason why. I'm not even saying that you shouldn't. I gave the reason why that thought process is. And you say, why? I disagree. If a woman has the means to have a child, she might have a male mentor for them. Let me tell you why that sounds good. And let me show you why it also hurts the argument. I'm going to do my very best. You can't say we need fathers. We need them. Ain't no excuses. And then say, well, we can replace them with money. And then here's the other part. If your argument is, well, she has the means for it and she can find, and she has a male role model, let it go. Well, that should be the answer for every single mom. Look, Ebony K. Williams, go get you some money and go find a male role model. Don't worry about where they dad at. See how when you give statements like that, you exclude things. You lessen the accountability. Because how I interpret that is, if Fantastic don't want to take care of his kids, then he got a baby mama, right? And you say, no, as long as she got role models, it's her responsibility to get role models for her kids. If you say Ebony K. Williams can do it, why can't you hold that same level of accountability on a woman to get a role model for her kid if the father's not there? It's just y'all destroy your own arguments. That's why I say that, okay? Marriage, Politics, and Sports says the Crimson Cure may have pushed back as her way with the hyenas class. Now, notice Venus says you just promoted the same thing. I promoted nothing. I've literally promoted nothing. I've told you saying this leads to this. There's no promotion here. Do whatever the heck you want to do. Do whatever the heck you want to do. But if you support Ebony K. Williams, single mothers now have to go and find male role models. Ain't no excuse. You don't have kids if you're broke, so you should already have money. Like it's just your arguments are inconsistent, and that's just the truth. Y'all don't want to admit to it. I don't know why. Y'all lose every last one of them. They all get beat down. I don't know.
But also, though, honestly, to be real, like, you know what I mean? Regardless if the father is present in a child's life or not, especially if it's a young man, it's always okay for a young man to have a male role model that's not the father too sometimes, because you know you can look at something from a different perspective also from another man. You can kind of like you might learn it might be a different method of learning from a different mentor. Like I think it's always good for any man to have a mentor all their life. Like, you know what I mean? I have a mentor well older than me.
Okay.
I think it's just important to do so, period.
I don't have a problem getting many mentors as you can get, I guess. Now,
it's your prerogative.
Yeah. Now, Venus, what is your gripe? Because I mean, you know, what is your gripe? What are you so angry for on this Saturday?
No, I'm not angry. I was just trolling you. But you did say, when you said the part about if a man is a provider or spends time, he's not a deadbeat, right? So you were arguing, whether you realize it or not, that money can be like an alternative for being a good dad. So then when the person who wrote the comment about if she has the means, why not? It's kind of the same argument. Y'all are both saying that money can make up for a dad.
No, that's not what he said.
I got a fantastic. Absolutely not.
That is what's fantastic. I'm not in the mood for your lying today because fantastic just be lying. So let Aaron make his argument. No, for real, he just be twisting words and shit.
I could speak for him, and I promise you to be exactly what he said. But I'm gonna let him tell you.
But why don't when a man is present on the panel himself? Why do you other niggas always gotta speak? Like that's weird. Why? He's right there.
All three of us shook our head, but you got it.
Yeah, don't make me this mad today. So I'm gonna answer the question, right? But I'm gonna also tell you why he wants to respond, because a lot of times men,
because he always lying. He just be wanting to wait for a chance, you know.
No, Fantastic is actually a pretty good debater.
He's
a pretty good debater. I don't know if he can beat you, Venus, because you might be the top one. I'm just saying he's a pretty good debater. I've heard him, and I'm like, that's pretty good. Okay, so what happens is this, Venus. I said you can't be a deadbeat. I never said you could have the title of good father.
Absolutely.
And I've been expansive on this position a long time ago. Y'all gonna start seeing a lot of these old shows that people have missed from a long time ago. You absolutely don't get good or great father. You just don't get to be a deadbeat. That's all I was saying. That's all.
But I'm saying, so if you would be okay with the mediocre, I guess, father who only provides, then Ebony K. Williams' child is going to get the same experience. The money instead of the father's presence. It's still going to be the same experience.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So now I'm not deciding what's the best situation for children, right? Forget me, stupid me. I'm telling you what I heard women say. There is no excuse. Y'all need to take care of y'all children. We need fathers, i.e. insert. We need fathers. That's what they said. I'm going by what they presented. So forget me. Exclude. This ain't my personal opinion. This is not no interpretation. This is their statements. And then y'all come and try to find ways to defend Ebony K. See, it will sound crazy if I was defending deadbeat dads. Which you have me nowhere around defending. Because I can't tell women, look, stay away from deadbeat dads and then go to defending deadbeat dads. That's a bad idea. So all I was saying was, y'all giving us mixed information. Y'all can't be, when it's time to take a stance and go, No, ladies, the men are already looking for women that have a level of accountability, a level of consistency. We have to separate ourselves because women want to be separated from women like her. This hurts us. This don't make us look good because y'all care about your ethnic image, and y'all was supposed to disown that. That's all I was saying.
Not ethnic image.
I think y'all care about that.
That's funny. I
What?
do. I definitely don't play about that shit. But listen, I didn't cover that story. I kind of seen something about it. But no, for the record, I don't condone it. I don't think that's really a good idea, to be honest. I don't know about that. I just couldn't understand. It's a weird thing. I understand it though. The only reason I understand it is because a lot of women, unfortunately, even sometimes with a husband, are ending up in that same position anyway. So one could say she's just like, well, listen, I want a child. I have the financial ability to take care of one. Because what we have seen with the divorce rates and the single mother rates is just having a man there don't guarantee no 2-parent household. It doesn't. We've seen clearly it's not.
So
So she's kind of getting the same outcome some of them got. She just expedited to the end.
So wrong, right? Yeah. So some things you said there, I understand why you interpret that. The reason why I showed this video, because I wanted you to see the pain that this girl is going through by not knowing who her father is. It's not the same as you knowing who your father is and he left.
Exactly.
It's not the same as you saying these children need fathers and you go, I'm gonna just create one without one. Like it's not the same. Like it's one thing to know your parent exists. You just they don't want to talk to you or they don't want to be around, to not knowing who your parent is at all. Like to go 18 years, and this is a thing that y'all don't understand. I haven't covered it a lot, but there are tons and tons of interviews about women and their dislike of their own mother and their experience. They call it the narcissistic mother experience, right? Where you have to understand, men are not the only ones talking about it. Women put their daughters through quite a heavy situation and they never take ownership. A lot of women say their mom has never apologized to them. They never said, I'm sorry. I ain't got to say, I'm sorry. I'm your mother. I had you. Like, I'm telling you, these are real life experiences. And I don't be wanting to do these shows because then y'all going to be like, he hate women and da. So I'll be trying to stay away from it. It's just not a male perspective. I'm telling y'all, this stuff is extremely impactful. And that's why I had an issue with nobody wanting to speak about the FDK Williams thing, because it's a big deal while y'all telling us that y'all need us to be there. I'm like, no, if that's the argument, just like Carlo was saying, just find a male role model for your kid. Y'all don't need fathers. Just get a male role model and have some money. And the way y'all speak is y'all already got money. We brokies. So y'all got y'all money. Y'all got your money up. That's not the problem. The problem is a male role model. And that's y'all responsibility to do if y'all start rocking with Ebony K, because she's proven it can be done if y'all saying that that child just need the money and a male role model. So don't complain about the dad not there. Go get a male role model. Y'all setting your own selves up. I'm trying to help y'all from putting yourself in a pigeonhole position where I'm like, no, men don't put that responsibility on them. Take care of your kids. And y'all said, no, we can find male role models and get some money and that'll solve it. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
This is on the heels of the show. I don't know. Venus probably watched that show, right? Your Mama Black, right? You remember that show, most likely. This is on the heels of that.
It was a long time ago. I don't really remember.
Yeah. It's all right. You can watch it. Everybody remember Janae on that show. But the thing is, I do think it's important when it comes to father raising sons. I know it's an extreme impact on daughters, but there is something that a mother cannot do for a son. There is absolutely something they cannot do. And I was touching on in my previous show where these women said, we can raise boys to be men. And it offended.
Well, I would say that for both, Aaron. Like, there's something a mom can. The same for a daughter. Like, there's some things only your father can do, and the same for both, right? Like to the little boy, there are certain things his father can't do that the woman can only do, and vice versa. So it really goes
So
for
the
both, no matter the gender. Like, there's a reason you need both of them, right?
So well, that's a good question. The thought process is there is an asserted effort on saying we cannot raise sons to be men. Then they counter it. They're not saying we cannot raise daughters to be women. Is that fair to say?
I think it's both. Both are it's ego, right? Like, there are single dads who you can't tell them they can't raise a grown woman, and then there are single moms who you can't tell them they can't raise a grown man. And I think they're both and delusional.
Yeah, but okay,
If I have a son, I could do as much as I can, but the other thing is I could never understand what it is to be a male. So, right, my information is going to be limited. It just is.
yeah.
So I think they're both delusional when they say stuff like that. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but I'm speaking to, like I told you, your mama black, there is not your father black. I'm saying the man of your word, there is not be a woman of your word. They don't exist. We can try to force it to, but it doesn't exist. What I'm saying is, have you heard women say, I cannot raise no girl to be a woman? That's all I'm at. Have you? Is that prevalent?
Oh,
Like,
no,
is that
no,
what you
no.
hear me discuss?
I never heard that.
So
No.
because they don't necessarily have that belief, and you believe they're delusional, and I can be with you on that. And I'm saying if we just start there, like that's not the issue. So we have to say, if that's the case too, a lot of these sons don't have dads, just like these girls don't have dads. And we're claiming the only ones that are messed up are the sons, and we're saying the girls are doing just fine. We're saying the guys need to catch up. So if that's the statement, then that means the moms are doing just fine raising these girls to be women, right? Just based by correlating that. I'm not saying it's true, but we're not making arguments that women need to get better. Women need to do this. We're saying the men are the men are falling short. Isn't that what you're hearing more often than not?
Yeah.
And
Well, I think because it shows up different. I think in terms of relationships, that's where you will see more issues with the female child. But in terms of identity, you might see more issues with the male child. Before we even get into relationships, him just knowing how to operate and move as a man because he never seen it, right? It's a different level of a problem.
yeah, and so for me, what I do is that when I hear women say I do anything for my child, and by the way, most guys, fantastic, Ron, you could tell me, I've heard women say this freely. I would do anything for my child. Have y'all heard that?
Absolutely.
So what I would like to hear is, I'm going to do everything in my power to get a man. Beg for a man, pray for a man, live my whole life working to search and find a man so my child can have a father. Point blank, period. I don't want to hear no pride. When you say I'm going to do anything for my kids, I want to hold you to that. I know you ain't going to be a woman of your word, but I want to be able to hold you to that. So I want you to have to say, yeah, I'm going to find me a role model. I'm going to find a stepdad. I'm going to do whatever I got to do to get that done because I know it's necessary, right? That's not what I've been hearing. I had to figure it out. I do it on my own. And I'm just telling you, it's problematic because what occurs is this. Hey, Lisa, what ultimately occurs is this, and this is why y'all think men are upset with their moms. They're not. What happens is when the mother, right or wrong, is you still got to do what you got to do. When they don't find an adequate mentor or somebody to raise or guide the sons get older and they think they've done the best job. I've done the best job I can do. I've done the best as I can do as a mom. But what they don't realize is when this happens, when a mother realizes this statement.
And my son told me this when he was 17 years old. He said, if you really loved me the way that you said you loved me, you would have taught me how to survive in the situations that you were afraid of killing me instead of protecting me and not teaching me how to protect myself. And that is what happens when mothers think that they can raise men. We don't teach them how to protect themselves the way that a man teaches a man how to protect himself. What we do is we coddle them and we become this wall of security that come crashing down when they get to smelling themselves and they in their 18s and 19s and now he can't live in your house no more, and you send him out into the world unprotected, and that's why he resents you.
Facts. Because it indirectly disrupts their understanding.
Yes.
You love them so much.
The birth of a villain story. Like, that's the birth of a villain story. You know how a lot.
I don't know what the birth of a villain story is, but I want you to understand. That's the one thing you can't do. That's the one thing you can't do. There might be other things. That's the most vital thing. There's absolutely nothing you can do to fix that. Absolutely nothing.
I don't necessarily agree, but I hear you. I mean, I agree with her. I don't agree with the you absolutely can't. There are some mothers who raise men who know how to protect themselves. I was more
No.
leaning toward just the whole thing about being a man in itself. Women can't understand that, so no, they can't teach it. But protection, I don't agree with that part.
No. Well, you're a woman, so of course. Listen, a woman can never protect a man, tell a man how to protect himself from other men. Women don't even get the same look from men that other men get from men. That's why men are the ultimate deterrences for violence in just all situations, because only a man can even, make another man take a second thought. This is why you have a lot of the children that are sufferers of any type of violence or mistreatment are single moms, because they know that the men are not around. So that's why you have those men come into the situation, because they don't have the deterrent there. So a woman can never, I don't care if she's a damn, spec ops. She can never teach a man how to properly protect themselves, because she don't know what to look for. She just don't.
Okay, could one make the argument that there are some men who do not know how to protect themselves and can't teach their own sons how to protect themselves? Is that a fair statement?
Some, yeah. But it's the
So the
absolute with a
idea
woman.
that having a father there is going to guarantee that, it won't. There are a lot of weak ass men who, just because they're
But again,
somebody daddy, don't make them not weak.
yeah, but again, now you have to parse it out and say, okay, what percentage is that? What percentage of men just have no? Are you saying the majority of men have no idea how to protect themselves?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Well, I'm asking your
But
opinion.
I know,
You're
I know
saying
it's
that.
a thing. There are
Yes,
men
the
who,
thing.
I'm just saying. Well, the argument I'm making is that simply having a father present does not necessarily mean the child is going to get all of those benefits if the father doesn't possess them. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but you're again, so you're making an absolution argument versus a more common what's more, possibility versus probability. It's possible for a dude or a girl or whatever to have a father and him be feminine, him be beta, him be, all these different things, right? But then are you saying the majority of those things is that going to be the main outcome? No, it's not.
I never said majority of anything. You like to do the number thing. I just made a statement. That's
But
true.
that's not.
There are men who are weak, who don't defend themselves, who don't have a backbone, who are ran by the women, and they raising sons, and their son is watching them be just a pushover.
Yeah, but it's exceptions to every rule. So you're just stating I don't want to say a pointless fact, but a fact of everything. There's some fucking pieces that end up burnt. I mean, what are we saying?
You guys don't have to bigger about it. The key thing is men can learn from just the presence of a man. And that's the one thing y'all just keep omitting. Y'all think that we don't, and we do. Even if he don't provide food, like we can learn a lot of things just from his presence, because we don't see ourselves in you. You are not our superhero. For sons, their dad is their first superhero till he's not no more. That's just how life goes, right? For women, I don't know what that y'all superhero is. So just a man being present, we can go, why is he acting like that in this situation? And just observe and go, that outcome didn't go so well for him. We might need to not do that. And it's just multiple different things that just from the existence of a man has an impact. And I think y'all gloss over that too much, because it's not what y'all think y'all would require for y'all to be able to do something. I'm telling you, our abilities to glean right, wrong, what to do based upon what men do without even speaking to them and things like that is way more insightful than y'all understand. This is why we can observe and we can get other mentors and things like that who have lesser presence in our life, but they still give us some components that we need, because we can build with little. We can build with little, but with nothing is much harder. So we're undermining the presence of a man just being there.
Well, I definitely don't want to do that because I agree with y'all on that. Like I said, a woman is not. I don't believe either one. Like I said, they're delusional. When a woman says, "I can raise a man," she sounds crazy to me. You don't even know what a man is. You don't know what it feels like. You do not. You can't identify with that. So how can you raise one? I don't agree with either one. Like I don't think I agree with you. I don't think that's true, and I'm not trying to undermine the presence of a man. I'm just saying like some men's presence is whatever. We don't have to focus on that because I don't think it's the majority. But I've seen a lot of men who are present, but they're
No,
not really there. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely don't believe you think like that. Me and you spend a lot of time together. I'm telling you, I hear people say, I'd rather a man not be there because him being there and doing nothing ain't benefiting, it ain't good for the child. And I'm just telling you, it's an insane amount of impact that a physical presence of a man just being there. He don't even got to talk much to his son. It is so impactful. And I think we don't realize it as much. When I talk to other people that in the Asian community, the Hispanic community, even when they break up, they in the house together. And it's a weird dynamic. And I said, I was like, so they together, but they not together. I was talking about it with some friends the other day, right? We was out at the cheesecake, right? And we were just discussing life. And it was just like, so when y'all not together, like, yeah, we still like my mom and dad to like, they live in the same house, but they don't talk to each other. Like they talk through us and and all these different things. And I'm like, when Asian families do that, and you can speak to some, it may not be more prevalent now because they've moved farther and further from generations and impacts. But even then, they would be not necessarily together or talking or not dealing with each other on that level for a long time, and they still be in the home. And I'm saying for Black people, when we not together, we not in the home together. Like that's it. Ain't no coexisting in this home together if we not together. Either we are or we not. And I think
Are
that's
you sure, or are they just not talking about it? Are you sure? Because I know a couple.
Well, I don't know what you're responding to.
Like about Black people not staying in the home, even though the marriage is completely dead. They're both doing what they want, but they still live together for the kids. I know people doing that.
Yeah, I would say that's extremely rare and uncommon as opposed to the more commonalities that exist with the other group. But I would say if that does exist, I'm fine with that happening more and more often if that's the case. I would just tell you, I probably hear more women say, I'd rather be happy. And I hear a lot of daughters say, you're not going to be happy. I don't hear men promoting that it's about your happiness and stuff like that. So, but I get what you're saying. I can
And
say
it ain't
that
even that. The one of them that I know, he straight up told the wife, "I can't afford to move out. Like it just financially, really." But yeah, they're technically married, but not together. He got a whole girlfriend. She don't care. She doing her thing. But yeah, they live in a house together.
Okay, but let me ask you that. Are you shocked by it?
Well,
No, because I just understand. I don't even want to get into my beliefs, but I mean, no, I'm not shocked.
but I got a question too. So why are you saying that like he's staying with her because he can't afford it? If it wasn't that, she must be benefiting even if he can't afford to live by himself. The person that's allowing him to stay there obviously can't afford him to not be there, or they wouldn't agree to the terms.
Well, they both relocated to the state like 6 years ago together, right? And got a house. And the original plan when they broke up was he was going to leave, but then he's like, "Yo, I can't." And I think you're right. I didn't really ask, but I'm sure it's beneficial for all of them. Yeah, I think so,
Of
but
course
that's
you
not what
didn't
I'm
know.
just telling you what I was told.
Yeah,
That
because
he was
they
like, "I
shit on the
can't
man. They
afford
shit on the
to
man. They shit
go
on
by
the man.
myself."
And you just left it at that, as usual. They shit on the man and said the man was broke and he couldn't afford to live on his own. And you just took it for face value. Didn't even consider the other side. Of course, Venus. We know.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't to shit on him. It was like, because more than likely the person who's not going to keep the kids is the person who will move out, right? So the expectation was never for her to move out. It was supposed to be he would leave her with the kids in the house and he'll go get an apartment. But then he came to the conclusion like, that's just going to cost too much. I can't do it.
Yeah, they roommates. So now everybody wins. Roommates. Hey, the kids get to have both parents in the house. Now he does what he wants. She does what she wants. And what's wrong with that?
No, nothing. I was just saying I did know black people who are doing it. I know 3
Yeah,
different
but it's rare.
situations.
It's still rare, especially from a marriage standpoint.
Beyond.
I honestly don't know.
Why are you wearing a hat while you in the house?
Listen, I just don't know why.
Why Aaron look like an angry dad yelling at his son?
Why you got a hat on in the house, boy? But when people break up without children, let's take children out of it. People break up and they don't have children together. They never talk to each other again, ever again in life, majority of times. Like ever. That person becomes a thing of the past. But when you have children with a person, that is a very, very hard broken home situation now at that point. Because now you still have to deal with your ex from a relationship. You still have to deal with them in a co-parenting situation now. And man, that could be very, very hard, man. That could be very, very hard because people don't be over the relationship that y'all once had. And you know, men and women, it's both sides. They just do weird stuff when it comes to that type of stuff, man. Like, bruh, you can't keep the child away from the doggone man, and you should not be away from the doggone child as a man, bro.
You know, I'm a little torn.
I have a question. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No. Let me just read these super chats that came in before I get too far back. Tio says, "Monkey see, monkey dio." I think you mean monkey do. And that won't change. Matthew Pearson says, "Let the kids with both parents with dads dominate these handicapped made kids by these goofy women. Weak logic gets weak results." These women ain't going away, bro. I know you don't. That's the start of something, okay? Marriage, politics, in the sport says Venus is using the word that if 100% of man can't teach protection, then what is the point? Her statement using the words guarantee, which there is no such thing as guarantees. There are a few such things as guarantees. Guarantee your money back, okay? L.A. Wilkes says, "Yo, family, what up, L.A. Wilkes? What up, what up, what up?" Okay, Vince, go ahead and ask your question.
Is it that black people, I'm gonna make everything about race, but for real, is it that? Because they say like we have the highest like single parent households, right? Is that a thing? So my question is it that black people do not know how to emotionally regulate and control their emotions? Because it seems like um, a lot of the time people are using the kids to hurt the person that hurt them instead of being able to be logical and not be selfish and think about what is best for my child. They'll use their child to hurt somebody, right? So everything's out of emotion rather than what would make more sense. So is it a thing with us where people don't know how to, I mean, you're human and you're going to feel things,
Yes.
but don't know how to get like out of being so damn emotionally charged?
Mm-hmm. So I think you're 100% on point. One of the things about me is I not only train my mind, but I do it with actions, right? I'm very big on understanding that the person that you with usually gets the most criticism. You're hardest on them. You're less forgiving, and they probably deserve more grace because they've done more for you. And we're a little backwards in our relationships on how we do stuff like that. So I prioritize people being human beings first, right? So if a woman breaks my heart, cheat on me, or do something foul, it's not going to change the love and care that I have for this person, especially if we have a kid. They're still going to be a priority. I'm not going to talk bad about them, things like that. Now, if they try to take me off the earth, that is the one thing where I'm like, I can't get over that. You know what I'm saying? But outside of that, I'm always going to prioritize us having a good relationship. I'm always going to say, look, it may not be ideal, but you're a human being. I understand that. We're going to do what's best for the family, and I'm going to still respect them and treat them a certain way. Just because they're a human being and they hurt my feelings don't mean I need to go and operate around like when my feelings hurt. So most people can't get past hurt because they don't think that the person that they pick has a right to hurt them. I disagree. Doesn't mean I want them to do it. I just think differently. And most people don't get to a place of understanding because they hold people to too high of a I don't know the right word to use, but they hold them to in too high
They
esteem
pedestalize people.
to a degree, and
They pedestalize them. Yeah.
they don't allow human beings to be human beings. So I'm gonna be honest with you, that's not a problem that I'm gonna have. It's not an issue that I'm gonna have, right? But I do think that is something I never understood how people can hate each other if y'all been together for so long. I don't understand it, but that is a problem, and
Oh,
I
I
don't
could
think
easily hate somebody. That's the person you could hate the most because the person you
Yeah.
don't care about wouldn't even evoke that level of emotion out of you. You wouldn't even care enough to even hate them. Like you're not important at all. But this
Yeah.
person, oh yeah, you're
Yeah.
very important.
So yes, you kind of tying into the point about tying into emotions. I can't operate this world solely based upon how I feel in my emotions. I don't think Kendrick Lamar the best rapper, but the world tell me he is. That's what it is, because the world don't operate around me. I exist in the world, and what I'm saying is my emotions can't dictate how I'm going to treat the mother of my child because she hurt my feelings, because she broke my heart. I'ma just move on like a human beings need to do and go, look, still fam, I hope everything goes well. What you need from this, that, or kid got to do this, call me whatever you need. I'm still not going to think they are a bad person. So
I'm not gonna lie. I think it's easy to say that until it's you. I think you're speaking from a privileged place, and you may not know how it feels to be betrayed and all this other stuff, and then you might feel differently. I don't know.
no,
It's easy to say that.
no. So that's the thing. It's not about it being easy because women are human beings. They can do wrong. Just like if I tell a woman, don't leave your man just because they cheated on you, you better be careful. You don't know if that's the right thing. Men are human beings. Women are human beings. That I can't defeat. One thing you have to understand is men can't defeat their own logic. This is why we tell y'all, yeah, you try to use some logic with them because we know men concede to logic. It hurts them more to have to gravel in their emotions. So me being stuck on my emotions because you broke my heart don't make me feel like a man. So I am a man. I can't go and operate on that. Now, can you be hurt for a time period if necessary? Sure. But as a man, you're going to either get over it or be stuck in the and if that's the case, you no good to society in the first place. So that's on you. I'm telling you, even if my feelings get hurt, which, okay, my feelings been hurt a bunch of times in my life, may not be because a girl cheated on me, right? But at the same time, if it happens, it happens. She's going to move on. It could be if happened just in case she didn't cheat on me. She still moved on. The situation still changed. So I think most people have an unrealistic view of the world and society, and I don't. I think I'm just a little bit better prepared for life than a lot of other people are. And that's just how it is sometimes. And it's cool.
You just understand that people are trash from the beginning, so you don't even have high expectations. I'm learning to do that. I agree.
No, I don't think they trash. I think life is difficult and we all having a hard time figuring it out. And some of us fake like it's that easy. And that's be the problem. Let people be humans. I care about humans so much that I don't even like the fact that everybody put dogs above them. I understand why y'all do it, but I refuse to do it because it's hard for me to have expectations when we putting dogs over human beings. It frustrates me, but I know why humans do it because dogs don't betray them. They don't hurt their feelings. They won't leave them unconditional and all that stuff. To me, that's a cop-out, but that's just me. And I'm willing to fight for the better good of humanity in that sense. So I get it. I just don't think you're a bad person because you're a cheater. I don't think you're a bad person because you hurt somebody's feelings.
I do. Oh, let me tell you though, it's my part two to the emotion thing, right? I'm developing this theory as we talk, and I think a lot of our problems are rooted in lack of emotional regulation, right? Because if we could look at the men in some of these positions who are the ones, because they're saying that women are the ones who weaponize the children more, and I can agree, right? Why? That why are they emotional? Why are they angry? Why are they hurt and bitter and feeling betrayed? Because the man didn't understand how impactful his actions were going to be on this woman mentally and emotionally, right? That wasn't a thought. That wasn't nowhere in his consideration. He didn't understand the triggers of this person, the trauma she may or may not be dealing with, abandonment issues, whatever it is, right? There is no thought of the other person's emotions or their own. People are just freely acting off impulse and doing whatever makes the flesh happy in the moment, right? Not using any foresight, not thinking about how this is going to impact my kid, just pure selfishness. But I think a lot of it is based in emotion, one way or the other. The man being selfish and being impulsive, and leading with his smaller head, right? Now he did some stupid shit out of his own emotion, and now it creates a whole ripple down effect of all these other things that are based out of emotion, and it just everything gets messed up for the kid. So I'm still trying to figure out my theory, but this about to be my new shit, okay? But it makes sense to me. Your
If you
lack
can
of
convince,
emotional understanding, your lack of emotional awareness gets you in a world of trouble that is going to end up being fueled by emotion. For real.
yes. The problem is most of us are getting together with people that kind of align with us because we most of us are messed up. Do you know how hard it is to take advantage of somebody that's emotionally stable, emotionally intelligent, has a control of their finances, have a level of intelligence? Do you know how hard it is for you to get those men? Like those men are so good at this is why women say, where are all those men at? You should be amazed at how you can't never find them there because they're that skilled at not being around you, disappearing. Like they are very skilled at this. This is why you run into men like, you ain't got no kids? I ain't got no kids. Dang, you smart. Oh, dang, wow. Like this is why this stuff exists. So yes, and most women and men are getting with people who don't have those skills or haven't developed them just yet. You're talking people getting together at 23 to 30. Some people don't really reach this to 40, 45, where they go, oh, wow, life has really slowed down for me. I've cried like a baby before. I ain't crying no more. I've done this. I ain't doing that no more. I need to experience something, and some people don't need to experience something. And some things you can't not experience. So I believe that is a good take on it. I don't believe we're gonna get in a place where you're gonna meet somebody that matches your level of emotional control. It usually means you have to take a higher burden. And that's what the problem is. Most people are not willing to take a higher burden if it ain't maximum pay. So if I'm not getting a max contract to filter through my emotions, manage your emotions, pay all the bills, and do all these extra things while you lack a lot of the things, don't make you a bad person, because I'm smart enough to know that don't make you a bad person. I don't know if I like the max contract. Like I want a max contract to deal with that. And most of us are not going to get access to a max contract. And so do we want to take the burden of having to perform for another human being that society says should be able to perform on their own? And that's what I think a lot of the problem is. Most leaders take a level of accountability for other people beyond them. And that takes a lot of mental space. And most people are like, nah, we're not doing that no more. So I don't think we're going to get to a space where we have that level of balance in society for a good amount of time, because I don't think it's a good deal.
I guess my only disagreement is you kind of describe that like the expectation is for people to be perfect and have all these skills. Just having some level of awareness of other people's emotion is what I'm saying. No one knows everything. I don't. You don't. You're gonna get some missteps in a relationship. You're gonna get some things wrong. You're gonna do some things that you didn't know were hurtful until they are. But I'm saying, like, overall, there are certain things we all know. This might end up badly, especially if I got kids, and they're doing it anyway. I don't understand it.
I mean, yeah, that's part of the human experience. We most of the things we're doing, like we don't need more than a studio apartment. What do you need a 1-bedroom for, Venus? You get you a studio. You solo dolo. Get you a studio only. Like
Because I need
we
to go
don't
to different rooms for
no,
different moods and
no,
see different things.
no. And that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of stuff that we're doing that's not based upon needs. Like we're living in a society where they're telling us it's okay to be greedy. Go after what you want. Like all of these things. And yes, there are people with a high level of awareness, and that's why I talked about on Hamp Show. I said, look, awareness is what I hope and pray for, like for my kids and things like that. But the truth of the matter is, at the end of the day, we're living in a society where we don't have to just settle for that. We're actually encouraged to go to want more, get more, acquire more. And if you live at the lowest you possibly could live as far as lifestyle and expectations of people, it would change a lot of things. Or it's easier for me to be like, wow, that's amazing, when the expectations are lower than within reason to a degree.
I'm with you. Some people may say it's pessimistic, but I've come to a place in life where I really expect I don't want to say the worst, but I just have very low expectations for everybody at this point. I think it keeps you from being disappointed.
Yeah. It's okay to be blissfully mistaken that somebody is way more intelligent or way more emotionally in control than you ever thought they were. It's fine then to be like, I ain't dealing with nobody unless they jump 16 feet in the air like LeBron James. That's not a good idea. Like, be happy that they can jump 1 feet and start there. You see what I'm saying? Like, and I think most people saying, no, I have access to LeBron and them, so why I got to do that? And it's clouding a lot of decision making and judgments. And most of us don't actually have a fair assessment of who we are. I think everything starts with self-awareness. Once you have a fair assessment of who you are and you have a greater understanding of the world around you, it's a higher probability that you're able to make assessments on who you're dealing with. There are some guys that will tell you, man, I don't have these problems with women. The reason that they telling you that is because they have a higher level of awareness in a bunch of different areas than other guys that don't. You don't get that girl ain't feeling you? Oh, I thought she was feeling me. How you can't tell she not feeling you? Higher levels of awareness. So we all at different stages. We all have different abilities. And I don't foresee this world proving me wrong and where we get more people to those places earlier in life. I think we all access different points at different points in life. So at 45, you might run into Fantastic like, dang, this brother, man, 7 years ago, y'all, that's night and day. And he like, yeah,
Nah, Fantastic's still gonna be on his bullshit. So
here we go.
I don't
do Fantastic. Don't you do Fantastic like that? And as Ed Unchained says, trusting a woman is always your fault. Whoo! I don't even know how to respond to that because it's kind of true.
No, that's just dumb.
That's dumb as hell.
That's one of the dumbest fucking things ever said, and I hate when people repeat it. Shout out to Ed, but yeah, that's some shit that a dumb motherfucker said, and niggas ran with it. Because you're literally, when you say that, if you agree with that premise, you're literally telling a man that he can never ever trust a woman that eventually he's going to need to have children.
So I disagree that it's your fault because you did do it. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I think that's my distinction with things, right? I look at what is, not so much right and wrong all the time. What is happening, what is existing in the world, not whether it's right or wrong. And so the statement, hey, you trusted her? Yes, I did trust her. That's your fault. It is your fault. Now, should they put you in a predicament like this? Is it wrong of them to do that? Yes, it is wrong of them to do it. So that's where I kind of get, because the logical of the statement, I can't disagree with it.
Wait, it's wrong to trust a woman?
It's not a logical statement. It's not a logical statement because again, you're literally saying that if that by that logic, you could never trust any woman.
Absolutely.
No.
That's exactly what it's saying.
So
what it's saying.
Ron Mack agrees with it.
Well, I think we're in. You know more about that statement than I do, clearly, because you said a lot of people. I'm just going by what was said, literally in the statement, and I'm saying if I trust somebody, I did it. I decided to do it because I be telling them I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Why not? I decided not to trust you. So if I do trust you, I decided to do it. It is my fault. That's all I'm saying. Now with the expanded part of why he said that, I don't know where that comes from. I'm just going by the statement. If you say
I got you. You just on his face. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you know more about the statement than I do, yeah, of course, I can understand your apprehension for not agreeing for what he truly means. He says, "Stall him out, fantastic. Stall him out." Who you want to? You want to stall me out? Oh man! All right, so let us get into the third segment of the show. Fantastic. I know you probably ain't used to a woman telling you what a real man is, but you're gonna learn today. Yeah, you're gonna learn today what a real man is versus a real ninja. And ladies, this is primarily for y'all. Okay, I waited this out for y'all because I was told, and y'all probably was told, men should speak to men and let the women speak to women. Now, I disagree. I think we should speak to each other. I think part of arguing with women is actually a level of respect, but we all interpret that differently. I heard somebody say, "Ain't no real man gonna argue back and forth with no woman just because she a woman." Interesting. So then I look at it like
I agree with that. I agree with that. That's 1,000% right. Okay. The men who be hooping and hollering, getting all catty and combative and all in their feminine, channeling their inner queen, wanting to get catty and go back and forth all day. That shit is trash. And I'm on mute. Okay.
So here's what I'm saying, right? I don't think if you don't like to do it, then don't do it with nobody. If your statement is, I only argue with men because they're men, and I don't argue with women because they women, is disrespectful to women. That's what I'm saying. Now, if you don't argue at all, no, I don't argue with nobody, then that don't mean you disrespecting women. But if I told you, oh, hold on, Venus, I'm not about to argue with you. Let me argue with Ron Mack about the same statement that you might be an expert on, because we can argue
That's what
about
I'm
anything.
used to. That's what I'm used to. Where I come from, at a certain point, they're gonna go, "Where's the man with her?" I'm not talking to you. So I don't respect the men who want to be in a fucking cat match with me. Like that's some. I don't know. I don't get it.
Well, I get it because I obviously when I say this stuff, I go, okay, this is what the challenge is going to be. This is what people going to combat it. What I'm ultimately saying is, I get the apprehension for the thought process, right? But I think women don't understand that arguing. Me and Fantastic can argue about anything. We can literally argue about arguing. What you want to argue about? Nothing for? Why are we even arguing about arguing? We can literally go for 30 minutes arguing about why we not supposed to argue, and arguing and wasting time is dumb. You see, like we could argue about anything. What I'm saying is, when you tell a woman, I ain't gonna argue with you, you ain't no man, it's disrespectful. I get
I
why
like
it's
it. I think they should do it more. I think it's respectful. I like it. They should keep doing
I
it.
feel what you're saying. I don't think it's an argument. I think it's okay to debate, but argument is different. You don't want to argue with a woman.
So
you would not win an argument with a woman.
That's fine too. All I'm saying is it's disrespectful. Now, people can have their reasons for why they don't think it's a good idea to debate a man or argue with a woman versus arguing with a man. Like the point of it is, you can argue with anybody for an extent. Me and Fantastic argue LeBron James to go, no, Michael Jordan to go for 45, 30 minutes. The problem is people confuse arguing with that. Well, it's going to lead to this. It don't have to. That's a decision that people make. And that's what I'm saying. You see, like, so that I know how it sounds because I'm telling you, it seems crazy when men are just arguing with women. It's about the type of argument. If the statement is like, you want to hurt her now, because that's what men are usually saying. Look, go get a man now because this about to go somewhere. You're taking it from the argument to, you know what I'm talking about, to another space.
Yeah, you get out of hand.
You see what I'm saying? I'm just talking about, I'm not arguing with her solely based because she's just a woman, but I will argue with Fantastic for 45 minutes.
Yeah, man. That's again, man. That's just so trash. Again, listen. There are women that so Hillary Clinton shouldn't have had a debate with Donald Trump when she's trying to win the presidency. A CEO with two opposite businesses or whatever, or two people trying to pitch a business deal or something to a company. You're not going to argue with that person. Again, it's something that people that don't have the capacity to debate for real, they reduce everything to an argument. And then it gives women this get out of jail free card to just say whatever the hell they want to say, and a man's not supposed to respond back. No, you're a grown ass person. Words have consequences. Words have benefits, and it's a certain way that you talk to people. You know what I'm saying, or even have a discussion. Because I mean, basically saying a man's not going to argue with a woman. What are you supposed to do? Just walk away every time? What he's supposed to do? Just give in to what the woman wants. So that's basically
No,
what's
he's
being
supposed
said
to
without
make
being
his
said.
point and leave it there. He's supposed to make
No.
his point and leave it there. A little back and forth is cool, but at certain men at a certain point, they said what they said, and they don't really give a damn what else you say because this is what it is.
So
Yeah,
you didn't answer my question. So he's just supposed to walk away, and you're gonna leave it alone?
Nah, some men just got it like that, where they tell you like, listen, it's no, and that's it. Like they just shut it down. Okay.
Yeah, that's real. Like,
And
put
some
it
of
like
them
this.
do walk away. Like, so no, some of them do walk away. I don't think there's anything
Yeah,
wrong
I
with
know
walking
that.
away
I
either.
know that. I know that men do that. I've done it. What I'm saying is, are you going to let it be satisfied as that? And that's why I'm talking about
If I
where
respect him.
no. So you've never argued with a man?
I argue with the
All
feminine
right
men
then.
online all the
Okay, so
time.
I won. No. You know, no. You've never argued with a man in real life.
I think they were feminine too. Yes.
No, they weren't. No, because you were dealing with them. They
I
weren't
mean, but
feminine until
Mr.
they said something you didn't like.
Look at it like this though, bro. Whenever we say if we on one of these panels, we done seen it happen plenty of times, and we just see these dudes just arguing, they just yelling, they just tripping. We like, boy, you acting like a bitch.
Why?
Why do we say that they acting like a bitch? Or you sound like a you got baby mama energy.
So here's the difference, right? I think people we get so stuck in the way we want something to be that we don't even listen to the idea. I'm just telling you, it's disrespectful to tell you I'm gonna argue with Ron Mack all day, 6 hours. We're gonna go back and forth. But Venus, you a woman. I ain't arguing with you for 6 hours back and forth just because you a woman. To me, that's insanity. Either I don't argue with nobody. I'm not about to argue with nobody. I said my point, say your point, move on. It's disrespectful to women, but y'all don't see that because y'all so stuck on wanting to find an opportunity to kind of, I don't want to say degrade a man, but it's like y'all don't understand how I'm trying to project that to y'all to show you that's actually respect. Me saying
I do
I'm arguing.
understand. You're calling it misogynistic. I understand what you're saying. I get it.
So
You're saying they view the woman as lesser than. It's like you're not even worth addressing. I understand. I just don't really approve of men like spending too much time yelling and screaming. Because the theory about men and women is that women are more emotional. This is the fake ass theory, but women are more emotional and men are more logical, right? And you guys love to push that. So when it comes to certain situations, we expect the more logical being to be the less emotional one, right? But if you're constantly acting just as bad as the emotional one, I can't tell the difference.
So let me give you the example, right? You are somebody that can identify those men that you will say, damn, they really logical, they not emotional. You could decide, I'm only going to talk to those men because you're intelligent enough to go, those are guys I probably should deal with. You also intelligent enough to go, these guys are more emotional than normally. And I want to highlight that to laugh and show, man, all of y'all not logical. And that's what women tend to do. It's not your inability to identify logical men, not men that are not extremely emotional. It's just y'all get y'all kicks and giggles out of dealing with the men that are that way. No man tells you all the men are 100% logical and don't have no emotions. We tell y'all we got emotions, but the vast majority of men that we are logical. Y'all want to find the few just to prove the point wrong and argue with them when you know in this space you can find a handful of guys that go, those guys good people. I'd rather argue with them. But we know what y'all intentions are. And so in this conversation, what I'm saying is y'all want to take an heated or elevated voice pitch to being disrespectful. If man, Michael Jordan, you out your mind. I don't take that as disrespectful. I don't look at that. If he says you a BAN, then he's moving it from argument to going to disrespect. And I think that's where y'all not standing just arguing. It's perfectly okay to argue back and forth with a woman, back and forth if you want to. But when you can't control your emotions and you get disrespectful, you take it out of the arena of arguing. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with all of that except for the intention. I don't have any intention on
Not
we
you.
want to go after certain. No, any of us. I don't think it's we want to go after
Oh,
certain men. I
you
think
do
we
think there are?
participate.
Come on now.
We participate in certain conversations, and sometimes you don't know until you're in a disagreement, right? In real time, then you could kind of see. Like, it's not like, oh, I intentionally want to make sure that Ron Mack gets emotional. No, it's like as the conversation uh progresses, sometimes you just see certain people get a little crazy.
Okay. I know you better than that, and I know what you capable of, and I know you see women be like, let me go pick on this emotional man right now and show y'all he's an emotional little child. You know you see it. And I have no problem with it because it's strategic of women to prove their point when it's necessary, just like men will be strategic to prove their point. So I have no problem with it. I just think it's a little disrespectful. I have no problem. Or I got friends, they think we might argue back and forth. I don't have to disrespect none of them. Even if I get loud, they be like, why you getting loud? And they be like, oh, yeah, because you like it's normal. I think we try to demonize something to make it be what we want to be based upon our limited experience. So I just push back on it a little bit. I don't approve of the disrespect. You don't need to disrespect nobody in an argument to prove your point. Now, the thing is, what I found is when I argue with somebody or we're arguing back and forth, the seventh point they made, I go, oh, that might make sense. Now I see where you was trying to get to. Is just we started here and then there can be a build. I've seen elevated arguments for 20 minutes and go, oh man, I get it now. And then it's broken down and then they build it. So that's why I say it's not as bad as we project it to be. But I understand I don't want to see no man cursing a girl out or cursing a woman out, you know, because they can't control the fact that they might be losing an argument. I don't like to see that. I don't want to see a woman disrespect the guy either, but it definitely looks worse when a man is being disrespectful to a woman because he's losing the argument. So those things I'm not admitting. I'm just saying I push back just the premise men shouldn't argue with women. I push back on that. Because this is why y'all come to YouTube.
Fair enough. I came here to build with Black community and bring people to Jesus. That's my goal.
Stop the cap.
I do believe her, but I do believe she only wants to build with a select group of people that she cool with, and the rest of them they just stepping targets. That's what I believe. I watch this stuff play out all the time, so I'll be seeing people like, you know, you dare really just to beat up on them. They not good at arguing a point. We know what you here for, and that's just how it goes. And there has to be a level of entertainment, but we have to shift. Oh, Venus, come on now. We got to shift to this real.
Okay, can I just say one thing? To be honest, it's all right. This is the last thing. This is a legitimate question, and then I gotta drop my battery dying. Is it not helpful to those men when those of us who are way advanced in this than them come challenge them? I think it's actually helpful. It may not feel like it in a moment, but somebody needs to force them to be able to think a little bit further than they normally do. I think it's a good thing.
I'll tell you this, and I don't want to say this because I don't want to offend women because I'm not ignorant to the point that they exist. It's rare to run across a woman that you like where you are just blown away by her intelligence. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm not saying they don't have cum laude and 4.8 GPAs.
Oh man!
What I'm saying, because I told you I don't want to offend nobody.
You offended everybody.
I'm not trying to. You know me.
I'll do it. I'll offend everyone. None of your degrees means intelligent. That just means you know how to regurgitate information that's passed out through you through educational situation and setting. Yeah, men have the highest IQs historically and currently and everything. And again, like you said, most women get by on their physical attributes and looks, not their intelligence. Fantastic said it, not Aaron.
Okay, one rebuttal, right? Because when we say IQ, that could be tested amongst different things, right? But we're talking specifically now in terms of just communication alone. Do you think that men largely are better at that than women?
Yes, men are the best communicators because again, men are the teachers of have been the basis of history. It's called history for a reason. Also, language. Men created language. So the men that make the thing that you're able to use have to be the superior people at it.
So fair enough. So then I guess my last question is, how come, at least if we use this small space, right? Do you think that there's a large amount of, because it's mostly men, do you think there's a large amount of great communicators here since men excel in communication?
No, but now you're that's a gotcha thing. So just because you don't have this
No, there's
space,
no gotcha. Legit. That's just what I think. Like, I
well, no,
don't
no,
think,
well,
if we
no,
look at this
out of
small
the
space,
space is small, but in comparison to what? The space is made up of thousands, if not
Can I
tens of
ask my
thousands of
question?
people. Yeah, it's made up of tens of thousands of people. You got to think. So you know what I mean? You add everybody's subscribers or the highest person with subscribers. Let's just use like Angry Man, right? He's like a part of this space. He's got what, 500,000 subscribers. So to say that, you know what I mean, a very small percentage of people that are here communicating to be active, you know what I mean, I guess like reference
people
point
use
is just
small sample sizes all the time, right? Like that dating app one about black women you like to use. It's a
Well, let
sample
me give
size,
you a
right?
small.
So why
that's a
we
Let me,
can't
small,
use
yeah,
a
it's a small
sample size for this?
well, let me give you one.
Why we
Let
can't
me
use
give
a
you
sample
one.
size now?
John,
So out of
John
this
said he got it.
sample, are
Well,
these
let me
people
give
good
you one.
communicators? Yes or
Well,
no?
let me give you
I
one.
can speak for myself. I'm a great communicator. So I
Well, let
mean,
me give her a practical example and see if I can help her out. If you, I'm just going to use a hypothetical woman that's married or has a boyfriend, so you don't have to be married. If there's a plumbing problem that comes and the plumber has to come out, who's better at communicating with that plumber, the man or the woman in the household? Typically the man. And only goes throughout all the trades. Now, there's some areas where the woman is better, like child care for the child. But many of the more practical areas, the man is much more better at communicating with another man. And typically, the things that you need done, you need men to do it. So you need men to communicate with other men. And I know you've heard this scenario, you know, when women go to a car mechanic and they want a man to go with them because they feel better. They feel like they'll get a better assessment if a man is with them. I'll end it there.
So, oh man, y'all really want to go down this path?
yeah, and just real quick, Aaron, before you hop in there, most
No,
lawyers are
I'm sorry.
men.
I
That is basically
gotta drop. I didn't mean to derail.
It's okay.
that's cool. Well, I'll
Say
still
it
say
again.
most lawyers are men, most salesmen are men, most anything that have where you have to be able to convince the other person of something else is mastered by men, and that's historically and currently.
All right, man. It's good to see you today. Have a great day today. Be blessed. Be careful. I know you about to leave out.
Yeah, charge that phone up. Come prepared next time.
I was outside.
Oh,
I wasn't supposed to be here.
okay, let me get to these super chats. Fantastic. You lose my money in August, I'm gonna break pedal your knees. Credit for AO. Dang, fantastic. You better not lose that money. I better not lose that money, dog. That's what they telling you.
What's going on in August?
Well, no, this ain't no promotional tour. The dating pool roast reaction says logic and emotions are scaled per individual. Plenty of I women, I'm assuming that means intelligent women, and plenty of E-man, emotional men, I'm guessing. Goofy steel to die on. A goofy hill to die on. Log doesn't mean better, just means different. Emo doesn't mean less than, it just means different. I'm gonna say this. This is my opinion, which I'm gonna get in trouble for. It is rare have I seen men say, oh my God, I ran into this woman and she's just so brilliant and intelligent. I'm sorry. I'm not saying those women don't exist because I know they do. It is just you don't hear men rave about that. Fantastic. Yo, I ran into the most brilliant woman ever. Oh my, like her. Men don't say that. And I'm not saying that they don't exist, so don't be offended. I'm just telling you it's rare. Men are astonished when they run into a woman that's like that type of entity. Like they are astonished by it. That's why they'll tell you, like, wow, that's another way to separate. So it just don't happen enough. And it may be because those women are so smart, they know how to avoid people. Okay. I don't want to fight about it. I'm just saying it is rare. Now to the communication part, right? Or men are, when you're better at something, you don't have a problem being responsible for it. If I'm the best quarterback, look, I'm gonna be the quarterback. I'm responsible for if the team win or lose, right? If I'm the best at it, you typically don't have a problem with taking on that particular leadership role. Women still have a high demand for men to be better communicators. If you the better communicator, take the lead. Take the lead. Stop having a request for men to be better communicators. You get to overcompensate for that. When you're the best at something or better than somebody else, it's kind of your duty to overcompensate for their inabilities, whether we like it or not. And the fact that women are like requesting somebody to be, and we both don't know, but nothing is equal, the same as or better than, they're typically asking for somebody that's better. So there's reasons for that. So I'll leave it there. I see women are upset that I'm telling y'all that it's rare to men to walk to brilliant women, and y'all keep acting like that's not rare for them. I don't know what to tell y'all.
Aaron, ain't you Aaron, you didn't remove the link, did you? The link's still pinned, right?
They not gonna hit the link, bro.
Yeah, they're not gonna hit the link. Damn, y'all can just hit the link and come up here and communicate just how great you are in communication. But never mind.
I think I recognize Ron Mack. Ron Mack, I recognize you, right?
It's because it's a level of being combative. Like, I'm willing to just to build the conversation. You might tell me something different. I'm like, okay, I can see how that. Like, I just think it's rare. I think there might be confusion on what brilliance is for a lot of women right now, because maybe they think that there's a lot of brilliant women walking around. It's not. It's not. And I told you, it's not about their 4.9 GPA, cum laude, and their master's degrees. It's not that. I'm just telling y'all. But y'all, maybe y'all don't. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Here's what I. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I don't want to get in trouble. Go ahead. You get in trouble. Go ahead, John. You get in trouble.
I don't mind getting in trouble. You know what? I was listening to what you said, where you said something about, maybe the woman is stronger in some aspects than others. And I'm a little bit older than you guys, so maybe you take this with a grain of salt here. But I've been a landlord for a very long time to a lot of young black men. And I think that a lot of what you say is a lot of the problem, to be honest with you. And I'm not criticizing you. But a lot of the black men have allowed the women to compensate in areas where they're not very good at compensating. Mm. For instance, go ahead. You want to interrupt?
I do want to interrupt. I do want to interrupt. Hold on.
Yeah, I like to back and forth. That's fine.
Wait. Hold on. I want to interrupt for just a moment. Let me see if my brother Tony, that's you?
Yeah, me.
All right, and I want to briefly respond to Lee, because Lee been acting up lately. He says women are scientists just like men. Name a field of intelligence a woman is not in. So I'm going to repeat my statement, because maybe that statement is not for me. That was probably for Fantastic, which I understand if it is. There are not a lot of scientists. So that's the one thing you need to understand. There's not a lot of scientists, and there are more men scientists anyway. But beyond that, right? The majority of people are not scientists. And what I'm saying is there are intelligent women. I literally put that disclaimer out. I'm saying it is rare for a man to tell you, yo, I met this woman and she is brilliant. Not that she's not cute, not that she's not pretty, brilliant. And I think y'all confused by that because y'all think I'm trying to cause it a problem. I'm not. Just telling you, it's not what y'all think they are. I'm not saying they broken, they don't have jobs. That is not an indication. I'm Fantastic. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because maybe I'm speaking.
I understand exactly what you're saying. You're saying again the rarity of a man being introduced to a woman. Let me say it in the good way, not the harsh way I said it. Is extremely rare in comparison to a woman that a man finds extremely attractive, or from a physical standpoint, or she has a great personality. You can have all of those things and not be hyper intelligence. Hyper intelligence in itself is extremely, extremely rare, man or woman. But even when it's there are far more men than there are women. And being that we're in a society we live in where most women do not have to depend on their intelligence to get the things they want, that is why it's extremely rare when you run into it. And like you said, Aaron, well, you didn't say this, but if and when you do, most men are quick to acknowledge it because it's so rare.
I'm not going to agree with everything Fantastic. He's going to get me in trouble, but he summed it up the fantastic way. I don't want to get in trouble. Okay, I'm trying not to.
Let me get in trouble here.
John, why you want to get in trouble on my behalf? Go ahead, John. You do it.
Let me get in after John.
I've been a landlord for a long time to young black men, many of them similar to you guys, your age. And I told a funny story not too long ago. One of my black male tenants, 26, 27, Georgetown graduate. He says, "Hey man, my bed is loose. You know, it's loose. Can you come over and tighten up the screws on my bed?" I said, "Sure. Okay, I'll come over." The nigga could have done it himself, but he too damn lazy. So when I get there to tighten up the bed, his baby girlfriend, not a baby mom, but his girlfriend laying in bed. So I tell her, "Get your ass up. Let me tighten the screws up on this bed." And so when you have men who don't have even the most basic of skills, you invite other men right directly into your bedroom, in your most intimate spaces, a man like me, to come over and tighten your bed up so you can ground and pound some more. And you extrapolate that all throughout a black man's existence. Many black men have no skills, no physical abilities to do anything. They have a lot of book knowledge, but they can't put a roof on, can't work on a car. And I'm not telling you, just talking off the top of my head, I'm telling you 30 years of experience. That many of these black men have been educated to the point where they have no physical skills. And all the men that have to come in and do the things that the black men can't do are other men. And other men oftentimes is making a lot of money in the trades. And so it's hard to maintain a woman. And I could tell you story after story. But it's hard to maintain a woman when a man doesn't have the foundational skills of life. And so that's what I think that you miss when you say that the woman can compensate. I don't think the woman needs to compensate for foundational skills of a man, like talking to the plumber when the plumber comes to the home to fix something with the plumbing. It'll be better if the man knew how to do it himself to keep another man out of his home. The last thing you want is another man in your home, in my opinion.
So this is the thing, right, John? So that may be true, but I think society in 5 years have evolved faster than the previous 10 years. And I think a lot of times people don't understand. We're just in a different space. We're in a different society. So we don't want to jump out of the car and fix a flat tire when we can just send some money and somebody fix it faster for us, and things to accommodate those situations where you might take pride. I'm gonna change the tire myself. I'm a man. Like, we have different priorities and different experiences, and it's evolved quickly. And so while I do agree with the general sentiments, we don't want another man in our home because we understand the influence and the energy that men have on women. Totally understandable statement. I get that part, but I just think that, like, that plumber better than you. You might could try to be a good plumber and but you're not a master plumber, sir. So if that situation is an issue and you got to go to work, whatever, call up the master plumber. So they're just circumstances where you have to understand there are going to be other people around you. We are not jacks of all trades. We're not skilled in all these different areas and things like that. So I just think that part is a little bit.
There are levels to it. If you own your game and you can take your baby to Miami while you getting your bathroom worked on, hell yeah, that woman respect that shit. But if you ain't got no money, you broke, you down on your luck, and the damn toilet or something basic is leaking, and y'all don't have any money to call anybody to fix it, and your sorry ass can't fix it, that woman gonna start to look at you a whole lot differently. Don't believe me. I can give you story after story, 20 plus years of seeing black men.
So just want to make sure I understand. You saying that if you ain't got no money and your girl broke too, right? She ain't got no money. She gonna look at you mad because y'all both broke.
Nigga, that woman got something to sell always. She can always get up out of her position. She gave you an opportunity to let you get up out that position. Get her up out that position. But she can always get up out of it. You got something on sale in the store, my nigga. You know that? Shit. Always upgrade her position. Shit.
How you doing?
A woman, ain't no woman out here got to hang around this slum with some nigga when she could just find another nigga and upgrade a little bit.
Mr. John, I got a question for you. Just a simple question for you. I want to know, what is your favorite ticker symbol on the market and why?
I don't fool around in stock market, man. You know, I buy real shit, real assets. I'd rather buy a damn tractor than a stock, to be honest with you.
Okay, gotcha.
But I'm telling you, no one's going to tell you that, what I just told you.
Yeah, well, I'll agree. I'll disagree on only one part of your point. Women will stay with a ain't shit dude. I mean, they'll do that until she gets tired.
Until she can find one better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But a lot of them can't. That's what you say. So when a woman lacks in attractiveness and she, she doesn't have many options, while a lot of these women deal with the ain't shit nigga, the homosexuals, the the motherfuckers don't got nothing to actually offer, because they just need a man for the sake of saying they got one, and they'll take what they can get. Not most, but a lot of women are beggars more so than choosers. And that's something that people don't like bringing up either, because they always think like the women have the upper hand because they got the pussy. But no, because again, we all know this. They all have them, but they're not all the same. They're not all looked at the same. And it's the everything else attached to it that helps you elevate in where dudes put you overall.
I don't think there's a man alive that can keep a woman by blowing her back out. Period. I don't think we have.
That's a big part of it.
In the very short term,
no,
I don't know if you guys have ever heard in the short term things are fixed.
What do we consider in short term?
Well, you can make your own short term, but in the long term, things are variable. Yeah. That woman may hang around with you for a little while. She may slum it out because you slinging dick at her ass. But sooner or later, either your dick gonna stop working, or she gonna want something nicer, one of the two, and she gonna move on from your ass. Women seek.
When will that happen?
Well, women seek comfort. That's innate in their ass. Ain't no woman trying to slum around with your ass when they can go get them a good man, a man with money, a man that can provide for them. If I can leave you with anything, is that the women.
So, John, are you saying that when were you ever broke in your life?
Hell yeah, I've been broke.
Okay, so were you getting women?
Hell yeah, I'm getting women.
So you still can get women when you broke?
Yeah, you can. But what I'm saying to you is that woman deep down in the back of her mind, when she's looking at you, she's looking to see if there's any growth there in this nigga. Right? And then once you stagnate, women start to look around and say, well, damn, this nigga done stagnate, he done stalled out. And maybe they're happy with stalling out. But oftentimes women say they want to see a man that's striving. That's why rich men get the majority of women. Poor men don't. Women want a man that's striving because what they seek is security. They want to be able to depend on that man. And a lot of the things I think what you're talking about is a man being able to depend on the woman. And I see it a lot of times. I had a nigga the other day call me about some bullshit. And I won't even tell you what he called me about, but let's just say he was trying to hustle up his rent money. And it was dependent on the woman. Now just imagine if you had to go to your woman, like, baby, like I just need $100, $150, whatever, so I can pay this rent. How you think your woman gonna look at you?
She gonna look at you normal. Like listen, this is crazy. Listen, that's crazy.
All right, fair enough. If you believe that, then you have the right to believe that. I'm not going to disagree with you.
I said, you talking about a woman that's living in your house?
Yeah. Or you living in her.
Yeah.
Whatever the
See, I
case
don't
may
know
be.
what y'all do signing up for. If you stand in that house and I'm $150 short, you better come up off that $150. What are we talking about?
Yeah, that's true. I don't disagree with you. But
Yeah, she shouldn't look at me
gonna
no
be
crazy.
looking at you. She gonna be looking at you like damn.
No,
Like
you wrong, bro.
$150. This nigga ain't got. I gotta keep coming up
Hold on,
on my.
you man. Hold on, you man.
Now,
So
we
John,
have women a lot. A lot
so
of women, not all.
John,
Go
so
ahead.
John, one point in your life, women used to look at you like that, right?
Like what?
Like you just did test me. Like why you asking me for $150?
No. I just realized this. No. Y'all not about to drive me down this path. This is not what we was talking about. I just realized this. I'm not doing this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. How was that relevant to the original statement you made?
John just want to let y'all know, get your money up and all this other stuff. No, this is not what we was talking about. And I be trying to let
niggas is soft and y'all can't make no bed.
Yeah, I was just trying to. Sometimes I'll be letting people get their thoughts out, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing this today. Okay, Dating Pool Roast React says we can't help you that you have dumb women in real time. All I said was they not brilliant. I didn't default to that they're dumb. Maybe y'all don't really understand like brilliance. Okay, Kazi says this conversation now is baloney. Brilliant. If you're not brilliant, it does not mean you're dumb. Okay, I'm trying my best. I told y'all this not to be offensive, but y'all really don't understand that they don't come across this brilliance that y'all don't. HQ says it's extremely rare that black men run into intelligent women, just like it's rare for black women to run into extremely intelligent men. Got it. Yeah, that's the statement you want to say, right? Because you like divisiveness. Okay. What does what I have to say mean? You have to say, well, men do it too. This is another well, men do it too statement. Okay. You can't never just stand alone in that conversation. I don't know why y'all do it. Okay. And now, of course, HQ says facts because she wants to uplift John to say, look, your girl gonna look at you funny if you not leveling up every 5 years and putting money in your pension plan and your 401k and all these things.
That ain't what I said,
Da.
That ain't what I said.
All right.
I think John. First of all, if I'm $150 short and you stand in the house, that I'm standing in, and you got $150. Yeah, you better not look at me some type of way if I ask you to help this one time. That's crazy. That's just a crazy reality that I don't think my wife ain't never looked at me crazy if I would have asked her for something. That's just crazy. So
you
y'all
personalizing it though.
I know, but I'm just saying women. I don't think that if
Let me
you
respond
can't
to what you're saying. Let me respond to what you're saying. Let's say you got a fine ass woman, and your ass come to her like, yo, let me get 150 on the rent. You don't think that woman got an option?
Can I?
Hold on. She's slumming around. Hold on. She's slumming around with your ass, giving her the best time of her life. When she young, fine. And you ain't got $150 when these niggas hollering at her, pulling up in fucking Mercedes and Maseratis hollering at her. She fine. And this nigga ain't got up on nigga ain't got $150.
So are you saying
you're a prostitute?
Like, you don't understand the real world if you think that ain't real.
Can I interject? And I was just talking about this to another girl my age about the same thing. And I feel as though there's two things. I think there's a disconnect generationally, and I think there's a disconnect regionally, right? I don't know where you live, but if you live in a place like New York or LA or San Francisco, asking your girl to pitch in on $100, that's fair game. I mean, a woman would be like, if that's the only thing I gotta do, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not getting on people that live in the South, but I notice a lot of times guys that are talking about, I don't do 50-50 with my girl. You guys are living in a place where things are much more cheaper. It's much more affordable to live. You can't live.
I'm a landlord in DC. Just so you know, disclosure. So
you can't live. I'm sorry, you can't live where the rent is like $3,000, and if your wife or your significant other pays it for $200.
Hold on, let's not go to the 3,000. Hold on 1 second. Let's not go to the 3,000. Is that extreme? If my rent $2,000 I got $18.50 and I'm asking her for $150. She ain't gonna look at me crazy. How's she gonna look at me crazy when I
Yeah,
I'm
and
telling
Edom man, we're not in your personal situation. We agree. We're not disputing that. What we're
most
saying
women.
though, no, not most of them. That's what we're trying to fucking tell you. You're married. You're not out here, so you obviously you don't understand that. A woman feels like she has to contribute anything, especially to necessities for you to live. You're a broke ass nigga, and she will be looking for other options.
You know what's crazy?
Like I want to clarify my point. To be fair to what Edom man is saying, I'm not saying that a woman should have to contribute to anything like that. But I'm saying if you're broke and you can't fix it, mine a toilet, something like that, and that's gonna cause you to be late on your rent, or you got a ticket that you can't pay, and now you say, "Hey, baby, I gotta pay that ticket so we can pay our rent." That woman gonna start looking for something else.
Can I
Maybe
ask you a
not-
question?
Sure.
What's the interest rate right now currently across the country?
I don't know. What's it, about 8%, give or
Or
take? I don't follow interest rates, but fair enough.
8.5.
Okay.
Right.
Fair enough.
Damn, that's money talk.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. GBC, GBG.
I said, damn, this money talk.
What?
Go ahead.
What he said. Now I was gonna say. Well, my point being is, we're in a time where trying to shame men for not being the sole breadwinner, it ain't gonna cut it anymore. I'm sorry, like especially if you live in a near a metropolitan area, not only do you have to deal with inflation, you also dealing with, we're not talking about property taxes, we're not talking about maintenance, we're not talking about excluding if you have kids, and we didn't even get to the point where you have the mortgage payment. All right, so I always feel like we kind of generalize and we kind of shame men to say, oh, you're not like your grandparents, even though your granddad had maybe a 10th grade education and he didn't have to finish high school, but he was able to afford a house and afford to keep his wife to stay at home and afford 2 kids, compared to now where you have to have at least 1 to 2 degrees to be able to suffice, and it has to be a high end in demand skill. Like I feel as though we can't really compare the two to be like, oh, from the back of yesteryear to say like, oh, during your dad's time, he never had to ask another man to fix his water or something like that.
Hey, Azrael, can I respond to some of your questions? You go on a bit, and you see me smoking weed, so my memory ain't the best. You're a younger man, so you're probably going to be able to remember better than me. But there's one point I wanted to cut you off because I really wanted to respond to it before I forget. You know the people that have the hardest time paying their rent with me?
Single mothers.
Fuck no.
I don't rent to single mothers for the most part.
Oh, I know who it is.
Single mothers can come, hold on. Single mothers can come scalp your paycheck and get the rent. It's the niggas with the degrees. Yo, my man, you got a super chat, bro.
Y'all trying to stress me out tonight, man. We ain't about to keep doing this. HU says, I disagree with John. She will come up with that 150 from her other ninja.
That means she gone already, right? But anyway, so my point being,
hold on 1 sec. HQ says facts, fantastic, and other more cash flush options. Dang.
So my point being, like,
and one more says blame Sharon Bracey for why men can't be the breadwinner.
See, I don't think it's all about being a breadwinner. That's one of the things that I want to kind of make sure I distinguish there. I think you have to be kind of, and I know this is kind of like formulaic or whatever, but I think you have to be a leader and a man that woman feels comfortable following, because women seek comfort. And I think what I've seen over my years, seeing young black men come of age, they've lost their ability to lead the women because they don't really have anything. They hold on, let me finish it. Like, they have college degrees. And again, as I told you, the college degree man has a hard time paying rent to me. It's the man with them skills, the welder, nigga that know how to work on cars, a salesman or something. But the one that just got a college degree and, I don't know, name random ass degree, biology. I got a biology degree. It's hard to make a living, as you say, Aaron. And
That's
so
crazy.
it becomes harder for him to lead that woman, because if it's hard for him to maintain his lifestyle, how the hell he gonna lead a woman?
Okay. All right, fine. I'm sick of this. Okay. HQ says, let a ninja ask me for rent. Furniture and bags gonna be moving.
See?
Go ahead and leave then. See where you live on by the trash can outside. Okay. PJ Austin says, if the foundation of relationships is based on material things, then of course that person is going to leave when things are gone. Base the foundation of your relationship with something deeper than materials. Makes sense to me. I'm going with
imagine some big buck ass nigga came over to cut your grass. He took his shirt off. That nigga was cut
every scenario in the world.
Okay. Are we moving on? No, we gotta move on.
Your wife looking out the window at that nigga like, damn.
But he can't pay the rent either. That's the point that I'm trying to.
Hey, how many pool boys done fuck the wife?
You guys got 5 minutes to figure this out.
How many
5
pool
minutes.
boys done fuck? How many
After
pool boys?
5 minutes, we moving on.
See, but the
it's John out here talking about these damn cuck ass situations and shit where everybody, old lady or wife getting fucked by some random man. That's John.
No, fuck that. What I'm talking about is real more practical things like.
No, hell it ain't.
Well, listen, nigga, I tell you, I got 3 business partners.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got more than that, but I think I have 4.
We only got 5 minutes, so you can't tell long stories.
But 3 of them are women. 3 of them are women. Imagine it. How a nigga lead women, but ain't no men involved.
No, see, this is the whole point that I'm trying to help you understand. Hello, no, because John just he thought he was smart. He came up here and said, you can't pay $150 and painted the narrative. She slept with the pool boy or she slept with the dude that's cutting the grass. Trust me, she wouldn't sleep with neither one of them because she had to pay you $150. If she had a wondering eye, she was wondering why you was paying all these bills. I didn't just start wondering because you asked her for $150. We got to stop. Like we really got to stop it. Oh, she got the wondering eye.
He remind me of them. I'm in a bind Nate type dudes. we tell the girls,
I'm a landlord to most of you niggas. How about that? I'm the one that come in. I'm the biggest bill to most niggas. I figure that. Any nigga got a girlfriend, you know what he got to do before a nigga take a bitch out on it. Then you know who he got to pay first. You looking at the nigga.
So John, are you gonna tell us how rich you are? Or are you just gonna tell us you're rich?
I ain't rich shit, but I've lived long enough and I've experienced enough. And what rich is relative, but I've lived long enough and I've seen a lot of things.
The word rich is not relative to the nigga.
I don't want to make this. Hold on. I don't want to make this confrontation. I don't want to make this confrontation because I feel like I'm giving you some advice. Right?
Rich ain't relative to a nigga that got rental properties.
Right. I understand.
That's but I feel.
So, John, I want to ask you a question. Do you think the average 21-year-old or somebody coming out of college, they can easily just shoot up to your position of owning property in the next 5 years?
I'm glad you asked me that question.
Yeah. But John, let me ask John this question.
See, this is one of you niggas. The problem. One man just asked a question and then the other nigga just talking over him. See, this is right. So let me ask him a question. And let me ask him a question. And look, bro, listen.
He asked questions that we know.
If you got questions for me, I answer all your questions for free. You come over to my stream. That's
we only got 2 minutes.
I want to ask you a question. Hold on. I want to answer your question, Aaron. And you said,
Aaron didn't ask you
honestly. I'm gonna tell you, bro. Only reason I came on here, bro. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. I'm black. I saw you niggas were black. Saw you niggas were live. So I said, let me come over here and shit. I see what you're talking about. Let me come over here. I just see what you're talking about, right? And so, but again, what I say to you is, you asked me the question about a young man coming out of college. The first thing I would say to you is, college for a lot of niggas. People in general, but niggas in particular, is like a trap. Most of these niggas don't need to go to college.
What they need
to go? Hold on. I showed
where they need to go. We asking for solutions.
Okay, good. I'm good. We'll start there and get out of the propaganda trap buying into college.
Where do they go?
Let me finish. I have a Georgetown graduate, master's, living it. Well,
Oh, you went to college.
Let me
Okay.
finish.
All right, go ahead, keep
Now,
going.
God damn, this nigga don't even let me finish. I have a tenant in one of my houses, Georgetown graduate, master's, can't hardly pay the rent. And so what I'm saying to you is I think that a lot of black men, particularly the ones who may be inclined to work with their hands or whatever, should pursue that. Find you some interest. There are a lot of things out here that you can do. Aaron here is here online. He's content streamer. Maybe he's good at that. There's some other people that may be inclined to work in whatever. But if you can resist the urge to college because it's a trap, I'm telling you from what I've seen. I
Let me
wouldn't have
ask
come
you a
on here.
question.
Sure, go
Who
right
makes
ahead.
more money, the people who go to college or the people who don't go to college?
Well, clearly there's going to be some extremes where the people. let me finish. But the average man like yourself,
I'm not average. I'm about to start my MBA. I'm far.
Right. Yeah, I have an MBA myself. But the thing is, I would say the average man like yourself.
What?
Let me finish. The average people like yourself, I would say that you would be better off not going to college. And the reason why I say it is because
What do we do though, sir? I didn't ask you five
well,
times.
okay, good. I'm glad you asked me, and I'm gonna get there if you stop cutting me off. Have you ever heard the story of 5 guys?
Fuck 5 guys.
No,
You a
man,
nigga with an
I'll tell you. Come on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. We got 1 minute. I'm going to give it to you because I think you're going to like this advice. I think that a lot of you guys, young, you get on here, you talk every day, and it's good. I think that a lot of you guys could probably put your heads together and come up with businesses. You could fund them yourselves, at least to get off the ground. And then you make yourselves more suitable to get outside capital. But most of you guys are black, and you probably heard the saying, don't do business with friends and family. So what I would tell you is that's wrong. You need to find the friends, the family. All my business partners are friends and family. We're friends. If you can find those people, you're going to find that the avenues open up to you, but you have to expand your mind from the propaganda that you've been told. Don't do business with friends and family. Go to college. All around me are community bodegas and liquor stores. On my stream, there's a guy, a Korean guy. He talks about why blacks can't own these own stores in their own community. I would suggest you read it, listen to it.
Let me respond to what you said first.
Sure, go right ahead.
So, do you believe that entrepreneurs do better with college education or worse without college education?
I think entrepreneurs, by and large, do better. The education is not.
No, let me ask my
Hold
question.
on. Let me finish my statement.
You're not
I
answering
think.
my question.
Hold on. Let me finish my statement. Then I'll let you finish your question. I think as an entrepreneur, you're going to do better if you really focus and discipline. The education, I don't think is. Hold on. The education, I don't think is highly correlated with success. But go ahead. What's your question?
No. The point that I'm asking is, do you believe an entrepreneur who have college education would do better than a person that does not have any college education?
You're letting this happen.
I'll say again, I don't think the education is highly correlated with the success of the business.
Okay, that's it. Time is up. Time is up. This is too much for me. I don't want to do it. I'm getting to my
No, it's
last
fine.
topic. Okay,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hijack your stream, my man.
No, it's all right. Y'all done got enough of it out. Okay, y'all want a different stream.
I'm
Y'all
gonna send you a super chat, man.
My
My bad.
closing statement.
No.
I think you just. You didn't even let. Okay. All right.
Christ.
Yeah.
Why y'all want to do this today? What is wrong with that?
I just wanted to make the point that 98% of all CEOs globally at least have a bachelor's degree, right? 70 at least, and then at least 74% of those have masters. So the whole point is
shut the
saying,
fuck up. We're done with that. Yo,
No, it's
we
cool.
done.
He's
God
good.
damn it, bro.
The point being, the answer E-Man's question, people with college degrees make more money than people that don't have college degrees. So we're going to move past. That's a direct answer, okay? HQ says, start the breadwinner count to be the breadwinner otherwise. I don't know what that means. KY jelly for lubrication ain't going to work no more. Okay.
Yeah. I just said
no.
This is
No. Okay, HU says no woman wants to move in with a dude and come out to find out he can't take care of himself like he said he could. Most women don't even ask if you can take care of yourself. Let's just be honest. They be like, "Do you like me?" Yeah. Okay, we together now. Okay. Marriage, Politics, and Sports says, who is John Galt? Currently a headache right now. Okay, because he won't let it go. He wants to push his agenda of telling men to get into trades and stop focusing so heavy on college. He may not be aware, but we've had extensive conversations, and most of the people on this panel, minus my broke self, are doing quite well. So he's just speaking to the other couple hundred people that are not here. Okay. Now,
and he also has an MBA.
He got an NBA. He playing the NBA. He had an answer to everything. That's perfectly acceptable, right? I have to get it together now. We have to discuss. Oh, I got somebody in the back that I'm unfamiliar. Anybody know a William Playboy?
Nope.
Anybody know a William Playboy?
Yeah, he be on him shit.
That's a bald head old man.
Yeah, he be on him shit.
We sorry,
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
you're cool over
I
here.
just
He
want
like
to give
the
my
rest
closing. I want to give my closing
tell that
statement.
lame ass nigga to be quiet, man.
Listen, you have a 250% chance of having a better success in business if you have some college. So this idea that just because you're gonna be an entrepreneur, you should not go to college, you should not understand accounting is a crazy statement to me. But let's go to William.
What happened to y'all etiquette though, man? Like, damn.
Oh, this Ratchet City over here.
This ain't Ratchet City either, man. Watch your mouth.
If you go watch the first 2.5 hours of the show, that I do quite well, by the way.
Fantastic. Shit, though.
Yeah, I've been watching. Yeah, I watch all y'all. Like, yeah, I already know how to play y'all shit. Yeah, I just don't understand how this old motherfucker is just on some goofy shit. And then either man, you normally be chilling and shit.
The reason why either man can't control himself is because when it comes to that money talk, he that's his talk. So he don't want to not be a part of it. John came here and said, "I get money," but then he said, "Well, I ain't trying to say I get money. I don't
think money is important. I don't think money is important. I don't think money is the issue. To be, you know,
you don't think money the issue?
Man, dirty man.
This is why. Listen, everybody keeps trying to tell me to listen to old people, and the reason I keep
you're probably talking somewhat abstractly, but I don't think money.
But Erno, if you don't mind, hey, Mr. Fantastic, congratulations, man, on that 8K or whatever.
Appreciate you.
Oh, I thought he got married. Dang, I want to say congratulations.
Don't fucking play with me.
No better tell you that the other night, man. Congratulations.
Like E-Man disrespect you like that?
No, that's not disrespectful.
Fantastic.
E-Man just trolling. He know the deal. He know.
Wait, hold on. How'd you get Venus to protect you at all costs? I don't know what's going on over here. You from New York or something?
No, I'm from Louisville, Kentucky.
Old head cool as fuck, Aaron. Old head cool as fuck.
He real cool.
One of the
But
very
is it crazy to me? It's crazy.
Why y'all ruining the show for him then?
It's something different. Yeah, he gonna learn. Also, isn't it crazy when dudes say I took this route in life and I have created success with this route in life, but everybody who come behind me should take a different route in life because I think that worked and there's no evidence that worked? Doesn't that sound crazy to y'all?
Hey,
hold on, stop. E-Man, me and you the same age.
Yes, sir.
So it could be done both ways, right?
I think it could be, yes.
I'm not saying that I'm on your level. But what I'm saying is it can't be done both ways, right?
Yes.
Older than me.
Listen, I'm not saying that his way does not work, but I wanted him to substantiate why they should not. And he was trying to convince me that the people who ain't going to college is making more money than the people who going to college.
Let me respond to you. You said someone that's been somewhere and telling you not to go. How can they tell you not to go if they've been there, like college? Is that what you said? You the man?
I'm saying,
It's a yes or no, like just so we can speed up the conversation.
No, yes. Let's say yes, so you can keep
Okay,
making it.
right, right. Can a guy who's been to prison tell you, "Hey, man, I've been to prison. You really don't want to go there"?
Nope, I'm not doing this.
I've been to college, man. Like you may have gone to college. I've seen so
But did you
many.
graduate? Did you
Yeah,
graduate?
yeah. I have 2 degrees. Yeah, and so I've seen so many black men. I could show you a resume of a black man right now from Georgetown. One of my tenants in the
You
ghetto.
bring that motherfucker from Georgetown up one more time.
He can't even pay his rent though. This is big. I could go on and on and on, but he's probably the most.
That's the
He's probably the
outlier.
most.
John, the reason it's an outlier is because most people who go to college, especially get degrees, can pay their rent.
Oh man.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Oh man.
So
I'm
when
just
you
telling you what
think
I've seen.
this outlier of this tenant, obviously you can't vet tenants correctly, and you
Okay,
done
man.
got a
I've
tenant
had,
that can't pay his bills,
bro,
and I got
I'm
a whole
telling you,
bunch of tenants that pay their bills, and they
I've
got
had so
college
many.
degrees. It
I've
don't
had
make
so
sense
many.
to me.
I've had so many social workers. They got college degrees. I've had so many history, English teachers, all them majors, them bullshit majors, where they went up and spent $200,000, and they get to the real world where they got to pay the piper. They got to pay me just to lay their head every night, and they realize that damn, they got to drive a truck.
A lot of people have to pay people to lay their head down every night.
Everybody does, but some people find it easier to do it than others. And I'm telling you what I've seen. You can discount what I've seen. That's fine.
Credit.
What I've seen over 20 plus years is that the man who can fix shit, even if he's short on his rent from his job, he can offer you something. Hey, man, I can fix something around your house.
That will be $60 of credit
But the man with the social work degree,
for Mr.
who
Granville.
don't know how
And
to
feel free
paint,
to use it
who
whenever
don't
you
know
want.
how, hold on. The man with the social work degree, he come up short on his rent, and I've seen it so many times. This is why I can give you this example like freestyle.
You're making a false equivalency. Most men don't.
I'm about to give you a real example.
Most men are not in social work though. So that's an exception.
Well, okay, well, social work, history, whatever the hell they in, right? The ones that go to college, maybe they went to law school and now maybe they went to major.
Let them
Who
land,
is the
please.
predominant ones in the humanity degrees? Is it men
No,
or
no,
women?
no. The point that John is making is mute because every last one of them can go Instacart in a gig economy or go drive Uber. So
But no,
the whole point is mute.
He's talking about that's like mentioning a man that's a nurse.
No.
Like,
Listen,
what's the odds of a man being a nurse in today's
No.
world?
Listen, you're arguing the wrong point, sir.
Not a man
What
nurse.
he is saying that a plumber can go and do some side plumber jobs. A guy that's in social work can get his lazy butt in the car and go drive Uber all night to be able to get the money. We live in a gig economy. That means he can do something.
Let me explain something to you again about Uber and things like that I see from a lot of my tenants.
Who wants to do?
God fucking damn it! He got cameras in his house. It gotta be, nigga. Everything dealing with his fucking tenants. Like, nigga, he works in J Speed with this shit. You bring up that motherfucker from Georgetown one more time.
I'm not even talking about Georgetown. What I'm saying to you is, and I've told you, before I was a landlord, while I was a landlord, I've been a software developer for years. And one of the things that I've seen, this nigga here just can't slow down. One of the things that I've seen, or that I realized, is that when those people first started driving Uber and all that shit, they were making good money. Not so much anymore. The only way that Uber shit works now, if it works at all, because the software can grind your ass down to a nub, send you on a bunch of low-paying fares and rides and shit like that. The only way Uber and all that shit really works now is the way these immigrants are doing it. I know because I see it.
Now it works for somebody. Listen, I only
Let
need
me
100.
finish, nigga. Oh, see, this is one of your niggas' problem because you can't listen to anybody.
Exactly. I can't listen to old dudes.
Right,
who
don't
smoke
listen
weed
to
and bad advice.
Yeah,
You're
okay,
right.
well, hey,
that's the problem,
you should ask yourself, nigga. Well, you should ask yourself, nigga, how the weed ain't ran out yet? Maybe this nigga owns something. The beer and the weed ain't ran out yet. Figure that shit out. I bet you if you and me, nigga, your weed be done ran out and the beer be done ran out. I keep rolling, nigga, keep talking to you if you be like. I keep rolling, keep talking to you, see if I can enlighten you.
No, not you, Aaron. I'm telling them. Drop this fucking conversation because I need the show to progress. Because we got another segment that I've been waiting for like 4 hours to get to.
Hey man, I'm gonna get out of here, man. I really appreciate you guys having me, man.
No, but I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, anytime I
It's
see you
actually
live, I may
fun.
pop on, man. Yeah, man. Hey, you guys, I ain't being confrontational, man. I'm just trying to give you
I
a
can
little
always
advice.
appreciate when a software developer, landowner with an MBA blesses us with his presence.
Listen, somebody in the chat commented, I can go through all the software.
Yeah, you can get the fuck up out of here. I use $20.
Yeah. So
You was leaving anyway, my guy.
the whole point that I was trying to say, so we can move to the next subject.
E-Man, don't you gonna respond to him?
No, I want to say my closing statements. My closing statements
Fuck
is
your
this.
closing statement. God damn.
If I got a job and I'm $150 short, I can go make $150 in one night doing Uber, Instacart, or in the gig economy. So I think that whole equivalence was a bad. Maybe it was the weed. He might be smoking that mid. Let's go ahead and just go on to the next segment.
Right.
And then you take it.
Shout out to Guardian Dog says this old head man. I'll be interested in listening to people, right? Because that's part of my biggest issue is I genuinely try to listen to people and I try to share the show with everybody, right? I just do my best. Let's get it out. Boy, I tell you, y'all don't be wanting to move off a subject, man. I swear. Okay, we got to get to. Y'all think I'm gonna be here 7 hours? Y'all really don't understand. Y'all killing me. I'm not doing 7 hours again. That was a one-time special show because I was gone for 7 days. All right. Now, and big shout out to Fantastic to that AK. I ain't know about that. I see you, brother. I see what you're doing. I ain't mad at you. You know, make me play the Tupac song in the background. All right, look. So this is what
There's
we got.
not nobody on the panel. There's somebody in the chat. Sorry.
Oh, you talk about the John God. Shout out to John.
No.
He says, don't end up as my tenant ninja. Haha, the urban landlord. he was not feeling y'all.
I'm gonna stay a broke ass nigga. How about that?
I don't think he broke.
I'm talking about me. I'm gonna end up just like his landlord.
No, I think
the nigga from Georgia.
He want to help people because he probably in that situation where he's doing well for himself and he wants to go back and save people. He don't know we've had this conversation and it don't work.
You heard me? No, he don't want to help people. He mad that he didn't use the proper vetting companies and he tried to vet these tenants himself. Now he got somebody that won't pay his rent. And he think all the rest of the college educated people now don't pay their rent.
I'm not a landlord, so I can't speak to that. Yeah. So let's get to the next part of the show. Okay, we need to get into and none of the men. This ain't about y'all right now. This is about the women speaking to the women because we was told y'all men shouldn't be addressing women, address the men, and then the women should address the women. So I found the ladies, not the Steve Harvey, but the ladies to speak to the ladies. Okay, and I think there'll be trouble because they don't know how to separate the real men from ninjas. And I don't really like the real man statement because it's subjective, just like attractive and not so attractive is. But I want y'all ladies to be able to hear some of the reasons y'all might be having trouble distinguishing the brothers, because I think either man say that a lot. It's the difference between like men and the ninjas. I think that's what either man say a lot. So we're going to get into that. Now, let's jump into that right now before y'all drive me crazy because I'm this close. Let me see here. Oh, there we go. Okay, much better. Let's get into it.
Really quickly, ladies, we have got to stop confusing real men with that word that y'all love to use that I actually hate using, that word nigga. Y'all got to stop confusing real men with that. It seems to me like y'all don't understand that a real man and a nigga, two totally different things, they operate completely different. First and foremost, real men understand their value. So when you are dealing with a real man who understands his value, he moves completely different than a nigga who doesn't understand his self-worth. Real men understand that their time is more valuable than anything, even the money. And so when a real man is dividing his time in his life, he makes time for what he wants. Real men understand that chasing multiple women becomes more of a liability, more of a headache than anything. So you're not really going to see a real man who got real goals, real money, real value, purposeful driven. Really quickly, ladies.
So far, I like the orange. Yeah, I like the orange, the whole get together. She's trying to separate real man from the ninjas. And she's telling y'all time, they understand the importance. So far, so good. Let's see what else she got.
Intentional. He's not chasing behind multiple women because he don't even have the time to entertain multiple women. First and foremost, but y'all like those men who are outside every single day of the week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Y'all like the ones that's in the club with the big chains and the watches and buying her drinking. Y'all like chasing behind those dogs, then get mad when you get dog walked. But you got to understand, that's not a man. Those type of niggas that y'all be chasing behind, y'all can't keep getting them misconstrued with real men, baby, because real men is somewhere laying down by like 9 o'clock. Why? Because they got an early start, early day. Real men have goals that they're chasing behind. Real men love real women. Like real men respect women. They value them. They appreciate them. Like a real man actually wants like one woman that he can like build with, a foundation with. Most men do. And so it's like, it's not to say that the real men aren't cheating. They probably are. But I can guarantee you, if a intentional, he's not chasing behind multiple women because he don't even have the time to entertain multiple women. First and foremost. But y'all like those men who are, if a real man is stepping out on his woman, he not letting that get back to her so easily. But y'all want to deal with the niggas that's going to cheat right in your face with the girl that you was just in the club with that he met you with last week. That's nigga activity. It's like real men just move different in general. Even though men got the same characteristics, they move completely different. So when y'all is this big age saying that niggas ain't this and niggas ain't that, I started looking at y'all crazy as a woman. Because, baby, why you can't attract you a grown man? Why can't you attract you a decent man? Hell, somebody. All men ain't perfect, but why are y'all still only running around saying niggas ain't this and that? Like it starts to make you as a woman have to check yourself. Sometimes we got to check ourselves. Sometimes we got to ask ourselves, what am I doing to only attract these certain kind of men? Because I don't know. I don't attract those type of men that y'all be speaking about. So soul searching is up next. Y'all got to figure out why y'all keep attracting these niggas.
Ooh. Do y'all feel like y'all know the difference now between a real man and the so-called ninjas?
Yeah, I've been to it.
Been doing that, man, since I was a kid.
So I guess a real man is a man who's only fucking with one woman? Is that it?
That's a good question.
Well, actually, I think her synopsis or assessment of the whole situation, bro, is pretty much telling women to do what we do and say choose better men, and instead of trying to entertain the real niggas, entertain real men. Real men have more opportunities, more you know what I'm saying, better outcomes and all these things compared to the real niggas. So I don't think she was coming at the men on this. Even though like a lot of her assessments were a little, far-fetched, but yet still she's still trying to promote in the spirit of telling women to deal with men versus the niggas.
I would agree. I think that she's trying to get into what women need to separate, because we've been telling y'all it's different type of guys out here, and they don't listen to us. They more likely to listen to a woman. That's what they tell us. We ain't smart, so they want to listen to a woman. And she's telling y'all, when y'all be messing with these guys, and Fantastic come on here and say, y'all be messing with these men. Y'all do that, and then y'all get mad at him. Why? It's not fair, Fantastic. It's not fair. They should be nice to us. He like, well, I told y'all mess with the other guys. Y'all don't want to listen.
And I listen. I never tell. I never pussy police women. Have sex with whoever you want to have sex with. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Hoes keep hoeing. Hoes help the world go around. So shout out to all the hoes.
Well, I'm trying to understand. So, where's this idea that real men don't have time? What did that ideology come from, in y'all opinion?
Yeah, that's what I was confused about too.
Well, are you accusing her of not being a good communicator, sir?
Well, no, because I think she's comparing broke people with money. Because
Yeah.
what she said, this idea that she's just saying that you don't got time because you're real. I don't understand the realness and fakeness in your time.
I think the first thing she said was, if you listen to the very first statement she made, right? The very first
Really
statement
quickly,
was,
ladies, we have got to stop confusing real men with that word that y'all love to use that I actually hate using, that word nigga. Y'all got to stop confusing real men with that. It seems to me like y'all don't understand that a man, a real man, and a nigga, two totally different things. Two totally different. They operate completely different. First and foremost, real men understand their value. So when you are dealing with a real man who understands his value, he moves completely different than a nigga who doesn't understand his self-worth. Real men understand that their time is more valuable than anything, even the money. And so when a real man is dividing his time in his life, he makes time for what he wants. Real men understand that chasing multiple women becomes more of a liability, more of a headache than anything.
does that give you the, because you might have not heard it the first time, does that respond to what you mean, either man?
Yeah, I kind of get what you're trying to say, but
You
it's still
confused,
trying.
love. This is what she meaning, man. What she's pretty much saying. If you're a real man, then apparently you're gonna deal with a real woman. So that means if you're dealing with a real woman and you might have kids, you might have a family, you're gonna put forth the effort with your job and your time, as far as you won't have time to deal with a side chick. You
No,
won't
no,
have time
see,
to deal with multiple
but
women.
Willie, that's the problem I'm having. The problem I'm having is, if I'm a real man and I can identify a real woman, that means my side chick will be a real woman too. So I have two real women.
But you're not getting it if your premise, and this is coming from you and you're a married man.
No,
Like,
you missing
that's
what I'm
what we're
saying
talking
though.
about. I'm, I'm not missing what you're saying. You missing what I'm saying.
She's
What
talking to
she's
the character, Enan, of the man.
she even clearly said it at the end of the video. She was talking about herself. I don't move with niggas. I move with real men. I wouldn't be done that way. So what is she breaking down? She broke it down for one, what type of man that would be real, and what a weak ass nigga would be.
But no, but she in her same breath she said a real woman would share a real man. She just won't know
She
about it.
ain't
So what
talking
are y'all
about
talking
sharing,
about?
bro. If
That's what you
you
said.
really, I mean, how long have you been married, dude?
It
Like,
have
damn.
nothing to do with me. I am
Keep
breaking
on
down what
saying
she's
about your
saying.
goddamn age, bro. You are way older than me, bro. You even look fucking older than me. Come on,
Hold
bro.
on,
What?
hold on. Just hold on, Mr.
Wait
Williams.
a minute.
Hold on, Mr. Williams. Now,
I'm
hold on.
sorry, this week,
You don't do this by you don't do this over there on that other net. What is going on with you today? What
just
is going
saying,
on?
man. Like,
You are
I'm just
showing
tired
your
of motherfuckers
true
being with
real
the
color.
bullshit, man. I'm just tired of people being with the bullshit. Like, just be honest. If you couldn't
That's why
comprehend
Venus
that
said
shit,
protect them.
you supposed to be a real man. Then guess what, man? You being a husband and a real man, you would have already gathered that info for what the fuck she was saying. That's all I'm saying.
So yeah, so you saying that she didn't say, based off what you heard, that the real man can have a woman, he's just gonna be a side woman, just gonna have to be a lot clinger with it. You didn't hear that, Mr. Williams?
No, because she was talking about a real man wouldn't have time to chase another woman. He would
I,
only be able to be dealing with one woman. He wouldn't be on that type of time to be chasing after a gang of chicks.
no, you missed it. That's what I'm saying. She said if a real man is dealing with another woman, he's just gonna be a lot clinger with it. You're not gonna notice that he have this side woman.
That's the only part you took out of it, though.
No,
Like, you look at the whole 100% of it, bro. Just pay attention to every word that she said.
no,
You
the
just
whole
took out
point that
what
I'm
you
trying
wanted
to
to hear out.
No, what I'm trying to say is that if you draw, what she tried to do is say that the real man is different from the nigga, and she said that the real man and the nigga doing the same thing, they just doing it in different ways. That's literally what she said.
Okay.
To me, it sounds like she said the real nigga is not going to be chasing the hoe. Well, she's making a real nigga a nigga who's a one woman guy. So it sounds like it's just something that she wants particularly. That's why you kind of got to define what's a real man versus a nigga.
Yeah,
And the
no,
real
no,
nigga is the nigga who be chasing all the bitches. So it's kind of like,
no, Tony. Listen,
is
I'm
that
agreeing.
A
I'm agreeing
a
that
real
she.
niggas one of them pillar to post niggas. They so real they don't have a job, they don't do shit. They just stay and they live off a chick, and then they move to the next
that's
chick.
not what she
Then
said,
when
William. That's not what
no,
she said.
I'm just breaking it down for him because I have that I see this shit on a regular basis in my city. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I
And
could
that's
break it
fair,
down
but
a
we
little
going by
bit.
what she said and not what you seen.
Because I
We're
like
I'm
just
what
going
testing
by
she
what
what
she
said.
said.
I'm going by what she said. I'm just breaking it all down because
I
my
don't think she
mind
said
works
that,
big.
though.
So for me to be a real man, do I have to be in the bed by 9 o'clock?
No, she was just using that as a
Yes.
hypothetical, man. But if you on your purpose and you know you gotta work, once you go to work, what you gonna do as a real man? If you going to work all day and you married with kids, what you gonna do? You gonna go to work. Then you gonna greet your wife and your kids, right? So then you're gonna put in the time and the effort with them. So by that time, once you get settled down and you done, you getting up for work tomorrow.
I'm just
That's
saying.
usually what the
Let's just.
average
I'm
man
just.
or the average married man or the
No.
average family man does.
What the whole point I'm trying to help you understand. People who get into the bed don't go to bed at 9 o'clock. I'm just telling you, like it's not even a reality of trying to go to bed at 9 o'clock. I wish I
Well,
went to bed at nine
of
o'clock.
course, we know you are outlier, dude. Okay.
I go to bed
Uh,
at 8 o'clock either, man. But
No,
that's
you don't. You be out here talking to us. That's
Hey,
why I
no,
tell
I
you.
don't.
Say, nigga, I be sleep. I be sleep like at like
So
9
all right, so
o'clock.
let's try to find some things where we can align here. So remember, they were saying the men are not. Remember, it was HQ. Yeah, HQ. She might have left, but I'm talking to you. She said that the married men are not even separating themselves from the other men, and we can't tell y'all apart. Because remember, we was telling them, y'all need to separate yourselves. And they're like, well, the men don't do it. They did the men don't do it too thing. This woman is telling y'all inability to identify the difference between a real man and those ninjas is on y'all. That's what she's telling y'all. So y'all keep saying that we ain't separated. She said they are. She said she can clearly see the rain and she sees the difference. So it ain't on the men, ladies. It's on y'all. Y'all don't know how to identify a real man from a ninja. That's on y'all.
My narrative on this is that the whole concept of a real man that was dictated by men prior to feminism just blowing up in the black community.
Oh my God.
Or just in general. I think and to compound on that, in my opinion, is because the men that were chosen, right? The men that were chosen by the by a woman's father to be a husband, that's what was considered deemed a real man. Women never dictated what real manhood was.
Sir, can you tell me what a real man is, sir, from your definition?
I mean, it's up to my interpretation is someone that sets boundaries, someone that's productive, and someone that's assertive, and is more or less just always challenging himself.
So once I stop challenging myself, I no longer become a real
Oh
man.
God damn it, E-Man. Fuck, never change, bro.
I mean,
Never
if
change.
you want to, if I mean, here's the thing. You know the saying, some people die at 30 and some people die at 80. So I mean, if you're not growing as a man, what are you doing? You're not. Men. You're not supposed to be the same as you were as a 15-year-old boy as you are as a 40-year-old man. You're supposed to always be ever evolving and always challenging yourself. Men take
So,
You
risks.
sound like the women. You sound like the
so
women.
hold on, no, because you said
You know why? You know why I say that? Because if you ever watch the movie Troy, and one of the actors, one of the little boys asked Brad Pitt, which was Achilles, he asked him, he said, "Hey, I know this guy is pretty strong. I don't know if you should go up against him." And as he was giving Achilles his sword, he said, "That's why no one will ever remember your name."
you
Right?
talk about a time when people died at 35.
I mean, yeah. I mean, what's the difference? People can make an impact before they're 30. I don't see
No,
what's the
I'm trying to understand at 65. Do I still supposed to be getting better at 65? Or
absolutely.
I still supposed to be getting better at 80?
Absolutely. There's a
Hold on. Let me hear it. Do I still supposed to be getting better at 95?
I mean absolutely.
We ain't never seen Jerry West do the step back three.
What's the point of life if you're not improving?
I see what people don't understand. It's a such thing as a mountaintop of your life where you're gonna be the best, and then it's a start. You start descending. Hold on. You start to descend. This idea that I'm just gonna keep climbing the mountain my whole life. It's a fallacy that women have got men to actually accept.
Do you know how old
y'all realize that y'all got straight off the topic, man? It was about being a real man. Now, young man was on something, but he couldn't. Young man was on something.
Let me ask him something. How old is Warren Buffett?
I don't know.
He's 90.
He's in his 90s.
No. He's actually 93. Do you know that man still reads at least between 5 to 10 books a month?
So
he's always. And you know that
he still was better in his 70s than I think he is in his 90s.
No, but your point, the point that you were making was that at some point in time you're supposed to be regressing or being at a standstill.
He is regressing. Warren Buffett is regressing. He's not the same person. He's not as sharp as he was at 70 as he is. He's sharper at 70 than 90.
Now you're playing semantics because
I'm not.
No, what I said is that you're supposed to still be growing.
He's not growing. He's going down.
So you mean to tell me So you mean to tell me you having reading a certain amount of books, even in your late age, you're not growing?
No.
You was reading 25 in your 50s, and you're reading 5 books a month. Like, come on.
I mean, you're not growing at that same rate, but you're still growing. He's still man is still investing. The man you can look on. He's still being asked to be interviewed on Yahoo Finance.
Okay, all right, guys, let's not get
let's goddamn financial god.
Yeah,
What are you
let's not get caught up on this. Warren Buffett is a 1%er. Mentally, he's brilliant. Like we can't have this comparison to the rest of the world. They are not on his level intellectually, like at all. Like
but the narrative that he was implying is that you at a certain age that you shouldn't have to be growing, like you're gonna stop growing. It's like, no, what's the point? I mean, prime example, there's a guy, a Japanese painter. His name is Hosoka. You ever see those Japanese paintings with the waves? He didn't make that painting that we always famously know with the Japanese waves. He didn't make that painting until he was in his 60s. There's another Japanese guy, the Japanese guy that made the ramen company. He didn't make that until after he was 50 years old.
The crazy part about it is that he's about to try to go use all the outliers he could think of, like Warren Buffett, to make his point, which is kind of crazy to me. Most people descend. That's why they retire. They retire because they're not as sharp as they used to be. And guess what? After 65, it's typically a downhill slope for most people. So this idea that I'm gonna keep growing and growing and growing.
Why is it a downhill? Why is it a down slope from other people?
Well, wait. We about to go in a circular conversation, so let's extract the proper information. So, Azrael, you have to expound on what you mean by grow, so that either man is responding to that information. Otherwise, we just gonna go in a circle.
Okay, growth is relative, right? The biggest growth that you make physically is going to be during puberty, but the biggest growth that you're going to make usually in terms of your cognitive abilities is going to be between 20 to 25. Your prefrontal cortex doesn't develop until you're 25, right?
Oh shit!
My point being is that, prime example, right? Right now, I'm learning a second language. I'll be 30 next month. But the next 5 years, I want to know at least 2 more languages. I'm not going to just stop and say, okay, I've made enough money. By the time I'm 50 or 60, that means I'm just going to just kick back and relax. No, I'm still going to be competitive for myself. It's not necessarily going to be something like, well, I'm just not a person that's going to be content. And that's my view of the world. Like, I don't see a lot of the greatest people in the world, they didn't really make it until they hit past 40 years old when in terms of their accomplishments.
Everybody declines though, bro. It's okay.
No, you're going to decline. I mean, I give you guys a prime example. We all know. I hear
That's Venus.
I have a bad. My sound messed up.
I give you
It's
guys
better now.
I give you a prime example. When Michael Jordan came into the league, all he had to do was a 1-2 move, dribble, and dunk on people. When he came back, when he came back, his athleticism declined. But what did he go to? He said, okay, I'm gonna work on my fadeaway. I'm gonna work on my pull-up jumper. His footwork became more efficient. So it wasn't like, okay, yes, he declined in some areas.
You just did what E-Man said don't do. You use Michael Jordan, an exceptional.
Right.
Can I step in
I don't
for him? I want to help Azrael.
Let me just say this. I don't
He
see
needs his help. Please help him.
The person is exceptional, therefore I can't relate to them. I don't see the world that way.
But even if we use Michael Jordan, he declined. The Wizard Michael Jordan was not the Chicago Bulls Michael Jordan at all. Not even close.
Not at all.
You're not getting the point that I was making.
It was a bad point.
No, because you're able. My point being is that you, even at an older age, you're supposed to be able to adapt and evolve. Prime example: 20 years ago, people, you might have had a job working in construction. Now we're living in the information age. We're soon to be into the AI age. You're gonna, if you want to be able to make a certain amount of money or be more efficient, you might want to think about, okay, let me venture into doing AI. It's about adaptability, survival of the fittest, right? You have to be able to adapt as the world changes, or else you're gonna be left behind. As we see, a lot of Black people are being left behind.
So can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please help him. Please help him, Venus.
One could argue the reason he's bringing up exceptional people is because, unlike most people who want to accept complacency, right? Because that's what you guys are arguing on behalf of, right? He's arguing against it.
No.
That's exactly what's happening, right? He's saying just because you reach a certain age does not mean you have to be like, well, I'm gonna decline at some, because it sounds like the opposite of his argument is you guys are saying be complacent.
No,
that's what it is.
So wait. Hold on, wait. No, Venus, what I asked him to do is to expound on what he means by grow. So then that's something that's measurable in the conversation.
Can I bring up something else, Aaron?
And one last thing. Even when we talked about Warren Buffett, right? I wasn't done, sir. I'm trying to help you because you're struggling. Okay. Even when we brought up Warren Buffett, right?
Yeah, you didn't help him at all.
We can I finish a thought? Maybe I will. Anyway, if you compare his 93-year-old brain to the average 93-year-old brain, he's still doing better. So to make the argument that, well, he was sharper at 70. Of course he was sharper at 70, but compare his brain to anybody in his age group, then one would argue it would make sense to have that mentality of a let me keep growing, keep reading, keep trying, as opposed to what it sounds like you guys are arguing. Well, you're going to decline at some point, so let me just give up. The other 93-year-olds who can't think like him and can't read like him had that mentality. That's why they can't think like him and can't read like him.
Venus, hold on 1 second. Let me respond to Venus. See, when we measure growth, we got to measure it against ourselves, not the people around us, right? So that's the whole point that I'm trying to help you understand is when he chose that word growth, everybody else didn't matter anymore. It was 100% where I was at and where I'm at today. And I'm telling you, everybody have a mountaintop that they fall off. It's just part of life.
That's understandable, but you're still going to try to improve. You can still. Let me ask you a question. I'm assuming everybody here, most people here, work out or do some kind of exercise, right? You mean to tell me by the time that you turn 50, you're just gonna stop working out?
Yeah, because that's what it sounds like y'all are saying. Like, well, you decline at some point. You don't hear yourselves, but I'm telling you, that's what it is. When you argue against him, you're saying accept complacency. Well, you're gonna decline anyway.
You're at 50.
Let me give him the gym example so he.
That's why you kept going up in the age, because you are arguing about complacency.
No. Let me help you understand. So let's use the gym exercise. in my 20s and 30s, say the bench, I'm benching let's say 600 pounds. As I get older, I'm not saying that I should stop going to the gym. I'm not saying Warren Buffett should stop reading, but I'm not going to be able to be at the same capacity. So even if I'm just lifting 135 pounds at the gym at 65, I
Right.
still decline from where I was at. I'm not
That,
advocating for complacency. That's
but
totally different.
that's
Perfect example.
That's the
Even.
obvious, but we know that's the obvious, y'all.
that's
We understand that.
go ahead.
Nobody should even. For
Mental,
one, I don't get
mental
why
is
we
the same
how
thing.
we ended it anyway. To be honest, I thought that it was supposed to be a different type of conversation. We got all off topic about
Well,
being a real man versus a real nigga.
well,
Right.
because that's
It's a
Whatever
figure
happened
of
to that?
speech.
We
That's
done
all it
had a
is.
20-minute conversation off topic.
The real man,
Off
that's
of
just a
something that
figure of
you know
speech,
that's
though.
obvious, but
He
you
asked.
know
He
being
asked.
obvious,
Yeah, go
you're
ahead.
gonna decline as you get older. That's anybody. I mean, come on now. We know
So,
that. That's
so you're
obvious. I
gonna
don't even know
stop
why we
growing. See, it's not just declining. You're gonna stop growing.
okay,
In
but
what
you
way
talking
though?
about
In what
growing,
way
but
though? Because if you're
the
still
man is
reading
getting
every
richer.
day, you're still
As long as he's
mentally
alive, he's gonna
exercising,
get
you're
richer.
still growing your mind. Growing in what way? What do like and when, right? Because if you use the age thing, one could say at 12, I grew to 22, but I'm able to absorb more and learn more and grow more, and I'm older, right? The age thing doesn't really work. We understand that when you get older, as an elder, some things are going to naturally decline. I guess I'm trying to understand when you make the opposing argument, what is your point in saying that? Because it sounds like you're discouraging the older person from
No,
to continue to try.
no.
No, no. So the reason I'm saying this is because I had a conversation with one of my mentors, and he explained to me that as I'm climbing this mountaintop, especially in my business, I need to make sure that I'm able to capture as much as I possibly can before I get to the top. He said because it is a top. Most people don't want. Most people live in this delusional world that it's just gonna keep going up, and that's just not how the world works. And so that's why I entered that into the conversation. But I get it. You can still grow your mind to a certain degree. We're not arguing that point. If we go back to the original statement, I was trying to help him. I was trying to get him to help me understand what he think a real man is, and he said a real man is someone who continuously grow, and that's how we went down this path.
And so you disagree with that though?
Yes, that's why we
Okay,
had that
so
disagreement.
Yes.
what is a real man then?
So
Taking care of
I
your responsibility,
Yeah, he's a
real man.
provider, protector.
Taking care of your responsibilities is a real man. Taking care of your family, providing protection. Not only just your family, but others that are in need. Being responsible and being respectful. Helping the community grow. That's what being a real man is.
So there's no
Now,
growth and so there's no growth in required in any of those stages as you raise kids, as you grow
You
your business, as you
always
like
have
so,
invest,
so,
as you like I'm
so
confused.
yeah,
the short answer is there
yeah.
is growth, but it caps. So like I've been raising you since you was 0, right? I just making that up. Ain't no such thing. Now you 45. I'm done. You gotta raise yourself. I'm capped. I'm not doing this for the rest of my life. I'm good now. So yes, there are caps. There are ceilings where you're like, that's it. There's a cap. You don't have to perform for your whole freaking life. You get to, hey, look, that's it. That's where I'm at. I'm good here. This is the problem. Like, there's a level of performance that's placed on somebody to be a real man. If that's the case, you better get more beautiful and more beautiful as time goes on. But what we found is for most women, that ain't the case. You're not getting more and more beautiful. I'm not seeing that beauty grow and all this type of stuff because you have to look at things beyond that. People cap and they tell you, be happy with what you got because that's probably going to be the best you're going to get. Okay. Now, should we strive for that? Should we do different things? Different statement. But real man tied to constantly always growing? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think that's false. I think you're comparing nature versus nurture, right? there's biology. Men and women will get older, and looks will fade. So that shouldn't even be a part of the conversation. I don't
So,
understand that
so,
part.
so,
I don't understand that part. And
it's
so
fair to
will
say, hold on, before you go on, it's fair to say that women are not getting, they are getting less and less physically attractive as they get older.
Huh?
again depends on when,
Now
right?
it
Where do
depends
y'all
on
live at?
when.
Hey,
I'm
no.
saying the same thing
Hey,
for men. Like we
where do
understand
y'all live at, man? Do
once you
y'all
get
realize that beauty? Hey, it's a lot of beautiful people that's up in age, man, that they look hella good and they killing out a lot of these young motherfuckers. For real. Like where are y'all getting this notion that just because you're getting older don't mean you don't get finer?
I
Because I'm
mean,
well,
sorry, man.
because they're
Venus
going
just
to like
said
the
Hey,
that.
end
man.
of life, and at
Hey,
some
stop.
point you're gonna get
I live in the Derby
older.
City, man. I live in the Derby City, and I'm sorry, man. We got some fine ass older women down here in Louisville, Kentucky, man.
What's
I'm
older
sorry, man.
though? What's older?
I don't agree with y'all, man.
All right, all right, all right. It wasn't that serious. It's mainly just a little
I'm
bit of a
just
joke.
saying, man. Hey, I'm
We're
48,
about
and
to
I'm
crack that
sorry.
open.
Listen,
Yeah,
listen, listen,
I
listen.
know some 30-year-olds that look older than me, man. I'm just saying.
Okay, let Venus finish her point.
Damn, why you talk about E-Man like that?
Oh man,
I
I'm
wasn't even
sorry.
talking about you.
You know these
You
people.
can go ahead. I don't really remember. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, uh, me personally, this is all hilarious to me. I was trying to figure out, well, either man in particular was trying to figure out what makes you a real man. As real decided to engage and say, constantly growing or something of that nature continues to grow. Either man said, what? There's a cap for everybody. We hit a ceiling, right? And then we got into this down here where no, you should be constantly trying to grow and evolve and all these things. And I'm like, I don't know if that's tied to a real man. That might be tied to an exceptional man. And the standard, like the to honestly, a real man, I think William Playboy was hitting at a good amount of those things. It's actually the bare minimum. The bare minimum of the requirements is the bare minimum. Do this, do that, do this, do this, do that. You don't have to do nothing exceptional. Just the bare minimum makes you a real man. That's the part that people are not gonna like.
Well, the part people not gonna like is if there's so many women complaining about not even getting the bare minimum, then at this point, that is the exception.
So no. So the problem is women are complaining about not getting the bare minimum as if they get to determine what the bare minimum is.
Absolutely get to determine what the same way you get to determine what a woman in your life has to do. You absolutely get to determine that.
No, no.
Otherwise, you can't be in my life. What?
See, so
Absolutely.
so let me correct that action before you get in trouble on the Air No Show like you normally do. You can set your standard for your man. This is a conversation about real men, right?
Right. So when I made the conversation about why are so many women, right? So I'm making it general,
Mhm,
having this complaint that those things that you just named as bare minimum
mhm.
are not happening.
Yeah, so I'm answering that because they're wrong. They don't like if you say the bare minimum, is the bare minimum the same for every woman?
For the most part, yes.
Really? You go so you
It
gotta
is.
stop.
It really is.
But you
Somehow, when y'all say most men most men just want, y'all could understand generalities when it's most men just want this and this and this. So the same arguments can be made for women. Most women want a lot of the same things. They
but
want a protector, a provider,
you're
someone who's
defeated.
respectful.
You just
It's the
defeated.
same thing.
You just defeated your own point. So, like
No,
when
I didn't.
watch me show you how. See, when I said they don't get to determine what the bare minimum is, what you went out and stated was she does get to determine what the bare minimum was. That's defeating your own point.
I went when I asked, what is the bare minimum? He named them. He said being responsible, taking care of your home, being he named like four things, right? So at that point, we had four solid things to judge by. So I said, okay, hey, how come women are saying all over the place they're not even getting that? Those women didn't say that was their bare minimum. I'm going based off what a man just told me was the bare minimum. So I'm saying, then why aren't the men doing that? What you said? William, that's the bare minimum, right?
That's
So
not what that's not what William said, actually.
it
But
is what he said.
that's not what happened. I was there. Don't do this. This ain't the time to die on this hill. So the point,
Ern actually said that was the bird minimum.
yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't.
But
I just.
his
I
reference was
knocked
to
that.
what a real man was. But that's okay. We don't have to do that. What the whole point being is that at the end of the day, a real man is the bare minimum. That's it. The bare minimum is a real man. Everything beyond that is luck, exceptional, and all these other things. So I only have to do what the bare minimum responsibilities are. Hey, you take care of you take care of your family. Do this? Yes, I take care of my family. Oh, you do this, that? Yes, I do that. You go to jail, you go to work. Yes, I do that. All right, that's the bare minimum. I got 29 jobs. Well, you exceptional now. So what we're saying is that's the bare minimum. That's it
So
to
just
get
so
through the
all the
door.
women can understand, can you tell me one more time what is a real man?
I never defined a real man. So is your I guess
Because
your
I want to
question.
know what the bare minimum. I just want to make sure I get it. So what was it again, William?
Well,
Well,
I
I
don't.
mean,
I don't feel like
there's a
it's
list
bird
of
minimum. I
things.
just
It's
feel
not
like
just one
I feel
thing.
like
You know.
on average, I just feel like that's what you do as being a real man. If you have a family, you take care of your family. You provide and you protect. You just like I said, even with that, you still have outside responsibilities as being a man for the community as well.
Right.
I take
That's my definition of just being a real man in general, especially just handling your responsibilities. But then if you do have that in you, you know, it's just like mentoring kids outside of the neighborhood or your family, you know, outside of your immediate family, helping take care of your family, making sure the straight, just that type of thing. That's
so
how I look.
can I answer Venus' question or no? Or have y'all moved on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. She wants to know
I
what
was
the bare
gonna ask.
minimum is, even
Yeah,
after telling us every woman get to create their own bare minimum. But go ahead, you be
I
a
was
man
gonna ask her
and
what
do
does
it.
she feel like her bare minimum? What would be the bare minimum that you would
Hold
accept?
on, let me answer the question first. So I believe a real man is situationally aware where he's at and what stage in life he is. And he's trying to be able to be the largest effect at that stage. Because when I seen my grandfather at 65, he was still a real man, even though he wasn't able to do the things that he was doing later on in life, right? So I just think that a real man is situationally, he's aware and he understands how to make impact at that stage.
So Venus, what do you think about the
I'm
bare
just here to
minimum? What would be
learn.
the bare
I don't have an
minimum for
answer. I'm just here to learn. I'm just writing down what the men said. Protect, provide, and situational awareness. Okay.
you?
Aaron, please tell her what we was. We was gangs. We was all gangs. All of us. We was gangs.
A real man knows when to end the show. The real man knows when to end the show, and we've reached the conclusion of the show. Just because we start the conversation don't mean it need to be finished. Y'all can go on and on what a real man is this, the bare minimum, and that. I told y'all the woman was telling y'all what a real man versus a ninja was. A woman did that. Now y'all coming up here to ask the men that's supposed to only be talking to the men to give y'all the answers. And the men being so gracious as they are, they said, well, we will try to build with y'all. We will try to build with y'all. And y'all always come from that disingenuous position every single time. But that's okay. Because I start the show, I get the conversation going, and then I allow y'all to run with it. Now, I've reached my commitment, okay? A real man knows the value of his time, okay? All right, I gave you 5 hours, okay? A pure dedication, okay? And a little bit of enjoyment and entertainment for the people that need it, all right? I appreciate y'all for being here. Make sure y'all leave a like. Make sure I leave a comment at the end of the show to show y'all support and enjoying the show. And until next time, because I got to go. I'm hungry. If I've been here with y'all 5 hours and I've been on the show, that means I had nothing. I ain't eaten nothing. And if y'all want me to come here and smile and enjoy and have a good time, every time I come here, y'all would want food in my belly. And shout out to everybody that came to the show. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to catch y'all on the next stream.